Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. 9 o'clock, meeting is called to order. A couple of preliminary things. On your desk are a bunch of handouts and charts. For those of you who were here and watching late yesterday afternoon, Mickey Sward from Snug Harbor Marina and Resorts down in the Delta, who's testified, I don't know, 3 or 4 times before on chart and various informations, popped in. Gave our staff this packet for distribution. Apologized she couldn't stay to make the presentation herself, but she knows that there'll be opportunities when all charting would come up. These should be added to the earlier charts she did, and you'll see some mentions in the interim plan about the necessity of kind of having background information and agreed upon statistics and a common map of Delta Islands and so on and so forth. That's number one. Number two, late yesterday afternoon, the Little Hoover Commission adopted its report on California water policy governance. I guess that's not the official title. There was a brief story in the Sacramento Bee. Joe and I have gotten electronic copies late yesterday, containing, I don't know, like 10 documents. It's a fairly dense collection of recommendations, but includes, as you might imagine, a spin-off of the State Water Project in some fashion and so on. We may want to talk about it later during the governance discussion, but in the meantime, Mr. Grindstaff, maybe just be good enough to email to members either the document we got or the website address where they can get all the documents. There is an executive summary, but I think it was 15 or 18 pages long, and there's just so much. No, that's the cover letter. That's the cover letter. Oh, Mr. Fiorini has on his iPad the cover letter, which is 2 pages long. The executive summary is about 18 pages, too much to really print this morning. You wouldn't have a chance to read it, but we'll get you the information. Also, the Environmental Water Caucus, which is a long-standing group of a whole bunch of organizations, environmentalists talked to me yesterday afternoon. They have just issued something called California Water Solutions Now, a report. It's been out for a little bit, but it's literally weeks old only, and we were talking about the fact that their preference would be to at least talk about the overview of the set of recommendations. These recommendations cross most of the legislative objectives, and my instinct is to talk to them, work out the time. They're talking about 15 minutes minimum, 30 minutes maximum for this. And if we don't do it that way, we're going to wind up hearing the same amount of time and conversation in bits and pieces. And because this is a cross-cutting issue, Mr. Grindstaff, we ought to look at that and perhaps set aside some time during comment session for the caucus to do this presentation. I know we'll get many of these requests and can't always set aside 3-4 hours for everything, but I thought the time request was very minimal. So at least that'll be my recommendation. Let's see, there was one other thing and I can't remember, but Mr. Natoli had a comment.
I think, Mr. Chair, I don't know if this microphone's on. No. Okay, it's on now?
It's on. It's on, but there's no volume.
I'd also just say in light of reports, I shared with the chair this morning that depending upon our agenda makeup for September meeting, that the Protection Commission has continued to advance the work both on the primary zone review as well as the economic sustainability plan, and it might be timely to have a brief update, again, not to be very lengthy, but provide that for the council's information. I also brought copies. I'll distribute them as we get into the discussion this morning on the resource management plan, hard copies for council members, and the anyway, the commission certainly is prepared to, I think, offer a report to the council. And I have a letter that'll be delivered here this morning letter to the legislature, which is a formal two-page letter on the status of the primary zone review. And there are maps that are out there for the purposes of the community meetings over the next couple of months. So.
That letter from the Delta Protection Commission is being copied and will be coming sometime this morning. The extra copies of the Resources Management Report, the one that the Commission adopted in February, I guess it was, Mr. Natoli?
Yes,
in February. It's available. I've got one. I don't know, Pat, you have yours, I assume. But for other members who've not gotten it, you get a free copy. Ms. Grady, yes, you do. It's one of the important documents, and we could either email you a copy or do something else. I know you hop on an airplane, and lugging all this paper around is not easy, but let's see, Randy, you've got yours or not?
And this is the 2010, not the 1995 version, so.
Can you have what?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
The commission has it on its website.
Yes,
so
we'll send you the address for the electronic version. Okay. Members, if you would be good enough and turn, we're starting with agenda item. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's establish the roll call. Mr. Natoli.
Natoli, here.
Eisenberg, present.
Marcus here.
Fiorini here.
Gray here.
Johnston here.
Okay. We have 6 members attending. On file item number 15, a stakeholders and work group update. Ms. McCauley, if you would proceed. Also, I think Ms. Marcus has met Mr. Healy, but if not, you ought to introduce the folks hovering around this collection of activity.
I'll introduce them as we get to these agenda items. Our first
Pull that mic closer to you, please.
Our first agenda item is a report on the Delta Plan stakeholder work groups that met. There were 2 work group meetings in this last month. One of them was the governance work group, and the other was public outreach group. And Mike Hardy is here today. He's part of our consultant team, and he's going to give an update on each of those meetings. He was the facilitator for each of them.
Mr. Hardy.
Good morning, Chair Eisenberg and members of the council. This is the second time I've had the pleasure of reporting to you on the work groups that you directed be created. There are 4 work groups, as you know. In July, I talked about the initial risk reduction and co-equal goals work group, and during August, there were 2 additional work group meetings. There was a meeting of the governance and implementation work group on August 3rd. And I'll speak about that one first, and then August 12th, there was a meeting of the communications work group. In your meeting packets, there is a complete package of the information, the documents that are associated with each one of those work group meetings. In particular, as you may know, the format for these meetings is that they are open to anyone who would like to attend. There is a meeting charge posted in advance of each work group meeting. That is the agenda for the meeting, and we have been holding the meetings at the council's offices, and I know you're familiar with some of the challenges the public faces in getting in without having to shed their cameras. Nevertheless, we've had good attendance. We also have implemented a call-in option, and as we have refined our approach, people have increasingly been taking advantage of that options, which extends our ability to reach out to people and include them if they can't be at a particular location. So what I'm going to do is briefly review the summary of the meetings, which is also posted on the website and is in your packet. I'm going to pay particular attention to the themes. I'm happy to stop at any point and discuss any particular item or input that catches your attention. I want to remind you that as these work groups are structured and run, they are not intended to reach consensus. They're not, if we identify points of agreement, that's good and we capture that, but we are not seeking in the work groups because they're not standing work groups. They don't have standing membership. We're not setting consensus or any kind of unanimity as a goal, but I think you may have seen as you reviewed the summaries that there are some there are themes emerging, and you can characterize general agreement or support for things, and I'll try and capture those. I also want to say that the work group meetings are recorded, and we post the video of the meetings, so if people are interested in watching those meetings, they've been lasting 3 hours. The communications work group was about 2 hours. That's also made available on the website, so it's part of the effort to increase the access of people to the council's process, and we'll keep refining the sound. You know, it's a learning experience, and we try to keep improving it as we go along. So if you haven't watched those videos, I can't say I would recommend them so that you can see me, but I certainly think you might get a flavor of some of the comments, and it does help because the meeting summaries to this point have not attributed comments. If you're particularly interested in who's saying what, you can get a flavor for that, and we'll also be addressing that with staff and how we do the meeting summaries in the future for attribution. So, first, governance and implementation. There were 3 questions, and those questions are reflected in the meeting charge, and we had a lot of discussion about each of them. The first was, what can the council do to assist other agencies, state, local, and federal, to implement SBX 7.1? And are there early actions the council should consider to promote implementation? So as you can imagine, we had a lot of input, both about assisting other agencies as well as interest in specific early actions. We captured some of that in the meeting summary, and I believe you also received written comments that are also posted on the website that identified early actions as well as other input in response to this question. The second question asked the participants to talk about what implementation issues were likely to arise and how those could be addressed, and then we tried to provide some examples of early implementation issues that had been identified by staff in their discussions. So, for example, a geographic overlap with BCDC and Sassoon Marsh is an example of something that will have to be addressed. County land use plans and the energy and resources that counties have put into their land use planning processes and how to address that. HCPs, there are 6 of them, 1 in each county, and then BDCP will be the 6th. Levies are particularly of interest in light of the long-standing program, the interest at the local level in levies, as well as the fact that the flood safe program is very important for DWR, and then also BDCP. So we got a lot of input in response to that question, as you can imagine. And then the third is there was just a question about how to identify the relevant plans and address the responsibilities and relationships with the council. So what I'd like to do is focus on the themes. The first is that while you are intimately familiar with the statute, it would be a mistake to assume that there was a high level of awareness at this time about the legislation and its practical implications for state and local government as well as the private sector. That is not to say that there is no awareness, but or that the awareness is not growing. I think both there is awareness and it's increasing. However, our takeaway on this is that people should not assume that there is a shared sophistication about the implications of things, and so part of the challenge for the council is to become an effective educator and source of reliable information. In fact, the most reliable source of information about the legislation, the council's activities, and decision making. So the second, and that's the second one. We think that in terms of outreach, the council needs to, based on this feedback, pay attention to this interest that people have as looking to you as the source of information and as the educator about the council. It's important to, and we use this term, take an integrative and respectful approach to existing or advanced broad-scale plans and programs such as HCPs and general plans. We heard this consistently in the meeting.
What does that mean?
It means that at a sort of a conceptual level, Mr. Chair, because I think the practical implications need to be worked out in discussions with county planning staffs and others involved in the HCPs. There are probably legal issues as well as just administrative issues. But I think what the counties are looking for is that kind of a conversation and acknowledgement that they have put tremendous resources into their general plans. Some of those general plans have recently been completed, and what they want to see is a respectful approach toward integration of the state, the new statute with the work that they have done, rather than an approach that would not demonstrate understanding that they have made a big commitment to this. And how you actually do that, I think, is something to work out what it will look like.
Did the county representatives assert that their each individual general plans are developed in accordance with the co-equal goals and the objectives identified as state policy in California for the Delta?
I didn't hear that conversation. What I heard is that as the council pursues its mandate with respect to the co-equal goals, that the process needs to be one of education, interaction, and figuring out how best to build on what has been done, rather than assuming that what has to be done is to set everything aside and start again. I think that's the worst.
Supervisor
the worst case.
Natoli's comments earlier about the meeting, the briefing now for September on status of the the primary zone study, the primary secondary zone study, the reference to the resources management plan, and then the to be completed in 2011, middle of 2011, economic development plan may be a start on that. But I'm interested because general plans are also legally significant and in many ways enforceable documents at the local level. And if I assume the counties want to, they would clearly wish they'd like to have deference to it. I want to make sure that we have copies, staff has copies of the general plans, the latest amendments, so we know what we're talking about when we get to that conversation.
And from the engagement perspective, one of the steps will be then to begin, if it has not already begun, and Terry, maybe you could help me out, this process of conversations and education about what's in those general plans, and then this key question that you just raised about the co-equal goals and the council's mandates on this.
Yeah, I was just going to add, too, right now the general plans under the Delta Protection Act had to conform with the, Delta, right, and in Sacramento County, we're doing our general plan update. We're currently in the midst of hearings and have been for several months now. It's very voluminous work. It's not, solely land use. It's the general land use plan, but it has many, many elements just as other plans do. And so we've been working our way through that. But I would think that from a local level, it's not only being educated about it, but others have just recently completed. I think in Yolo County, they may have just recently completed their general plan update. I think San Joaquin County, each county may be a little bit different on the timing, but there's a lot that goes into a general plan, and certainly the nexus with obviously any legislative requirements that are called out for to be consistent with those is not just simply introducing some changes and then putting it on your board agenda and approving. You go through a process of sequel review and so forth. And so there's a lot that goes into that, as I'm sure members of this council are well aware. So,
Mr. Johnson.
As we work through this, following up on the point you raised about local counties, and Don knows best of all, it might be helpful to figure out, and you might be the one to help do it, how on an ongoing basis the county's professional staff in particular, but other local governments too, but the county's professional staff and the consultants and staff of this council would interact to obtain information because county staffs are reduced, they're busy, they have a lot of commitments, and they're afraid to get into trouble, so they want to check with their bosses. Their bosses are, in effect, the supervisors. And there has to be sort of a safe harbor for staff to talk to staff to obtain information.
I can speak to that
Yeah.
briefly. We do intend, and Bart started meeting with the Delta Counties Coalition and at the staff
Yeah.
level, and we intend to do that on a regular basis.
Well, how about a suggestion? Why don't we use the Delta Protection Commission as kind of the layer, the 5 Delta County Coalition, and ask them to designate the official contact for information on these related issues, and we'll do the same thing, probably starting with Terry or whoever she designates, so that we at least have that straightened out. I think that would be useful to start. Okay? Don, is that okay?
No, that's fine. I
right.
think, again, I think Terry's done some outreach, but we identified, obviously, participants from all 5 counties, but we can, work on it. I think build those lines of communication is a good approach, so.
All right.
Okay.
By the way, members, Mayor Cabalden just walked in and is lurking in the background. I think he's going to talk to us later during the interim plan, and we'll let him expand his comments at that time, but that's the sophisticated-looking gentleman in the back.
Yes.
And
yes.
thank you for letting us use this hall as an opportunity. It's very helpful to us.
Ask for a rent reduction all over that.
Let's hear what he says about the interim plan, and then we'll negotiate
That's
from
for a
there.
coffee stand, actually.
Yeah, as Marcus wants to have a coffee stand nearby, Mr. Pope. Thank you, Mayor. Okay. All right. Yes, Mr. Hardy, please
I'm
continue
mindful
working
of
through
your impending conversation about the interim plan, but there are some other things that are important here. One of these is that you have highlighted transparency as important for your engagement with the public. It's in the plan. I think that it is also important. It may be the most important procedural piece, and as important as some of the substantive issues that people are talking about for your engagement plan, that people see you taking account of, acknowledging, and using what they're providing to you in your deliberations. Now, exactly how to do that is part of the challenge, because you are a state agency, you have regulatory and other responsibilities, and I think the challenge based on all this input is for us to assist staff and you in finding the balance point for people who are contributing time, they're participating, they're coming to meetings, they're providing written comments, they are participating in the work groups. As we expand the engagement opportunities, potentially, for example, having workshop formats or other things, people understand the opportunity to provide input, but they're looking for the next step, and to see that it has an impact, not necessarily that you agree with them, but that it has an impact on your deliberations, and it's not simply a lot of things that are being posted on the website. So that is a key theme that came actually out of both of the workshops, and not just the governance and implementation, but the communications work group as well.
the occurs to me that our statute sets up at least the duty to have some kind of formal consultative process with state agencies and federal agencies, and it doesn't exactly have the same language for local entities, but there are many, many references in the statute to studies and reports and evaluations that have to be considered. We have a working group, regular meeting with our staff and state agency staff. We're puzzling how to do the same thing with federal agency staff, and I wonder whether it might not be a goal to try to develop a formal staff relationship between our staff and the 5 Delta counties, not unlike what Mr. Stevens went through on developing the administrative rules. You'll recall when we had a lengthy conversation. Now, the question of what gets done there and how it gets done, we don't have to deal with now. But I like that approach, although it's heavy on time commitments. But I don't know of any way to honor and respect the local activities unless we know which ones they want us to honor and respect, and we have the information to provide so we can match it to the statute and see where it fits, where it doesn't fit, where it might be adjusted. So I'm not sure, Ms. McCauley, that's the right way to proceed, but it just, you and Mr. Grindstaff ought to chat about that. It may be. Mr. Fiorini?
Well, I agree with that approach in terms of local government and state and federal, but at a more fundamental level, we have a number of individuals, either representing their own interests or larger interests, that have been providing lots of written comments. And the process that has been implemented is one of summarizing those comments and then including them in a matrix. I was happy to find out that the information we're getting in that form is also available to the public. One of the things I've been wondering is if those who are submitting those comments are checking to make sure that they feel the summaries have adequately captured what they're trying to communicate. And so I think that's a real fundamental level in terms of comments and receiving them. There have been several who have asked me, well, why didn't I get a response? I sent a comment and the council didn't respond. And we haven't talked about this, but
this may not be the agenda item. Ms. Buchholz is going to talk to us later after we get through the interim plan with how we do the Delta plan and the EIR that's associated with it. And I know that there are requirements of law on these kinds of queries, comments, points, and formal response. And maybe that's the way to talk about it. I know Ms. McCauley's been involved in those discussions too.
Yeah, we're going to talk about it more during the interim plan discussion because there have been lots of comments and we've learned, we've gone through a learning curve on how to manage them and respond to them. So we're going to actually spend a fair amount of time talking about comments and how we have responded and incorporated them during that time.
All right, that's fine. Mike teed it up and said it's an issue that's come up with the work group so far. I think it's really important, and we need to address it somewhere. So I'll wait.
Totally.
Yeah, and I would just kind of piggyback on what Randy said, but I think to Mike's point a moment ago, some of the feedback, it's not just from counties, from cities and some other entities, reclamation districts, water districts, other organizations, and maybe other folks are hearing the same, is the two-way flow of information, but then how beyond, submitting something in a formal acknowledgement in whatever format, is that how does that get deliberated? How does it get sifted? How does it get addressed? And, not that everybody's going to get everything that they ask for, but it's a frustration, and I'm sure it's come out in what you've kind of reflected here, Mike. And so again, that's a challenge, and I think the chair has said that. But I think it's going to be incumbent upon us, to try to figure out a way that two-way, lines of communication and having it so you can have it manageable. And I think that's the challenge. But I would just say that I think that's what's been reflected in some of the comments that have come to me, anecdotally or as a result even of the work groups, is that well, what happens to it? It goes into you put it up on a footnote, but what happened? It didn't get in the plan. Who debated it? Did the council get a chance to, and obviously we're going to get into that this morning, the interim plan, but I think that's going to be a challenge for us, but it's going to be very, very important, certainly in this effort, in the interim plan, but in the Delta plan specifically, because people need to know that they've been given thoughtful consideration to their points.
So I can tell you that there are two works in progress, and I think you could probably ask Joe or Terry or Keith. This input has come into our communications outreach and engagement team, and we are taking that to heart, and the approaches are that we are going to be implementing are intended to address some of that. For example, and I want to go back to the comment that you had earlier about the Environmental Water Caucus, for example. One of the suggestions that we've been talking about, and I don't want to get too far off track, is the possibility that there could be workshops, a workshop format where there's not a formal council decision-making agenda, but there's an opportunity for presentations, for back and forth, for education and discussion in public. So, you know, that's just one idea. I'm not endorsing it or not, but I want to let you know we're trying to figure out ways to actually provide you with the tools and then move them forward that are responsive to this challenge and help you find the balance that you're going to be looking for in doing this. Let me just note that you did on the governance and implementation get written comments from Contra Costa County and the County of Sacramento, and those are also in your packet, and I commend them to you. Let me now just very quickly talk about our communications work group, not because communications isn't important, but because I'm mindful of the fact you've got to get to the interim plan. That work group operated in the same way, unlike the other.
Attachment 2.
Yes.
Attachment 2.
Unlike the other work groups, this was designed to meet once and get as much advice as we could gather in 2 hours, both over the phone and in person, from people who wanted to participate about how best to communicate. In addition to communication, we also did spend a substantial amount of time talking about the topic of engagement. And the distinction I make is that you can communicate one way or two ways. Engagement is really about the ability to participate in decision making, which is the terminology that I believe is in the plan. And how do you do that? And how can people participate and engage in decision making that the council has before it? And that's what we're wrestling with, and how to frame that reliably. So,
Can I ask you a question
Yes.
about expectations?
Yes.
Often people my experience in politics, people have said democracy works or it's not working. And it usually comes down to whether issues important to them, they win them or they don't. It can't be that measure, because we're enforcing a statute the legislature's passed, the governor signed, and is now law. What's the measure against which we can judge the effectiveness or lack of effectiveness of any communication?
One measure that I use is the extent to which your decisions are criteria-based, and that the conversations you have about the decisions that you're making reflect criteria that have been developed through the process of engaging with those people who choose to participate.
Well, but we're developing, we are complying with a law of the state of California.
Yes.
Not engaged in a advisory committee action, although we can recommend other things the law didn't indicate. What's the measure of success in this communication plan in that difference? Because you say criteria, you know, I mean, I read all these letters and people say, I want you to do this, 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 I want you to not do this, this, this. And that's just, I should probably ask our baseball devotees, who probably go to ball games together and keep score of the pitches, the strikes, and all of that. What are they called? That is improving. And I can't imagine that the only thing I've been able to figure out over 40 years of doing this stuff is ultimately you're happy with the process if you win some or all of your issues, and oftentimes you're not. And I'm looking for that standard of judgment where people say, well, I didn't prevail on everything, but they listened to me, they heard I mean, it's too amorphous for me right now.
Well, I have a colleague who once said to me, and he has said repeatedly, you know, democracy is about, we may not get our way, but we always have our say. But I think we can do better than that. And I think the example that people cite is that they find very problematic and not conducive to participation is what they call a black box process. If decisions come out of the council without a clear basis, whether in the meeting the co-equal goals, the objectives that are identified, the 8 objectives or the 8 objectives that are identified, those are some clear criteria. But I imagine you will also have to sort out some additional criteria that are consistent with those. To the extent that the actions you take, the decisions you make, reflect criteria that you have developed based on the input that people have given, you are more likely to at least have people understand what you're doing, I appreciate your point, though, Mr. Chairman. If you never get your way, or if what you're seeking is not reflected in decisions, no process is going to satisfy you in terms of the substance.
Ms. Marcus.
Yeah, I was going to wait because I thought we were going to talk about this later. I thought about this a lot when I was looking at it, and I want to thank you for the summaries and the themes you pulled out of it. I thought that was extremely helpful for someone who wasn't there. I actually have had a different experience than you have on that, where I've gotten T-shirts and flowers from people I decided against over time, and I think part of it is an issue of respect and of paying attention. So the challenge in the volume of this, it seems to me, is the answer can't be a response to every comment anyone gives at any time, because I've also seen responses to comments that did respond to every comment somebody said in an EIR, and it was meaningless because people weren't really listening to what was said. So I do think that there's a lot to be said for good summaries, and also people need to keep showing up, and we need to engage with people sort of back and forth over time, which I sense is very much the attitude of this entire board, starting from the chairman on down and the staff from the director on down. And of course the language is in the statute, but you can always meet the letter of the statute. I sense it's an intent, but over time I think the proof will be in the pudding of people feeling like we're listening and us truly listening to them. And I don't have I want to work on it. I'm happy to help work on it with you. I can't really figure out a way right off the top of my head to categorize it so that I just want to make too much work for people that misses the point of the engagement, which is any important point someone makes will be made more than once, to be sure. But there are also going to be important points that someone might make once, and they're sort of the forgotten voice that we really have to listen for. I mean, some of the hardest work is picking out that voice that's not as loud and not as strident, but is a really important one. So there's a subjective, qualitative thing we're going to have to do that my experience has found is more important than anything else.
So that leads right into one of the communications goals that were identified, or tentative goals for you, and these will be part of our conversations about your communications outreach and engagement plan. We pulled 3 goals out of the discussion at the work group meeting. The first was that council communication will be two-way. The second is that the council's communications approach will be inclusive, and this gets in part to what you're saying. We have to find and create opportunities for people who don't necessarily participate, or who may be a small voice or a distant voice, as well, to provide input. Technology allows us to do this, and part of the challenge is to find the right balance between what we call these high-touch, let's sit down face-to-face and talk, and opportunities to kind of multiply participation by using technology. And we're going to be wrestling and making some recommendations to you, and that's really what this goal 3 is to utilize a spectrum of communications to meet the needs of stakeholders and the public around the state of California. So based on that, we'll be developing the plan. We also had a conversation about stakeholder engagement, which is this participation in decision making, and that was very interesting. And there's a series of bullet points that people mentioned about engagement, and some of those have come up in the discussion, and they're in the summary on page 4. And finally, the themes, which you mentioned, you need to have broad and inclusive audiences for your communications, not just focused on the water community, the people who've been tracking these issues for years, inclusive of the Delta, but not Delta-centric, I think, because of the implications for the millions of citizens in California of achieving the co-equal goals. We need to also, this two-way communication. How we figure it out is another theme that came out for engagement, as well as just the communications piece. And somehow making what you do clear, consistent, and understandable. Not just for scientists, not just for the water community, but also for people who use drinking water around the state, or like to fish. So what I would say, in summary, I think we've covered some of these, is that the good news is that from our experience, the people who have participated have been appreciative of the open work group format that you directed. We apply so that people aren't excluded. Anyone who wants to participate can come. It creates logistical and other challenges, but that's yielded good information. The discussions have been lively. People have been willing to participate. I think Terry, who has been there, and it is our sense from all of this that the council needs to be the best source of clear, accurate, and regularly updated information about its role, its decisions and actions, and its relationship to other state and local agencies, as well as federal agencies. Back to the more than one-way communication, listening, getting out to meet with people is important, and I know that's important to you as well. And then I want to say that your credibility around engagement, at least for some people, not everyone, depends on demonstrating that you're paying attention. And this is what we just talked about. And finally, my theme here continues to find this balance. As a state agency with specific authorities, including a regulatory authority, that may limit your ability to discuss specific issues outside of the council meetings. But find the balance there because of the importance that people place on demonstrations that their input is meaningful for your deliberations. So I apologize for going a bit long, but that's what I plan to present to you, and I appreciate the questions. If you have any more, I'm happy to address them. Otherwise, I will turn it back to Terry.
Yes, Don.
Yeah. Mike, in your discussion with folks, you did communications work group and so forth, and you got this feedback. Was some of it, I trust a lot of it may have been related to the interim plan and the speed at which, you know, again, staff officers was performing the work to put things together, but at which things were required to be submitted, and then how things were being translated or not into that document. Was your sense that was at the core, beyond obviously the general work of this group, but because, you know, just again rereading again this morning the Contra Costa letter, but I think that was part of the feedback too, how fast things were, whether things were taken into account or not. People, you know, their heads were spinning. What was your sense, you know, in those groups? Was it related to the interim plan or to a whole host of other activities that the council has undertaken?
My personal evaluation is that the speed at which you have been developing the interim plan was not a central concern expressed in the work group meetings, and particularly the communications group. We did have a concern about getting the charge and the notice for any work group meeting out in time for people to plan. So I think they're most concerned with being able to see what's coming down the road and figure out where they ought to spend their time. But we didn't have so much concern raised about the speed with which you've had to address this. Now, the schedule overall, I leave that to people who are observing your process to offer their views about the schedule.
Okay. My other question then for you then, do you think by the time we next convene that you'll have a developed approach? Because as we, you know, we're already embarked on development of the Delta plan, that you'll, with some of the suggestions on whether it's work sessions by this body or some other ways to, you know, I think beef up the two-way communication, a number of suggestions that come out in the communication. So is it your intent that you would be back to us in September then with approaches that you think would be advisable for this body to take on?
Well, if I can look at Joe, Terry, and Keith at the same time, I think I'd see a nod from everyone that the answer is yes. That's our expectation.
Mr. Coolidge is approaching from the back. Mr. Coolidge.
Here he is. Just to let you know, we're talking about...
Microphone, please.
Exactly.
Thank you.
We're talking about communications, finalizing a draft plan on Tuesday. The intent is to bring that back to the board in the September meeting.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, questions by members? No actions called for on this item. It's a status report, but we'll be having these kinds of reports periodically as we go forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Hardy. Mr. Colley, thank you. Okay, file item number 16, please. Ms. McCauley, you stick there, and Ms. Buchholz, Mr. Curlin, if you would pop up to the table, and let's see, how's it going to start? Joe, are you going to start this off, or no? Yeah.
I'm going to hand this off to our very effective staff person, Terry McCauley, who's done an outstanding job trying to keep this all organized and keep us on track and get things delivered on time. She's an outstanding employee. If you guys don't know that already, I should say it publicly.
Gosh, thank you.
Yes, it is nice.
Okay, so we'll get started on this next agenda item.
Pull that closer to you, even though you have that big binder in front of you.
I know I'm trying to juggle all this. The next item here is to talk about the interim plan, and we have 2 requested actions for this item. This is the final draft of the interim plan. We've been through 2 drafts at council meetings before this, so we're asking for both discussion and adoption of the interim plan after making any other necessary changes, non-substantive type changes, minor revisions that you may want us to do. We're also asking that you appoint a committee to consider early actions in advance of them coming to the next council meeting or subsequent council meetings. For the interim plan discussion today, we want to let you know that we have modified it in accordance with comments. There are major modifications in the background section in Section 1. There are clarifications for the use of the interim plan in Sections 2 and 3, both processes for early actions and also in the use of best available science. There's also modifications to the form for submission of early actions and the other potential covered actions. Gwen Buchholz and John Curlin are here today. They're part of our consultant team. Gwen will be providing an overview of the modifications in far more detail than I just did. And John will discuss and respond to questions on the early actions and the covered actions process. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Gwen.
Ms. Buchholz, start the first thing. This is, you are not proposing to have us adopt today a regulation of the state of California. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
It is the interim plan is a framework that would provide guidance for the actions of the Delta Stewardship Council over the next 18 months during the preparation of the Delta plan, which will that would be will have some regulation associated with that, and therefore will require California Environmental Quality Act compliance to inform the council on that process and the discretionary actions that would occur in the Delta plan.
Remember, just for referencing it again, this is on page 26 of the statute, section 85084, a one-sentence direction to adopt an interim plan that includes, doesn't say limited to, but includes recommendations for early actions, projects, and programs. And so we have been taking that mandate and trying to construct from there what's going on. Also, number 2, although the interim plan involves the various proposed rules and regulations that we discussed yesterday, because we delayed that until September, the same action would be taken. Should the council approve this final draft interim plan, it would be without those sections pending the future deliberation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And we're anticipating that the interim plan would be modified periodically through the next 18 months as early action, recommendations and early actions, recommendations on process occur. This isn't a one-time only deal. And so there will be modifications as we proceed with this process at the council's discretion on that part.
Okay. By the way, do you have a suggestion as to whether it's wise to start looking at the red line version or the clean version. Is there a way to walk through this that the council would find acceptable, so we're all talking about the same thing at the same time, same document?
It's at your pleasure. My working is generally on the clean version, just because we made so many, we moved things from one place to another that didn't change a lot of things, but it comes out on the red line version. There's a lot of cross-outs and a lot of other parts, but we'll do, I have both of them, and we're ready to talk
Let's see,
through either
members,
one.
you have a preference? Mr. Fiorini?
Microphone. I prefer the red line version because it's easier to see what has been added. Again, back to public comment. We received comments in July, and I think that's the best way to see how those comments were received and reflected. So I prefer the red line version.
We can work through that.
Anybody else on this? I'm agnostic. I'd do either one. Okay?
Okay. Before we start there, I'd like to go over the comment, just continuing on the issues that we were just discussing on the previous agenda item. We have been, I'm going to be honest, a little struggling with how to track and maintain a good comment tracking process over the last few months, and we're getting there. We're not quite there yet. In your agenda packet, there is a comment matrix.
Attachment 3.
Attachment 3.
Which I would recommend you take a look at if you haven't gone through it already. It's the first shot at a summary of how many comments have been received?
That matrix, as it stood there, because we put it together as of August 5th, and I want to acknowledge that we had 126 individual comment letters or emails that were included in that comment matrix. I actually divided them up, and there are citations. These are citations. These are not summaries. So they're summaries of the comment letter because I extracted portions of the comment letter or email and put them in a matrix that we could utilize for both the development of the interim plan, but I'm also starting to think about the preparation of the Delta plan, because that, quite honestly, is our big heavy lifting process that's just starting.
I appreciate that you even left somebody's in all caps.
That's right.
That said something.
Yes, if it's in all caps, we left some misspellings. Let me tell you, our technical publications people just want to fix that. And they want to fix grammar or something, and I go, no, no, no. But we will not put any bad word that cannot be printed and put the council at a concern of
Is this the George
seven-
Carlin
the
7
seven-
words that you're not going to
Right,
put in?
that's the ones. We'll black those out or dot.
right.
We had 1,000, in the matrix, and I didn't plan it this way, it just happens, there were 1,001 individual comments. In addition to the 1,001 individual comments, we also had, I separated them out into several categories, including such as the interim plan and Delta plan preparation, which we had almost every one of those, about 900 of them were really oriented towards those. About 130 of them were oriented towards early actions. 50 were very oriented towards the administrative process. 50 of them were oriented towards the consideration of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. 30 was finance. 150 or so were specifically in the water resource sections. About 100 were in ecosystem, and over 120 or so about for reduced risk associated with flood management,
Ms.
and about
Buchholz,
50 of Delta as a place. Yes.
could you do that again? I want to make sure out of the 1,001 comments that I know roughly how you've grouped them. I understand this is subject to, this is your interpretation, because people will send you letters and they'll talk about 5 different things in the same way. I've got that. But I think this is a really helpful starting point. Can you run back, of the 1,001 comments related to the interim plan were how many?
900, or the interim plan and Delta plan, as I grouped them together.
You grouped them together.
In my
Okay.
count, were 900 of them.
Okay, is it your, if you have an opinion, how many of them are more weighted toward the Delta plan, or is that even a fair question to ask?
No, that's reasonable. There were 870 in my count for the interim plan and 30 for the Delta plan.
Got it. Okay. And then early actions?
130.
Okay, administrative procedures,
50,
50, and then Bay Delta BDCP was about 50.
yes,
Finance economics, 30.
30,
Water resources, again,
150, and that's 150 of water resources and water quality. It was about,
together.
together, it was about 30 in water quality. I think it was, I can't remember exactly that split, but I believe it was like 30.
And then ecosystem, you said about 100, I think.
Yes,
Okay, Delta communities,
50,
excuse me, and risk reduction.
120.
Okay. All right. I understand there's overlap.
There
and I
are
understand
overlaps.
You're not pledging this to be an absolutely, but it's a start.
Yes.
It's a start. Okay. All right.
Now, I also want to acknowledge that we are also struggling with a couple things, and comments get put into different categories sometimes on the website. And as we were going through this with our new website this last week, we found that we had, let's see how many we got. There were 4 additional letters that were not in those 126 letters that were included in this matrix. So I just want to let people know that, yes, we did get their comments before August 5th, but they didn't get into this matrix, and we will be processing those.
Just a comment on the web stuff. I think it's a wonder that you have managed to get all this information posted. I think ultimately you're going to wind up with either a chronological listing or an alphabetical listing of everything that comes in before you do a sort, because people want to make sure that whatever they wrote is there, and they need a fast place to find it.
Right.
Without guessing what categories we assume they're talking in. So.
And that also leads me to the fact that this does not include the letters that were specifically oriented towards the work groups. People attended the work groups and then subsequently sent letters. We need to add those into the comment matrix also.
Okay.
We also have received 13 specific letters and comments as of 2 days ago on the final interim plan that was posted on August 16th, and that equivalent, that came out to be 73 comments.
So 13 additional comments,
13
not
additional
on
to
this
these.
list. They came in after the preparation of
Yes.
the list.
Mhm.
Okay.
And-
I want to add, we got one more this morning.
Okay.
So, one more letter,
Okay.
fairly extensive letter.
Okay. The types of comments that we seem to receive sort of fall into a couple categories. As we've talked about in the previous meetings, a lot of the comments on the interim plan initially associated with format, tone, level of detail, focus of the interim plan. And those those were very accepted, and as we moved through the first draft to second draft, we modified the second draft, if you remember last month, quite a bit, and the changing of making it much more of a framework, and with less level of detail than we had in the first draft. But then we basically probably took too much level of detail out as we heard your comments and last month, and so that's where we'll be talking about today. We also received, there is, as Mike has previously said in the previous agenda item, quite a bit of confusion between what's in the interim plan and what goes in the Delta plan. And I hope that over the next couple months, as we start proceeding with the Delta plan, that will become clearer, that most of these comments we receive actually are for the level of detail and the decisions that are really going to be part of the preparation of the Delta plan. We also received some confusion. I think we've confused the readers on several items. We have in the interim plan what we look at as illustrative figures and tables that are picked up from other documents, just as a purpose, as an example of the type of information that we'd be looking at. We got a lot of comments on making changes to those figures and tables, but they're copies from other documents with citations on them, so it would be difficult to do that. But as we move forward in Delta Plan, we anticipate that we will be preparing, we will be preparing specific figures and tables associated with that. We will take the comments we received on those previous, for the illustrative figures and tables, and we'll be using those in the preparation of the Delta Plan. And they also, we had other comments which John will be addressing later on about the early actions and covered activities, because if nothing else, it is a little confusing and very, very detailed. We did go through page-by-page comments. When people submit different comments, sometimes, as I said, they submit general comments, and we try to interpret them. Just as we received many page-by-page comments, we went through on the last, as we do, we went through in the last version to make sure that we incorporated them. I actually did a red-yellow check, and that we did incorporate the comments that could be incorporated, because it's the interim plan, not the Delta plan. And actually have a check off the comment letters in a binder that we did, which pages we incorporated those. Then the other thing that I want to make a point is that we're going to be using this not just as a communications process tool for yourselves and for the public and the agencies involved, but we're actually using this in the preparation of the Delta plan. The interim plan was actually prepared by a small group of authors, being a framework agreement that it was. As we move into the Delta plan and the associated environmental documentation process, we will be having many authors, and so we'll be separating these out into even more categories that will be associated with the resources that are being considered under California Environmental Quality Act and the National Environmental Protection Policy Act. So with that, and then the last thing is that from now on, we will have a status column on the comment tables going forward from this point.
Meaning?
That it says where your comment has been directed to be utilized.
Okay.
So we're going to take that not from the comment matrix you have in past, but we're going to take that forward and from all future comments, including the comments we've received on the final interim plan and how we've incorporated those. And so like some of those comments will say, is that this comment addresses a level of detail or an item that will be addressed in more detail in Delta plan. Or it would say that on page, if the comment was a rewording of something, we will say has been incorporated. And that means that it has been incorporated in its entirety. Or has been used to modify the sentence would mean that it's been just that. It may not have been used in its entirety, but we've used it to modify the sentence. Very similar to what you do on an environmental documentation response to comments.
And your hope is to establish a pattern that carries through when we get to the Delta plan in terms of itemizing the comments and the response to it.
Right, and it'll form the administrative record for the environmental documents.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Jim's great.
I have a question in relationship to comments if there's any consideration for a certain position that's presented by more folks making a comment, is there any way that you could characterize that in terms of you have more people taking a position for a particular thing that they that they feel should be in the plan, versus someone else, maybe 4 or 5 people differently, but you have maybe 20 people feeling the same way? Is there any way to kind of characterize that in your summary? Or
we can do that. I'm not prepared to do that today. I apologize.
Right.
But yes, we
just
can.
Just a thought, because I think it gives the council some idea of how most people feel out there on certain positions.
Yes, that can certainly be added. This is a database, and so we'll just add those type of things into the database, and then we can factor them out.
Right.
Presumably, it's funny coming from me, I know, the public commenter. I mean, presumably, you can't take every comment that everybody makes, because there are going to be comments over time that are in conflict with each other. So how are you going to note that, or how do you decide?
I think
on big ones, I presume they come here, but there are myriad small ones.
Well, I think that it was a good suggestion by Councilmember Gray that we could develop, in addition to resource areas that are associated with development of the plan and the environmental documents, we can actually put them in categories for positions, and then we can summarize those and bring those to them. And I think small and large, quite honestly, as much as it sounds like it's a little bit extra work, I think there aren't really too many small issues. I mean, if it's brought up, it's a big issue to somebody that's taken time. I've written position letters on projects. I know that it's taken my time, even though I do this for a living, to write those letters. And so,
Well, I'm impressed with the responsiveness you have here. I don't think I've ever seen it outside of an EIR, EIS situation, and even then, it's not always done well. So I'm thrilled.
yeah,
with your
I
attention to
personally
it.
like to do the citations instead of me trying to summarize somebody else's words. I'm summarizing their letter in essence, but use their words because I think it's important. So, thank you. Okay. Going from now, let me go forward with the summary of the moving from the second to the third and final interim plan version. In section 1, we clarified the discussion in the background information based upon comments that we felt were appropriate for the interim plan. The rest we will maintain in the Delta plan as we move forward. Section 1 is there to set a tone and information for the reader, but it is not specific and will not be automatically included in the Delta plan because we're going to be starting a process that will be expanding on those items.
Can I make a,
Yes.
Can I make a suggestion? We have an executive summary in front, and then we have a table of content. And when you say section 1, I want to make sure that members can follow to know which one. And my suggestion, the executive summary really follows the decisions you make about the interim plan, which is always that. And my assumption is if we made decisions to change this third version of the interim plan, then the executive summary would be modified to fit it. So rather than fiddling with the executive summary at this time, although the public may want to comment about it, I'd suggest we use the table of contents and the actual textual discussion so we all know what we're talking about. And Mr. Fiorini, as the only member who expressed a strong opinion, suggested the red line, and so that's what I'm looking at.
So we'll start with section 1 on page 1. I apologize for not focusing my discussion.
The introduction and background.
Yes, the introduction and background. So as you can go through the pages, we have added sentences. We've changed sentences around to provide additional information on these background concepts that we're basically in the introduction describing the need for the interim plan, the need for the Delta plan. And we took a lot of the comments that we received, and we've also could make a few more that we've seen since we published this for further clarification on many of these processes. Probably the largest part of this that was modified was associated with the additional information on the ecosystem restoration, well, the water supply and reliability on page 2 of the red line version. And we also made some modifications on page 5 associated with the ecosystem health. And we had lots of comments on page 6 on the threats to the Delta communities and economy, especially the first paragraph and also the addition of several other specific points and bullet points on page 6. We went through on the storage and conveyance. I mean, each one of these had comments, and we tried to incorporate
Well, also,
these
some of them had comments from the council at the prior meeting. I mean,
Yes.
Supervisor Natoli, for example, had raised the recreation industry issue, which led to the summary report we saw yesterday, which led to the inclusion. So it's not just responding to letters.
No, it's comments from the council and comments that we received. In page 9, we added another bullet on there to talk about reduced risk, that it wasn't just, most of the discussion's been on flood projects and flood management. This also includes for wildfires, because some of the Delta Islands are at risk with fire protection with that process, so we added that bullet. The largest, if I move you ahead to page 13 of the red line version,
Okay.
we ended up with a larger, the Department of Fish and Game provided an additional some information on stressors.
This is in the red line on page 13, starting in 2000.
Right.
Okay.
And we did receive some comments. So this is a definition of stressors that came from the Cal-Fed Bay Delta program, EIR-EIS, and is subsequently discussed in several of the subsequent documents. Those were primarily the major changes as we walked through Section 1.
Okay. Let's stop there and just see for questions from members of council on Section 1. Mr. Johnston.
On page 6, line 21.
6, line 21.
Including residential development proposals. Why was that added?
That actually, future economic development, that came from a comment we received in the mail, or the emails, I can't remember which. I could track that down for you, which one it said that.
What does it mean?
It was the fact that it initially said that, I think they were just talking about the level of economic development. I don't remember whose comment that was, but I could find that out for you.
Well, here's my question.
Okay.
Maybe Don is knowledgeable about this, or anybody else. The inclusion of it might suggest, or might not, but might suggest that residential development can be anticipated in the primary zone.
I see what you're saying. So we may not have.
And if you leave it out, it's kind of neutral on that subject. Now, it may not mean that. It may mean the opposite, that, well, you know, if you're going to do any residential development, you ought to be aware of the restrictions and inherent flood risk and other problems in the primary zone.
Or it suggests that non-residential development can be blind to the threat level because they aren't specifically mentioned.
Maybe, I don't know. It confuses me. So if there's an argument for it, I'd be interested in it, and if not, I'd suggest we remove it.
I think personally that it could be removed with maintaining the discussion of in the sentence for the purpose of the framework process for the interim
The resource
plan.
management plan kind of speaks to all the criteria
It's
that
like-
apply
yes.
to residential development, and that would be good enough, it seems to me.
Yeah.
Is that okay with you, Don? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I'd be curious to know who the commenter was, though, Gwen. You were going to, not that you can get to that right now, but maybe if you
I can find that for you,
come back
Greg.
to that. Because I think, I kind of took it, the latter, your comment about, you know, it was, you know, caution, if you're going to come forward in the primary zone, you need to acknowledge this. I think you could read it the way you maybe interpreted it as well, so.
Let me make a suggestion. Why don't we tentatively consider deleting that red line clause with the understanding that after you get from Gwen, maybe at our first break, the answer about who suggested it. If you want to bring it back, we'll come back to it. Tentatively, we'll just delete that clause and leave it blank. Any objection to that, members?
Nope.
Okay. By the way, I just got a note. Mayor Cabalden has another appointment. He has a comment he wants to make, and we're going to talk to him about our rent for the space, too. I think that's what Mr. Grindstaff said. Mayor? I know your schedule is pressing.
I actually have an entire hour here, so I'm happy to wait. I did want to welcome you to City Hall, and you know many of you have been here several times, to West Sacramento and to the community. We are working on coffee. So we will, if you're back here after the middle of October, across the street at our new community center will be a coffee shop as part
My
of that.
concern is
public
purely for your employees and their efficiency in serving the public.
Oh, right.
and ours as well. But it does point to a critical issue for us, which is we're trying to incentivize that kind of infill development. Our SB 375 and the state's policies and our regional policy have said, West Sacramento, grow as much as possible in corridors like this. We don't want development occurring in the Delta. We don't want it occurring in the foothills. We don't want it occurring in the Yuba Highlands. We want it occurring in exactly this place. And so all the policies of the state and the region are directed in that way. We happen to, because of the way that the Delta map was written in the 50s and 60s, be in the Delta. Our colleagues across the water with their 17 coffee houses downtown are not in the Delta. And so a consistent issue that we've raised, and I just wanted, since you raised the coffee one, to put a point on it, is that we want to assure that the processes that we're creating to try to make sure that we're protecting shallow water habitat and some of the historic small towns of the Delta and the values and the agriculture and the recreation of the Delta don't layer on so many requirements and uncertainties and timeframes that it makes it impossible for us to achieve those sorts of development objectives. Because I think, as many of you know from your time in local government or in advocacy or elsewhere, it's extraordinarily difficult to do infill development already, and to approach it as though you are about to build in Delta Smelt territory would make it almost impossible to accomplish. And so we've worked very hard on that through Delta Vision and at the Delta Protection Commission as well. But it really is a critical issue, and we tried to solve it in the legislation that created all of this. And as you know, some of our friends in the building industry had a hyper-aggressive solution to that, which was all the incorporated cities and all their spheres of influence and all their urban limit lines and anything that anybody had ever thought about possibly developing or anybody that a human being had ever set foot on would all be exempt. That was not an acceptable solution. What we came to was saying the solution ought to be the state does have this set of now robust policies around regional planning where we do balance those issues and say through these sustainable communities plans that each of the regions are to develop in the Delta that we know exactly where development should and should not occur. And so that really was an elegant solution that I think does balance those goals. One of the challenges for the interim plan obviously is that no region in the state has yet adopted a sustainable communities plan because the State Air Resources Board does not until September adopt the targets that underlie that. And so one of the unspoken issues in the interim plan, and I know you're dealing with the question around covered actions generally between now and the adoption of the Delta plan, is that we don't want to be caught in a place where we have possibly covered actions solely because there isn't a regional plan to be declared consistent with during that period. Because the prospect of a 60-day filing period and a 90-day appeal and hearing and just a 150-day process of uncertainty is a big deal when it comes to some of these very marginal infill development projects that are really critical to achieving those objectives. So I know you're aware of that, but I wanted to put a critical point on that since coffee is just as important to us as it is to you.
When Mirka Bolden made roughly the same kinds of statements to Delta Vision 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago, he also pointed out the anomalies of a boundary line drawn in 1957, the statutory delta, where areas at extremely high risk of flood are excluded, and areas at relatively lower, not absent, but relatively lower, are included. And just the inconsistencies with that. It was a refreshingly candid discussion.
And the Delta Vision teed that issue up, and very well for the legislature, which wasn't able to resolve it as directly. The Delta Protection Commission has that charge, but it's really focused, at least initially, on the question of bringing the lands that need to be in the primary zone in, and that's really been the major focus of its consideration to this point. So there won't be a solution emerging from that process, and so I don't know how you solve it, but just would urge you to sort of keep the development economics of infill in mind as you're thinking about that plan. The only other piece, because we just have in our building right now the new colonel. It was in command of the district office for the Army Corps of Engineers, and we were explaining to him the various regulatory processes and approval processes for flood management and for levee construction in the city in particular. And it was astonishing, as it always is, the amount that's there. And the law, of course, treats our levee system in the same way as some of these mom-and-pop levees that have been erected in the Delta for the last 100 years. And there are very substantial differences. And it's the same sort of issue where the very delicate balance that we've achieved between DWR and the Corps and FEMA and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and all these various agencies, and the same thing is true across the river, with a highly sophisticated set of local agencies as opposed to the mom-and-pop flood districts, that a strong declaration from the Stewardship Council that we are now in charge. I would urge caution in how to approach that in a way that adds value and assures that the important values that are going to underlie the Delta Plan are incorporated, but also understands and respects, and I know Joe's worked so hard on a lot of these issues, and many of you individually, that they're highly delicate in terms of the bureaucratic and administrative complexities, and a lot of these projects will fall apart if it's too many master chefs in the kitchen simultaneously.
Okay.
All right.
Mayor, thank you very much. And thanks for having us.
Thanks for having
Okay. All right, Ms. Buchholz. I'm sorry, we're with other council members who have questions. Ms. Gray, did you?
May I respond to
Yeah.
Councilmember Donatelli?
Done.
The comment was received from Yolo County,
Okay.
specifically on that sentence. So, and the words were, page 4, line 31, add residential development proposals.
Did they explain it, or?
Now, this was part of the letter that I can do this without trying to see in the previous one, we had one other one that explained that. But we can provide you and show you the letter.
Well, if they
on
didn't
that part.
explain it, I guess that's all we know, and it's up to us to decide.
Do you have an possible explanation for the clause?
I wouldn't speculate or speak on behalf of Yolo County, to be sure.
We have the actual comment letters here, so
We can
Okay,
look at it at
we'll
break.
pull the letter and see if it
Okay.
adds anything, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, Don will have the right to return to that if he wants to. Okay. All right. Since there are no other council on Mr. Fiorini on this section.
Page 8,
Page 8.
discussion about water transfers and water supply limitations. We have mentioned from time to time the concept of joint point of use and joint point of diversion. That's a tool that's been effectively employed from time to time, and I think this would probably be a good place to include that as another tool to improve water supply reliability. If not here, then I guess I would ask where.
In addition to the intertie, we would like to add joint point of diversion in that.
Although it's not
We
a
can do that.
construction project, it is a tool that's
Right,
available.
and it was adopted and is being implemented. We can certainly.
It was adopted of what, Gwen? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, that is an ongoing process. They completed their documentation, their plans, and that has been implemented. It's going through certain reviews, but joint point of diversion is an ongoing tool.
Okay. And then, second of all, just on page 13, I appreciate the inclusion of those list of stressors.
Oh, wait a minute. What conclusion did we reach, if any, on Mr. Fiorini's joint
I will
force?
I will add a reference, several sentences associated with that, just like recently several programs, this is on the bottom of the paragraph that was added on page 8 of the red line version, just before this is line 12. After that, that include recently several programs, including the Delta Mendota Canal, California Aqueduct Intertie, and joint point of diversion.
Joint point of use
It's in
and
diversion.
joint point of diversion.
Right. Have been initiated to improve interagency use of water supply facilities.
Okay. And then just a thank you. The stressors are listed on page 13.
Well, that's a start, I think, of the list. Yeah.
Absolutely, it's a start. We
Start.
wanted to use citable documents at that point,
I
of
think-
adopted documents.
I think that's wise. I referred to the handwritten note that I handed to you folks at the last meeting, but that doesn't have the same authority as state agency.
Yeah, in the interim plan, that's one thing that we feel that in the Delta plan, it's going to be something that the council will be making up, developing their processes, but we wanted to rely as much as we could in this document on existing citable documents.
Okay. Let's see, I think you had stopped at some point in section 1, but
No, that was Section 1.
Okay, now,
Mr. Chair, before we leave that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just before we leave that, I've been searching for it, and I guess I can't find it. Good deal of history, you talk about threats to Delta communities and economy, and some of the references to both the legislation as well as to some of the historical governance structure and so forth, but I haven't been able to identify, and if you can direct me to it, fine, where there's any mention, even in reference to the Delta Protection Act of 1992, the Land Use and Resource Management Plan. I think it's an important reference. Nowhere is it talked about. It talks about general plans and the importance of economy and so forth, and recognizing that you talk about the mission of the council, but there's talk about the new conservancy and the DPC, and there's it's all intertwined in here, but I don't see it cited. Is it cited in here in this section at all?
I don't remember. I know it's cited in the document because I remember looking for the abbreviation.
Okay, well, if not, I think there should be. Maybe
I think it's appropriate that we should add a bullet in here after
Well,
the
in a later section, starting, for example, at page 22, line 31, you've got a whole bunch of language that deals with it, including the specific mention of the Delta Protection Commission developing for consideration by the council.
Right.
The statutory mandate.
Statutory stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think we should probably add a second bullet, the first bullet establishing the Delta Protection, the Delta Protection
where
Act.
are you at, Gwen?
I'm on page 6 of the red line.
Okay.
We have the first bullet, it starts at line 16.
Got it.
I would suggest that we add a second bullet prior to line 26 that describes the Delta Protection Commission's Land Use, Resource, and Management Plan that was adopted in February of 2010.
Oh, yeah, and you could even reference that in 1995 there was one, the historic legislation. However you do that, there's kind of a historical reference here, but I'll trust on the language, but I would appreciate that. I think that makes sense beyond what statute now calls for. That's been a strong part of what's been the process for 18 years now, so.
No problem.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Joe?
I just want to point out an example of where we have conflicting comments that's in this section that you guys will all relate to. On page 2, we have some discussion about the fact that the system is overpromised. And we heard yesterday from our friends from contractors that they didn't think we should have inserted that language back in. We actually had a comment from Contra Costa Water District, Greg Gartrell, saying specifically it should be in there. Our judgment was we should include that language in there, and there will be other things. But I wanted to point out that example that you brought up earlier is something that has happened before. This is something that some people like and some people don't like, and our judgment was it should be in there.
I liken this to a process where everybody all the smart folks understand not a legally enforceable regulation, but they'd like to have anything that we write written in a way that would benefit the conclusions which eventually they hope are reflected in the Delta Plan. And there are a host of lawyers and planners and advocates out there all scratching around to reach the same goal from all perspectives. Okay. All right. Okay, Ms. Buchholz, let's see, we went through page 13. Do you wish to talk about the consideration of early actions now, which starts on page 16, or do you want to wait for the more definitive language later?
What I would like to do is wait for the more definitive language later, and we'll, starting actually in section 2 on page 19.
Got it.
Moving through uses.
Okay.
This is a sort of a summary process.
All right. So, members, any immediate questions on section 1? I understand we can go back to this at any time before we take action, and we can amend this darn thing after we adopt it at any time, too. But just to clarify that. Okay. Section 2.
Okay. I'm following along in my process here, too. On section 2, this is, again, there were comments that we received in this process and some of these also were just, for instance, here's one that we a lot of this was just cleaning up the document and technical publication. So you can see on line 15 and line 19, we had already introduced abbreviations. So you'll see some of the crossouts that are that way. That's just cleaning this up.
Usman, this was something that I did the dog thing on. What was the comment or what was your thinking that made you change to would rather than will in so many places?
That actually, John's laughing because he and I had this discussion.
Did you like pull out Strunk and White or something and have this like long discussion of it?
The question would come down to is will is an absolute, more of a regulatory type thing mandated. Would, since this is a framework, we felt that in this case, this may not, this would provide the council to use this as guidance, but then wouldn't mandate it. So I have to take credit for that change.
Oh, no, that's how, I was just surprised because it put a little distance as I was reading it, and I was thinking like, that's interesting. It was a little formal
and it was specific because of the concern that this is a guidance document.
Okay.
It's not a mandated process. Whereas Delta Plan, when we start moving into that will become will.
We'll have wills and shalls?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm looking at Chris to see if I did that right.
Right.
Okay. This was primarily one to look at clarification as we went through this process. We did take out on page 20 lines 27 through 32. We had many comments to take this out. This was the part about that under the framework provided by the interim plan, the council will make no regulatory actions. Delta Plan will identify alternative. We actually moved this around a little bit, but we did move through that. This chapter really became much more one of clarification. There weren't a lot of and cleanup on the document. That there weren't. Yeah, I'm moving through section 2. Oh, no, section. Yeah. Oh, saying so that was in section 2. Section 3 also was one of. I just want to move through the process here, and then we'll come back to the early actions and best available science for detailed questions, or we can do it now. So I guess, first of all, is there any questions on Section 3? Or Section 2, which are pages 19 and 20? Just
understanding that we're going to have a separate discussion of how to, later today, of how to deal with early actions.
Right.
I don't have any questions on that.
Yes, I want, John's going to take comments on that in detail on that process. Okay. And
Okay.
Section 3, starting on page 21. Section 3.
Interim plan processes.
Interim plan processes. A lot of Section 3 was also clarification and response to comments. On page 23, there was additional references now to the California Emergency Management Agency. We received good comments from them, and we apologize for not including them in previous documents. Moving through, trying to see. Most of this, until we get to page 28, this is best available science. Our science program provided this information. Some of this information came from the second draft in the appendices, but it was primarily rewritten for this version.
And you consolidated some of it in one section. I think
it's no
in the
longer
second
in the
draft, it was
appendices.
divided between a couple of sections.
It was in two different sections and the appendices, and we brought it all forward into one place. And then it was the science program participated in rewriting most of this to make it consistent with the Delta Independent
Can I
Science
ask you a
Board.
question on page 28, 29, which is the table 3-2, which we saw in the second draft, but we didn't spend a lot of time talking about it, and I actually spent some time with it. I thought this was interesting because it's an almost understandable description of how scientists might view presentation and evidence in a public policy context. and refresh my memory, this came from the Sullivan publication?
Yes, the
But it was
reference is
adapted from
there.
Sullivan publication by whom, and what were the adaptions, if you know?
We're going to have Lauren Hastings from Science
Oh, okay.
to
All right.
answer that question because she was the author of this.
Ms. Hastings is our deputy chief scientist. Is that the right title?
Deputy Executive Officer for Science, under lead scientist Cliff Dahm, who is not able to attend today. And I may turn to my staff member if I am unable to remember all of the details.
Okay.
About the changes that we made from Sullivan. And I believe, let's see, I think one of the, so Lindsay, maybe you can help me out here. I think that the changes that we made were to make sure that it was clear that we included general scientific reports and publications.
As opposed to simply peer review.
Exactly. We
Okay.
wanted to make sure that those were included, and that sometimes those reports actually are reviewed as well. But so we're distinguishing between external independent peer review versus internal review, and so we wanted to make sure that was clear. I think actually our changes were fairly minor. I think we just tried to clarify it from our perspectives and the ways in which we've used this type of information. We can get you that detail if you need it, but I think it's actually fairly minor. Is that your recollection?
Yeah.
This is Lindsay Correa,
Right.
who is our staff person who's helping us out with this.
Okay, and then on to page 30, which was part of it. I was also interested, I know I saw this last month, on this, the caption, the relevance, inclusiveness, objectivity, transparent, timely, and all that. The thing that I'm looking back at our very first draft on best available science, which lacked any of this structure. This almost answers this running argument you and I and all the science folks have is, all right, what are you guys up to, and how do you decide? And this is better than I've seen in most other documents. Nothing's perfect, I got that, but this is pretty good, and I wanted to
That's
say that.
high praise from you.
Yeah, now
From
I may change
my
my mind on
experience, so
Monday.
I appreciate
I may change
that.
my mind on Monday.
I changed your mind.
Well,
We are responsive.
Yeah,
Can I make one brief comment before you go past
Yes,
this
ma'am.
chart? I love this chart because the recognition that anecdotal evidence actually is valid in a scientific context was helpful. One of my favorite scientists at EPA, when I worked there, used to refer to herself as the eminent anecdotalist rather than a scientist, and I always remember that. And it's incredible how that the personal observations and beliefs can be discarded sometimes in a process for naught, because they're so critical to public policy, and sometimes just because something hasn't been through a really valid scientific, and someone hasn't chosen to study it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So I like that they put that in there.
And that's really the start of the scientific process, is you've got to start somewhere, and that's what you
Dan
started.
Fox, former president of the Milbank Memorial Fund, which is a health-focused, long-established fund, had a speech he gave all the time. He said, one horror story is a horror story. Two horror stories is data. And I argued with him a lot about it, but it was not inconsistent with this approach. And of course, the obvious thing, and I think the fun part about this chart is, you can get the anecdotal evidence fast. You want a peer review study? Slow. Yeah, helpful to think about. Anyway, thank you for doing that. Okay. All right, Ms. Buchholz?
So the best available science sections continue over through page 31. Moving to page 32 is the basis for identifying actions. This may be appropriate to to actually move into this section of the identification of the actions and taking it, and Section 4, which starts on page 35 of the red line version.
Well,
And-
before we get to that Section 4 stuff, on the, on the identifying actions, covered actions, all of that, my read of this is this language itself does not conflict, as written, does not conflict with our action yesterday delaying the adoption of administrative rules. Now, I just want to clarify that. That's my reading of it. May not be right. That's how I read it. Mr. Stevens? Okay. So if the council approves this third draft, that would stay in with the understanding as previously stated that we'll deal next month with the rules. Okay.
Which are included in Appendix A.
Okay. Now, we get admonitions from everyone to actually take a break during the morning rather than punish people. Normally, we do it at 10:45. My suggestion is we do a 5-minute break now and then start the early action stuff. Ms. Gray, is that a okay?
I can wait until we get back.
Okay, 10:46 is when we start. New letter just distributed to us on our desk from the Yolo Basin Foundation dated August 25. No chance to look at it yet, but we will probably during the course of the meeting. Thank you very much. This is on the Yolo bypass and how it might relate to the interim Delta plan. Okay, we are now dealing with section number 4, I think it is, Ms. Buchholz, Mr. Curlin, on early action and a review process.
Right.
Okay, this is, yes.
We're
Ms. Gray.
actually, we're in Section 3 still on page
Okay, excuse me, Ms. Gray had a comment?
32.
Ms. Gray?
The comment I had, or question I had, I know you have a list of early actions. Is there any attention placed on priorities of these actions?
Yeah, yes, there are, and we
They're listed in priority order, pretty much so. Is that
Right.
the idea?
right.
The way
And-
the list is?
Well,
if-
let's get to that, because that is, we've got a chart that appears on page 36, which is a relatively small portion of the early action items, right? These are the ones.
I wanted to
identified.
make sure we didn't have any more comments on the end of
Okay.
or Section 3, starting on
Okay.
page 32 for the basis for the identification of the actions, or maybe we take that together with Section 4, which is the review process. for
Okay, well,
those.
let's talk, the basis for identifying the early actions, which appears on page 32, right?
32, and John Curlin will talk about that.
Okay.
Let me take over for what I understand is going to be a conversation about starting on page 32 and going through the discussion of early actions, which is section 4. But on page 32, in listening to the conversation yesterday of the appeals procedure, there is a clause that is at page 19, line 1920, which needs to be deleted. So if you look at the sentence that begins on line 17, I'm looking at red line version, page 32, follow that, the first part of that sentence, through the word responsible agencies is fine. The balance of that sentence needs to be deleted, because in the conversation yesterday, your counsel, Mr. Stevens, made clear that in the event that that the council's role is not triggered regarding a covered action until there's a filing of consistency, and the eventuality that is discussed in this dependent clause would actually not come to the council, but really go to court.
Okay, well,
So if you
just
simply
tell me what the
delete-
sentence should read.
So the sentence will now read, this interim plan proposed to the primary responsibility for determining whether an activity meets the definition of a covered action lies with responsible agencies, period.
Okay.
Deleted is recognizing through adopted, and then the remaining sentence is fine. processes for consultation.
John, if I might add one other proposed change in line 18, instead of actually the word proposes, that you substitute that with recognizes.
Thank you. That clarifies the meaning, because it's a statutory responsibility. It's not generated by the interim plan.
Okay.
Question?
Yeah, Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, John, with that clarification, I know it was a letter that was one of the comment letters, this one, again, from Yolo County, but I think it may have been touched in other ones as well, relative to, I think, clarifications on the consultations and recommendations. I think they actually had a conversation with Terry. They talked about maybe having further clarification. So was this provided in this last red line section as a clarification, and now we're
Clarifying the clarification.
now we're clarifying and removing it, or I want to be clear here, because this kind of references general conversation, so I don't know what the clarification is, but they asked that it kind of be included.
I think I'm going to need to defer to Gwen.
I don't have the Yolo County letter in front of me, but some of the letters, and it may have been that one, requested a clarification that I would consider substantive. Does this category of action fit or not? And the Act, as we'll discuss in a moment, defines covered actions and lists a number of exclusions and savings clauses. And this interim plan did not attempt to go to this category of actions fits or does not fit. And that's been a consistent structure of the interim plan. As I said, I do not remember the specifics of Yolo County, but some of the questions about clarification went to a level of interpretation of what an exclusion would be that the interim plan does not attempt to go to.
John,
but you might be able to help me with what.
Yeah, well, yeah, I will. But I was just going to say that you captured the second part, the following paragraph, which I think went to that, the covered actions. But what they explicitly said here was, for example, the county understands that early consultation is a voluntary process that may vary in scope from project to project to suit the needs of the participating local agency. Portions of the final draft, for example, page 31, however, indicate the potential for council recommendations in the context of this process. And then the references, I guess, a conversation with Terry. Ms. McCauley has advised county staff that such recommendations will not customarily be part of early consultation process, except in connection with the early actions covered by the final draft, or if a local agency seeks such recommendations from the council on other projects. These are valuable clarifications. They should be incorporated into the final draft. So is that...
That would have been a bit of an on-the-fly best interpretation at the moment.
Okay.
If that's not how we're going to do it.
I'd have to look at the language again. Now I do remember that language, and when I read the what's in the interim plan draft, I didn't see much value added by doing that.
That's why I just trying to get some sense about how they get, because it was a point that they felt that you had clarified. They thought it should be in here, but it sounds like that.
Well, and I think that's one of the challenges that the council and the staff is going to, and the consultants and supporting, going to have to wrestle with. And the chair has phrased it a couple times, and Mike Hardy did also here. You're working in a statutory environment, and the wording matters. And so, to the greatest extent possible, this document has stayed with the statutory construction to the extent possible, and then basically tried to construct processes by which the council could bring to bear the statutory structure on decisions that came before it, and not prejudging which category fit where and what would be the form of consultation, or would have fit this and not fit that. And I think that I'm comfortable with that decision, but that really needs to be your decision about how far you go towards specifying we'll deal with this exactly this way, when you don't know what sort of cases will emerge, and then you'll have to figure out whether this instance fits, as opposed to, in any case, ultimately you're going to get back to statutory construction, and my recommendation is you stay with that.
Okay. Ms. Buchholz?
Go ahead, John.
Oh, okay. So anyway, if there are any other, those were the only recommended change or just on the page.
So, subject to the right for any member to bring it up again and talk about it.
Absolutely. 32,
before
33.
we take final action, let's tentatively agree with the change that you and Mr. Stevens identified to this
So there's
draft.
two changes now on page 33.
Page 33.
32, I'm sorry.
Of the
I
red
apologize. 32. And also, then in section 4, which is the council review for early actions, there is, this is a section where there is quite a bit of change. in response to lots of requests for the council to that got phrased all the way from the council must do something about early actions, a generic request, to identifying very specific things that were recommended. And in understanding the direction of the council, and the section here was drafted, and of course the council, the direction didn't take the form of a motion to do exactly X, but rather a conversation about how you would like to proceed. And again, we start with the statutory language on page 35. That's wholly descriptive, but then a process is laid out that begins to sort of...
Well, John, let me...
Yes.
Last month, I think it was, or whenever it was, there are 105 requests we've received for early action items. Is that either designated in statute or intuited from letters and communications? I think that's right.
That is true. People had submitted letters saying that these items should be included in the consideration as early actions during preparation of the Delta Plan.
And before we jump into the detailed language, I think you ought to give a general overview of how you're suggesting it be dealt with before you jump into the language. Then we'll go to the language. So we got something that you think approximately is 105 items of various types, including statutory directed items in our enabling legislation.
Right, and we may want to go to the table on page 36 of the red line version.
Table 4.1.
Table 4.1 as a process to guide our discussion on this process.
Okay, now, there don't look like 105 projects on this list.
There are not 105 on this list. We have those actually in the comments matrix, or included in the comments for early actions, but we actually moved this specific table out of the interim plan at this point in time, but instead have a process. So when you do a table, they don't have line items, so I apologize. This is sort of one of those word things. But I believe, John, that we start with all of the early actions that were required by statute.
Yeah, and let's, what the concept here has two parts. One is a process recommendation, and Ms. McCauley identified it already. It was one of the action items, is a recommendation that your body establish a committee to hear and screen early actions and bring back a recommendation, because although it's not 105, there's still a fairly substantial number, and so that's a process recommendation. Then what was recommended as the set of early actions that would be considered for the first cut were those that were required by statute, and I'll go through those in a moment. And then from the conversations in the council, there was clear interest in, as an example, emergency preparedness. So there's a set of possible early actions on those, and beginning on page 37. So there's both a process recommendation and then a recommendation for the early actions to be considered. So turning now to what is in table 4.1, the first part of the table down through about two-thirds of the table on page 37 are those that are required by statute. They're in the statute, and one of those, very first one of those early actions you've already completed. That was the establishment of the appointment of the Independent Science Board. Another early action was engaging federal agencies. You've initiated that. The interim plan is an early action. It's proposed that that be adopted today. And then it goes on through a listing of early actions. And this table lists them by and gives the code description, and the second is quarter code, the section on the first column, the action, second column, responsible agency or agencies, third column, a status, and then on the last two columns, potential council committee consideration. This was the structure was suggested, and what we're suggesting is everything that is mentioned in the statute be considered in September, and then brought back for action by the full council in committee consideration September, council consideration in October. And then later on, we'll get into items that weren't statutorily required, would be committee consideration in October, council consideration in November. If the council should choose to add additional items, that would allow for room to do a round of committee hearings in November, action in December. The intent of this process is to complete action on early actions by the end of this calendar year.
Okay.
The council would turn to the Delta Plan. If something came up that you had a recommendation on, that'd be fine, but it would sort of say, we're done with early action, there's other stuff that we need to do, and move, it's an effort to close that chapter out.
Whether we set up a committee or do it ourselves, to go through all of this stuff is going to take a lot of time. So putting aside that question, I like the idea of going to the statute and finding those things that are mentioned by name by the legislature and the governor as ones we ought to pay attention to. Now, for example, the water board flow criteria report's probably been satisfied. I think we're going to find in this first group that 4, 5, 6, or 7 are pretty easily satisfied or are underway. We're also going to find that there will either be a desire by federal or state agencies or by federal and state agencies to either add to the list but not do anything, add to the list and do something, add to the list and wait forever. I don't know. And we got to figure out a way to get to that point. I am not opposed to trying to give some early attention to non-statutorily mentioned items, particularly under emergency preparedness, because we do have an objective in statute that highlights protection of life and property and all that kind of stuff as one of our objectives, and I think particularly life-threatening stuff is deserving of high attention. So just first reaction, addressing the specific things asked of us by the governor and the legislature, I think is whatever else we do, the thing we ought to do first. I like that approach a lot. By the way, I think it'll be hard to do and take a lot of time. Yeah, a lot of time. Okay. How did you choose, John, the additional to those above? The chart on page 37 has a little caption, additional to those above. I know you mentioned emergency preparedness, but how under emergency preparedness did you come up with the 3 items there? I mean, what led you to say those, not others?
Well, where possible, we chose activities where there was already an agency responsibility and something
but not
underway.
Necessarily mentioned in the early action category. Got it.
Exactly. So I believe all of these actions fit this category. And I saw Gwen just clicked on her thing, so she may be able to add some information there.
Of the 105 that was submitted in comments for us to be considered, there were several agencies that submitted early actions that were actually being implemented by others. And if you go back to your comment matrix charts, which was attachment 3 for this agenda item, on page 101, for instance.
Hold on. Going back here, this is to the big one we talked about
This is
before.
on the
Page
comment
1,
matrix of the page 101 of the comment matrix.
Okay.
Contra Costa Water District submitted a list of projects that could be considered for inclusion in the interim plan, and it goes through several lines here. Sometimes you have to break these up to make sure they fit in words so that you don't get too many characters in a cell in the table.
CCWD and all submitters will say that your summaries don't do justice to the beauty, clarity, scope, and importance of their comments. But we just make sure, we just want to get a shorthand.
Right, and we do have all the comment letters on the website.
And we have all received them.
So if we look at the third row down, for instance, there were many of these that were submitted by Contra Costa Water District for consideration for inclusion in the interim plan, and that consideration would have to be, because of the way the process is, sort of in the early actions type process. But again, it would be looking at the lead agency to actually determine the status of those projects and whether they're adequate in their current development process to be considered by the council.
Yeah, I looked through this a couple of times, but, on the bottom of page 101, CCWD says, use a lot of things, and they say also use Delta Vision strategic plan. Other commenters say don't ever use Delta Vision strategic plans. But the fact of the matter is the legislature also picked up from their list of statutory mentions at least 5 or 6 or 7 or more of the early action items. What do we call them, John? Near term? There's a great similarity. So we're going to, as we go through the statutorily mentioned things, I bet we will touch on a bunch of these additional comments in that area.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, well, just while we're on that, because we did receive a subsequent letter earlier this week from the Water District, and rather getting into project specific as they had with some of their earlier coming letters, they asked, though, that a process, because I think they're concerned that just quoting from the letter says a process stands now in this final draft plan, only implementing agencies can recommend a project to the Delta Stewardship Council, and there's no way for the public to recommend.
That's not true.
Well, no,
it's just not true.
Yeah, I'm just reading what they said. I didn't say it was true or not. I'm just passing judgment on it. And the council to add a project that falls under the jurisdiction of a state or local agency, but that the implementing agency has not recommended or acted upon. So if that's not true, then, but
I think there is an issue there, and Gwen touched it already, but it is the issue of this table is organized as if the responsible agency is to provide the information, but that doesn't mean you couldn't, on your initiative or a third party, petition you to move a project forward the responsible agency has not nominated to move forward. Now, on the other hand, the responsible agency probably has almost all of the existing documentation. And so if they were to say, we're simply not ready to move forward with this, you might have a challenge in finding an evidentiary basis.
If they mean by this comment that a local government agency is entitled to recommend an early action for our consideration, that must be done by some other agency, state or local, probably state, that they feel the state is not giving due attention to. Mm-hmm. That's really what the issue is. We told you to do this early. You said you're going to do it sometime. You've got to do it. That's their recommendation. They have the right to. We're going to get their items. I don't. Yeah. And out of the list of 105, we have lists from state governments, individuals, trade associations.
Mm-hmm.
But I was going to list 105 just in for the process. I mean, they kind of summed up because the way you organize it, I took it that then that they still wanted to have a way to get that, rise it to at least to the council's attention in some process. So.
And I think we need to think about how, as John continues on this process, and we probably would, I would suggest after we finish Section 4, skip to Appendix B, which is our forms that go with this section, to keep the early action concepts together. We need to think about that because the way the process is set up now is basically for programs and projects that have some maturity, I'd say, that have some definition, that have undergone a certain amount of development, either of alternatives or determination of where the process is going. And maybe there should be, I don't know if the council wants to think about an alternative B or something that would say for projects that haven't really been completed their development, because that's a different consideration, if I understand that letter correctly, than for something that somebody else says. And this is an example. If we have the San Francisco to Stockton Deepwater Ship Channel is in the Contra Costa letter. That process is underway. They're developing alternatives. They're looking at different programs. Initially, it was moving ahead. Its analysis and modeling, I know, are sort of slowed down a little bit, but they're still moving ahead. Do you bring that to the council when it actually has a completed document to look at, even if it's in draft form, or is it under consideration for the council to consider before they're completed with that document, especially when if Contra Costa Water District in this case would recommend it versus the Corps of Engineers, who's the lead agency on the project?
And that's a good example. I guess the example that they used in their letter, just to pick up on it, was kind of a generic one. It wasn't so much a project, but it talks about levee work, and that, they use the example of DWR, for example, to be slow to advance a comprehensive levee protection and flood protection plan, prevention plan, should be a mechanism included in the Delta Stewardship Council process for the recommendation and prioritization of key levee improvements by entities other than DWR, which might be reclamation districts or, I guess, other entities. They certainly go through a source of funding. So that was the example they used, and again, I think it's certainly relevant to the example you used as well. So.
Well, and one of the early actions at the very bottom of page 37 is on levies and land uses. So, and these are intended to be sort of summary categories of actions, and sometimes there's a very specific activity. Sometimes that one there are several activities that could be brought in. But the issue of the order in which the council deals with this and what you do in the instance where something that you believe, or even after another party has petitioned you and your own authority believe it needs to move forward faster and it's not moving forward, a way to get that done. Okay. But it seems to us that we didn't recommend that for the early action process. I think that's going to be a recurring issue you'll have to deal with.
Now, Ms. Gray's comment earlier about this chart, remember some time ago, asked for the question of ranking priority. So I want to make sure I understand it, at least insofar as the early action portion of this chart, page 36 and 2/3 of the way down page 37. These are listed in what? Statutory order?
Well, they're listed in code section order. If you look at
so there is no intent to say appointing the independent science board is more important than in-stream flows.
No, I think they're listed in exact
statutory order. It's kind of like it's a version of alphabetical order, but not.
Yeah, it was mindless, but follows the statute.
Got it. Okay. However, there is part of this chart, at least implicitly, a staff recommendation to us for these additional category of items.
That is correct, and this is an area where, as I said, the council didn't ever give exact, this is a motion of the order we want, but listening to your discussion, there was a fairly frequent attention to, and also on the other comments and the early actions submitted. I should acknowledge that also. So there was attention to early emergency preparation and management, so there's a set of activities there. And then it seemed appropriate to make some progress on the co-equal goals. And so there's one set of early action on ecosystem restoration, fish screens. Again, we're trying to pick up things that where something could be done that meets sort of an urgency test, which is
or is connected to other statutory mandates, not
something and something that could be done in the time frame. I didn't talk much about the other filter here, which was an urgency sort of filter, and in all of these discussions about early actions, they've been characterized a variety of language: near term, early, low hanging fruit, and some of the things that have been named as fitting those criteria have been fought intensely now for a decade or more. So they're not looking like easily harvested low hanging fruit or something that's easy to move forward, but we're trying to get something that conceivably could get done, and the very brief mention of these items in the legislative history uses the word urgency, and it seemed to us one way to understand that was things that would be important to make progress on before the Delta plan is adopted, which is intended for January 2012. So it's not that it's 5 years out, it's actually fairly soon. So it seemed, given that sort of understanding legislative history and also the necessity of the council to engage the Delta plan, this list of early actions should be modest in length and pick things that did satisfy the urgency criteria. So that's the rationale, whether we hit the target or not, but that's the rationale that was used to construct this list.
Ms. Marcus.
This may be an ignorant plan, and my apologies for being late back from the break. What is our ability to accomplish these things? It's not like we can order DWR to do something pronto in 30 days, or are we just terriers who can harry them?
This is hectoring. This is hectoring.
Yeah. I mean, there's power in the pulpit, that's for sure, but I'm sort of curious as to putting stuff on to do. I'm a good badger, so I understand that concept, but
I think you captured your authority in this role, and I see your executive interim officer wants to weigh in here accurately when you said that you don't have the ability to compel action, but you have the ability to focus attention and urge and otherwise.
Yeah, and I think one of our responsibilities is to track what's going on and understand so that we can help use that to formulate a coherent plan. I think there are other actions. I mean, we have received just yesterday from the Salmon Fishery Association had some suggestions for early actions, and we might actually perform a positive function where we can bring together the right people to see if those things can happen. The comment letter we got today that's supposed to be on the interim plan really is about interim actions that may be taken for the Yellow Basin and a way to help rear salmon more effectively. So I think it's possible that by having this process, we can actually bring together the right players and help move things along. I don't like just hectoring people. That's not my style, personally, although I think that is part of the role that we've been given, is that we are supposed to point out when things aren't moving the way they're supposed to move.
Okay, John, talk to me about just the, I'm familiar with the fish screen ecosystem stuff, but talk to me about the water supply reliability add-on there. I like the idea of balancing co-equal goals and talking about things. This is really, what do you do if there's, what's a contingency plan? That's an interesting discussion.
I'm not even certain whose pen or whose fingers drafted this language. Conceptually, the intent is to recognize that under the best of circumstances, the risks are continual in the Delta, and that this could end up being only a status information gathering. What's the status of our ability to have thought systematically about what to do? And we've identified DWR, which has been doing some of this in our understanding, and local water districts are also doing it. And in their planning processes, they now are, I understand, this is not the area I work in usually, so I should defer to Gwen or others. They are laying out how they anticipate responding to what they would define as a crisis and contingency. It is not clear that anyone has looked at those from a statewide perspective. So is there any, and that could be what's done here, but someone else may know much better than I how this could be done.
Well, I just want to say the Metropolitan Water District Southern California went through that excruciating process a couple of years ago of doing, this is my words, not the drought allocation, telling people in advance if there's a shortage in water supply, here's the adjustments that will be made. I assume the litigation about it from some of their member agencies is still going on, but that seemed to me to be a refreshingly honest and direct way of talking about a threat that hangs over everybody's head all the time. I know of no plan in the state of California that even attempts to do that for statewide stuff. Maybe there is one.
There is, and actually, this Department of Water Resources has approached us to be ready to come in and talk to us about this in this proposed schedule of October.
Yeah, that'd be really interesting. That'd be really interesting. Yeah. Okay. Then the last, under effective policies on SB1, I think you're probably right. These are ones where we've already said we're going to do it, or the statute says you have to consider, like the local plans. And we know we have to do something on the Suisun Marsh because there's a legal overlap in authority just by nature of two existing state laws. So.
Yeah, that's correct, and that's the rationale. You have authority overlap, geographic overlap with BCDC, and also you're directed to develop the Delta Plan consistent with CZMA, and they are one of the two CZMA recognized entities in the state of California right now. So that's an additional set of relationships to work out. There's been many mentions, including today, of the Delta Protection Commission's Land Use Resource Management Plan. And so a systematic look at it makes a lot of sense to get that calendared and addressed.
And fits in with the briefing we'll get next month. Supervisor Natoli. Okay.
And Councilmember Fiorini had, I just was noticing you. Go ahead.
Well, Ms. Gray had a question first.
Thank you. I have just two questions. Going back to the early actions required by statute, was there any date attached to early actions in the statute, or just the item itself? No. Just the item. In terms of priority, and I assume each of these actions are independent, and going back to what Felicia was mentioning, Ms. Marcus, in terms of whether or not DWR could achieve them, still looking at them, does it make sense to do one other than the other in terms of priority? Again, looking at your list required by statute. Or would one help to develop the final plan more than the other, I guess? I know they're all required.
What we're going to do is ask the lead agencies that were identified in statute to come forward, at least initially in September, to tell us
whether or not
what the status is. And so that would actually be assuming that the council agrees to this concept, and we would initiate that immediately on Monday.
So that's the idea.
And the other thing is that I do believe that most of these are relatively connected. And there are certain ones that could live without other parts, but they have been projects that are connected with each other, especially projects that are associated with Section 85085C on page 36.
The ones listed.
Those all are integrated together.
Okay.
Can I make one other change that we would make, that we did get receive a comment in this last week, and I do want to bring that up, is on page 37. Under emergency preparation and management.
Yep.
We will be modifying this to include the references to California Emergency Management Agency. And there are other parts in the interim plan that we did not include any of the CalEMAs, they're called references.
And that is also statutory language elsewhere in the...
Yes, and we will be making those. The agency provided a very good letter for us.
Was it emergency
California
service?
Emergency Management Agency. And we apologize for not including them before this.
All right. That's an illustration of the usefulness of having a chart you can work from and trying to figure out all this linkage to pick it up. Again, subject to the rule, we're not voting on anything right now. Any objection to allowing the additional mention and integration of the California emergency management discussion, should we adopt this chart under the emergency preparation? Okay. Subject to the right to bring it back up later. That's good, Ms. Polk. Okay.
And I just noticed, and I apologize because this has gone through more reviews than I would want to remember, but there are some misattributions on this table on page 36, and code sections got, it looks like there's some repeating of items, so I need to do a little bit. It'll take me just a few minutes to sort it out.
Are you a trustworthy person on technical cleanup?
Rarely. No, I'm not alone in missing this one. But,
Ms. Buchholz, will you keep your eye on him?
I will do so.
What I noticed is the second entry under, which is obtaining needed information. It's assigned to DWR, and it's the wrong code section. It's repeated later for the board.
I predict that you will find, pointed out by parties or on your own, 20 or 30 spelling errors, grammatical changes, code citations. All the folks from your firm, Ms. Buchholz, who've been panting to dot I's and cross T's. And I assume that the motion would carry the authority of the staff to do it. If anything gives rise to controversy, you got to tell us first.
Yeah, well, we greatly appreciate that being part of the motion, because you're quite right. It's odd or something will pop up.
Well, you can't do something this complex without. Yeah. Okay.
It looks like a repeat with the wrong attribution.
Yeah, I would assume. Okay. Now, I am also correct, Ms. Buchholz, that if the council adopts your approach, whether a committee wants to do it itself, this chart, standing alone, is probably the first stage of the early action hearing process.
Absolutely.
There will be a comparable chart for October and I guess November hearings or whenever, however they're organized. But the goal is to have the council completely review all 100 and X items before the end of this year.
Okay.
Okay. Now that is what you're doing.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, that's not quite what was
It's not
proposed,
quite,
because you
yes.
went to the 105 items, and the proposal is to shrink down your attention to the set that is in Table 4.1. If you choose to add additional items in, then I think that's invited.
No, I understand. I give you my impression, whether it's a committee or the council. I could imagine having a hearing, hopefully 1 or 2 days to go through this list, develop whatever the council wants to do or a committee would recommend. Can't imagine we wouldn't do anything other than hold another hearing, at least another hearing, to examine the other issues. It may be there's a methodology to approach those other requests, because some of them may be worthy of consideration in the Delta Plan, but don't fall, in, for some reason, in another category. But we're not going to be able to kind of just out of the air say, well, we'll look at these for sure, and we'll let you know later about what to do with the others.
Well,
Your process has to at least promise some forum to discuss that question.
Let's talk for a moment about how that could be structured, either today or later. And one way to think about that might be to look at what's in Appendix B, the process that was intended, because one of the challenges of a group getting started is this is a new governmental entity, and interpreting a statute for the first time and developing processes is to find a way to bring information before you that allows you to basically understand and apply your authority. And you had an early experience with this when you were asked to act on the Prop 1E levy authorization, and it took 3 meetings basically to get the information before you in a way you could exercise your authority.
So tell us what to look at. We want
to go to Appendix B, which is B1, and at this point you just have to go into where you're about, this size pinch in from the back of the, well, you lose consistent pagination. It goes from A to B, and A has quite a few pages. So you flip down, look at the bottom. When you get B's, then go back to B1. It is agenda item 16,
Everybody got
attachment 2.
There's a lot of flurrying on pages, scurrying on pages.
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Kurland?
That's when you get it.
Okay.
It's attachment. This is all attachment 2, so that doesn't help. You have to go to the bottom and find B1.
B1?
Yeah, look, there's a document that says early action review. It's a full page. Yeah, Joe's got it.
Looks like this on
Members,
the top.
look at this one. Joe's holding up the page.
Yeah.
And it is all within attachment 2 of this file item. But it's more elaborate, slightly more elaborate discussion of process. Randy, I'm sorry, did you want your question first?
My question is going to be a comment and a suggestion, and it falls into this line of conversation. So let's play it out, and then I'll add to it.
Okay. Mr. Grindstaff?
I just want to add, as preparation for this and our coordination outreach to other agencies, we've actually sent this information out to ask for input. One of the things that we've heard back, even on some of those items that are required under statute, is that the agencies are not yet ready, at least on some of those items, to answer the questions and to move ahead on those. So it may well be that some of these items that we're scheduling for the committee as early actions, that the lead agencies identified in statute are slower about implementing them than we expect.
Shocking.
Oops, go ahead.
Mr. Grindstaff just said some of these are going to go away on their own, if we're polite about it.
But I do want to remind the council that This process that John's going to be discussing now also provides an opportunity for other parties to bring forward their proposals.
Yeah.
This isn't just limited to, I don't want anybody to think that it was just limited to the 105 that we received comments on to date.
Yeah,
Or,
my guess is that when we get through in some fashion all of the stuff we've got in front of us now, there will be a substantial reluctance to engage in another couple of free-for-alls during the time we're developing the Delta plan. On the other hand, there could be an emergency. There could be a disaster that would require some attention and response. We have the ability to do that. And I'll bet you we're also going to find that some of these items and miscellaneous items, they're a neat idea. There are no environmental documents, there are no detailed plans, there's no cost estimate, there's no money, but there's great hope and desire. And I exhausted my enthusiasm about passing exhortatory resolutions in the Young Democrats 40 years ago, 50 years ago, and would be only moved by a large number of you saying we ought to hector. Well, I like to hector people. That's different from exhorting them to do good.
and it doesn't mean that they're not included, and they're not being considered during the development of the Delta
Exactly.
plan. I don't want to
Exactly.
think that just because they're not fitting into one bin, that doesn't mean they're not being considered. I think all of those things that are in the future have to be considered.
Okay. John? This is on the attachment. You've got now the letter B. Is in
Yeah,
bold.
letter B, and it was originally Appendix 2, and so 2 is crossed down, it's B. Looking at the red line, starting on B1.
And by the way, a version of this was in the second draft.
That's correct. This is
Yeah.
a version of the second draft. It's actually, content-wise, it's one of the challenges in moving text around is it's hard to tell it's just moved or moved and changed, the way Word handles it. There, I think, are just some technical changes in this, as in the movement from what you saw in the second draft. But this wording on pages B1 and B2 is essentially the process discussion that I summarized earlier, the urgency filter, the priority given to early actions identified in the statute, and then the discussion of establishing the two-person early actions committee is down at line 12 and 13, and then it suggests basically using the work plan idea, which it's been a part of the interim plan as a way to identify things you wanted to address as early actions. So if another item comes up, you have the opportunity to add it to your work plan and deal with it at any time. And it could be as an early action, or we suggest finishing that process this calendar year. It could be it becomes incorporated in the.
Well, but what you're suggesting is a process where we've got here a range of alternatives, whether it's committee or the full council could say about this. I'm sure there are others, but it's at least a suggestion.
Down to, you're talking now about page B2, B2, yeah, where you have the actions that come out of this.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, the council will be recommending basically no actions this time because, it's not ripe or whatever. Additional information is needed, and the item be rescheduled for discussion, possibly not as an early action, as part of the Delta plan, as an example. Recommending this is the committee action, recommend the council provide a positive recommendation. So basically, yep, this is a good idea, it's consistent with the Delta plan, or with the statute rather, because there's no Delta plan at this point. Recommend the council provide a negative recommendation. This idea, though characterized in early action and has advocates and supporters, it does not comport with the statute. That would be your basis for making that decision, recommendation this time. The committee could recommend modifications to the proposal, or they could refer consideration under the Delta plan. This would fit better into the Delta plan. So those were the sort of proposed outcomes. Back on page that the chair just drew your attention to, back on page B1, starting at line 18, is a discussion of a process that I'm going to talk a little bit more about right now. But this is basically a process so that an informational base is available for you and also available for the public to comment on. So it talks about a 30-day submission of materials, talks about the formula submissions. Now for September, we've asked for, we shortened the 30-day window down to a 20-day window, but basically establishing an expectation that there's a substantive package of materials we needed 30 days before it's considered by the council or committee. That gives a time for it to be posted, time for any staff analysis, consultant analysis, however that's been done. And then, and it also asks for an electronic submission and for 10 hard copies. And there's
And you've also, this application form, which was in our second draft, is also contemplated to be used by folks.
Yeah, and that references the application plan, which follows beginning at page B3. These processes and this application plan were derived, I mean, they're fairly common local government processes, and indeed in developing them, reviewed the procedures of each of the 5 counties, paying attention to examples, for instance, like a minor subdivision requirement, general plan amendment requirement, and BCDC. Those were the models that were looked at. The in this form, it is consistent with the style of what they've done, and with the level of detail and level of effort of what they would be requiring. Starting on B3 then, so you start with applicant information, very straightforward sort of information, but also, first of all, asking what action they're requesting. This was all in, essentially, you've seen before, very modest modifications. One of the modifications, recent modifications, was to bring in actually it's one that we're going to ask to be added, State Water Resources Control Board action. So that goes on page, basically review by public agencies on page B4, top of B5, environmental documentation on B5. And then something that is critically important for your work, starting at the bottom of B5, is assessment against the Delta Reform Act's policy objectives. These are 8 policy objectives. You're basically asking people to tell you their self-assessment of how the project stacks up. That goes through B7, top of B7, then an assessment of administration and implementation processes, a scientific justification. We're going to propose modifying this language a little bit on the 6th to clarify it, and then certifications finishing on item 7 on B8.
Supervisor Natoli?
Just before you left B7, if I could, John, the last item you can compare against there, sub H, how do the projects compare themselves against that?
I'm sorry, which?
Page B7H, it's the objective H. From our list of policy objectives.
Oh, this one, this is, in many cases, I think that people would just say, someone recommended we put a not applicable check here for this, for several of these, and that could well be because we're being consistent with the 8 objectives. Right. But if, it still could be that there will be something that would be relevant here, where it's not that you're creating a new governance agency, but you need to establish a new set of relationships amongst, and it's an interagency program, so it's possible.
I see. Okay.
But an NA box would probably be a useful addition.
Might be a quick, so they wouldn't have to ponder too long. Either they've got some thought. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
We did receive that comment, and I think it was one of the last comments we got. It didn't get into the document. I'd be perfectly personally happy to recommend that.
Should we put that on every one of the policy objectives, because some things would make some and
I like your approach of using the statutory language in full in the form, because we'll apply, hopefully apply this form to any ideas that come in over time. Yeah, and we'll memorize it. Right.
Well, that's one of the things that
but the not applicable is useful.
Yeah. So we'll add NA. And you'll remember that as you work with the Department of Water Resources on that levies allocation of funds, they sort of self-identified this as desirable and gave you a little checklist in this form.
Okay.
So that's the overview of what's in.
Let me go back to Mr. Fiorini.
I like that the process that's outlined, and I particularly like the one little area where it asks the applicant to identify how it's going to be measured, because it seems to me that it's one of the big challenges we're going to have is measurable objectives or performance measurements and all of these things. I wanted to flip back to now table 4.1. The second item listed on page 36 is engage federal agencies, and there's nothing really beyond that. I wanted to offer a suggestion to my colleagues that we are statutorily required to engage the federal agencies, and I think the best way to do that would be through the interim plan process. They have organized themselves, and they have, I think in December of last year, put together an interim action list.
Federal agencies now.
Federal agencies. They have their own interim action list. And I think that maybe we could expand on this somewhat to identify that as our objective, to engage them at that level. And many of the items that are on their list are included in some of the statutory references, but there are some additional items on their list that are not included in here specifically.
Mr. Fiorini is referring to the December 22, 2009 interim federal action plan for the California Bay Delta.
So I think not only does it meet our requirement to engage them, but it also provides them an opportunity to become engaged in the development of the Delta plan at the very earliest stage.
So, pardon? We've had federal agencies show up and talk to us a number of times. Ms. McCauley, why don't you explain the technical staff conversations that are have started to occur?
We just began meeting with them, the federal agencies, this last month. We invited all of the ones that would intersect and could intersect with the Delta plan. EPA and NOAA attended. We had a good meeting. It's informal at the staff level, and we began talking about federal consistency and how we might figure out our path forward on CZMA. So we have some follow-on actions that we're working on.
It's a little harder to get all the federal agencies to view this as an opportunity than it is with state agencies, because all the state agencies pay a whole lot of attention to state statutes. Federal agencies don't always.
And we understood we picked a date that was in conflict because of another major meeting, too. So.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay. Anything else, Randy? Okay. All right. By the way, members, I'm going to suggest that can we wrap this up with our questions, you think, in 15 minutes? Because I think we're going to have to move rapidly again today to get through all this, and there's going to be a lot of public comments. And using yesterday as an example, I'm inclined to suggest we take a half-hour break for lunch, which Mr. Fiorini tells me is barely enough for reasonable people to get lunch on their own, but is marginally acceptable, and then reconvene after a short period of time to plow through everything remaining, including public testimony, and very important, Gwen's and Terry's first presentation on how to approach the Delta plan, which is a very important discussion. Very important discussion.
Could you, at the lunch break, estimate at what time you're going to take a vote so that you make sure everybody can be here for it?
Yes. Be my hope to actually cast a vote reflecting whatever changes we make at 2 o'clock. Precisely. If not before.
I think that would be
if not
the outside
before.
limit. Right.
Good. Okay. Got it. Okay.
Okay.
In terms of the rest of this, we had to talk about the sections that remain and the changes that were made, because I think we've covered Section 4, at least the first go-around. You want to go back to Section 5 and talk to us?
Yes, if we can go back to Section 5.
This is page 39.
And there were the first page is actually a change because we moved some information around. So best available science, we moved out of this. This was one of the places that it had been, showed up in the previous version. And so we've already discussed best available science back in the previous chapter. So that takes care of the primary changes that occurred on pages 39 and most of page 40. The comments on page 40 and also page 41 were somewhat of cleanup for things, and also at least one set of comments that I remember coming into these. A lot of comments on this section. We do want to make a point that this section is provided primarily for an illustrative purpose. It talks about tools that could be utilized in the interim plan review processes. This will start going on, and I don't want to get too much in Delta Plan because we have another agenda item on it for this afternoon. But that'll be a big part of the Delta Plan, was to develop the tools, the methods on how to identify options and how to analyze those. And that's really going to take up most of our time for this team for the next 9 months. And so this is just a starting point, and we got some comments that were very concerned that this was all we were going to look at or all that we were going to use. These, again, came out of previous projects and previous reports, and were readily available as illustrative purposes. And we know that we're already starting and looking at a rather expanded version of these tools as we move forward, and we did receive the comments, and we'll be utilizing those too. So that was sort of a consideration. Yes, I'm sorry.
Do you think the way you've edited is enough to just say that, so that people know it?
We may want to add something to the beginning of Section 5.
I was just thinking, because that sounds eminently reasonable, and if there were real concerns about it, you might as well just allay those concerns.
Make a second paragraph, which just says, this is, essentially mirroring what you have exactly said. That much part of the material here is illustrative, designed its structure, and so on and so forth. I agree.
And certainly, if this is all we were ever going to do, that would be much concern. So,
okay, members, any let's again, subject to the right to reconsider it later. Any objection to that suggestion? Okay, no objection. Okay.
Changes that occurred in Table 5-1 starting on page 45, primarily format-oriented in some cases, and also in response to comments, some not applicables were changed.
There were some DWR, I think, technical suggestions on the chart.
Right.
Yeah.
And so we incorporated those per comments that we received. On page, and I'm moving on in accordance with your request if you want to stop at any point in time.
Yes. Well, shortly. We're going to stop in 10 minutes.
Okay. Page 49. John, do you want to discuss the changes that occurred on page 49?
49, turn on mic. 49 and 50, what is added is the language in red, which is basically starts to lay out the approaches and the purposes of this mapping effort. There's not been any substantive comments on the map. Some questions about interpretation, but real no substantive. But this is new text, but consistent, just an expansion.
Some questions about how can you understand the map when you didn't include the color code in the map chart. But apart from that,
yeah.
You should have seen the first version.
Well, there was a color. That's another thing that got dropped someplace in production. We need to add in. There was a color key that got dropped someplace in production. We need to get in page 51. If I could continue, there were substantial additions on the finance plan, which starts on page 52.
Could we just?
I'm sorry.
I might be missing this, John, but
yeah.
Is the mapping place where you treat the condition of the levees?
There's a levee congruence table, which is before that, And the text talks about at some time in the future getting information on the levies and adding it. This is the intensity of land use. So the intent was to be able to look at the intensity of land use that's on the map or any other device, but the map summarizes that, and look at the levees that are protecting that, make a decision, is that, are you comfortable with that, or do you want to, is there sufficient levee protection to allow more intense land use, or is there insufficient, or are you really at great risk here? Those have not been joined into one analysis yet. Is that responsive to your question?
But it's possible to do, or it will be done, or it's...
I think
unknown.
It's part of my understanding of your statutory responsibility eventually is to address this issue, and you're going to get some input from...
Well, thanks, John. I was really looking for you to answer it.
Well, and I'm going to say the next sentence, which I don't think it's possible today. It's possible to do that today and generate lots of controversy about the data that you're using. And so I think it's worth investing some energy in getting the data that's basically...
To learn there's no controversy and everybody checks out.
There's a tremendous amount of controversy, and this is a place where the council, I think, may eventually need to say, well, we're going to go with what's available on November 12th, whatever it is, and we're going to map it. Because there have been big fights about this levy data now for many years, and it is important to get it joined. So.
And we've already initiated a process that I'll speak to this afternoon, if I may, as part of the Delta plan. We're moving this ahead. It's not to be included in the interim plan, but we've had one reduced risk work group, and we also are starting to work on the white papers that we would like to bring forward to you and also to the public to get that information to see how far can we do it for prioritization of levies to protect different types of facilities or land uses or processes. And we plan on doing that in the next few months. So we'd like to have your input on how to get that, because we're just starting that process. So, but maybe we could talk about that this afternoon as part of our Delta plan process.
Well, yes, but I guess it seems so fundamental to know what the condition of the levees are, and the table of matching it up with what the level of protection you need.
Mm-hmm.
But knowing what that is seems so fundamental to the other decisions that have to be made that I wouldn't want it to be on a slower track aimed towards the Delta plan and not a priority in the interim.
Okay. So, and what we'd like to see, and I don't know how that much information is on the conditions of the levees. We can do the mapping on the types of protection of things to be protected, whether it's agricultural crops, permanent crops.
Right. So that's helpful. But then how do we overlay what we know about, or somebody knows about, the condition of the levees?
And that's what we're trying to pull together for basically a working paper or white paper to come back to you in October, is right now on our schedule.
Yeah, I don't want to be in November and you say, well, that's as much as we could learn, so no. You make the call, right, on really insufficient information.
Okay. Good point.
Okay. Mr. Chair,
just on the information, I know I referenced some comments yesterday, but I think it would be useful. I don't know that we got copies either transmitted to us or certainly get hard copies at the last time that the council convened. We had the panel on levies and emergency response and so forth. Mr. Cosio's presentation, I know, was one that didn't get full vetting, so I'd like to see if we could get copies of that, at least as you come forward, because again, it was a perspective, but it was important perspective because it related to not only levy conditions, but why levies were important from different, maybe from different viewpoints, but nonetheless, it gave a ranking that I thought was important.
Well, he had some PowerPoint,
PowerPoint
slides. I don't know whether are they on the web?
My understanding is that they are posted on the website, but we can also get you hard copies.
They're probably appearing under the meeting as part of the film of his presentation as part of the panel. That's my guess. Let us check that out and after lunch see if you can tell us where it can be found.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry? Not yet. Talk to staff over lunch, please. Okay? All right. You have 4 minutes, Mr. Grindstaff.
I just want to briefly mention that we have asked DWR to furnish a map that laid out exactly what they believed about the levies for each island, and they indicated that they were going to consider that and have not yet responded. I think they're nervous, honestly, about the implications for everybody if they release a map that says this island meets these standards and this island doesn't, and this section of the levee isn't safe. Those kinds of things would make me nervous if I were the manager. So I suspect.
Right, and I think that's that's a real dilemma. It's a problem. On the other hand,
I agree.
we're going to be asked to reach a conclusion that's going to then drive some policy option or choice based on what we say the condition of levees are generally, or in this area, or to affect this or that
and I know
policy goal.
They have a lot of information, so I think the challenge will be for us to go get with DWR and get that data.
Okay. All right. Finance plan.
Finance plan, not at all controversial.
Well, read the first sentence so we know what this section deals with, please.
This starts on page 52. Senate Bill, the Delta Reform Act does not address financing for the council, for the conservancy which is created, or for the Enhanced Activity Protection Commission, nor does provide financing recommendations for actions that are going to be part of the Delta plan. The legislature did approve a bond act which would have provided some funding. The election date for that has now been deferred until 2012, and there are some existing bond authorities and there are other funding streams. What's proposed in the interim plan is to do something which actually I think could be immensely beneficial, which would be assemble really good financial information about all of the things that are going on that are related to the Delta, and also to your authorities beyond the Delta in terms of basically water use efficiency over time. And so one of the recommendations, begin to develop that act and complete it. And second is to begin developing long-term financing plan. And as you heard yesterday from Mr. Miller, there's a bill that's going to require that, and this begins a conversation or lays out a framework for that.
Well, we've also promised to do in our general plan, or our Delta plan, financing, long-term financing.
The Delta plan will include a finance element. So what is on page 54, 55 is the beginning of the assemblage of the information base. And we did request information from the controller on the actual expenditures of Reclamation District.
And that's been added in since the last time we saw this chart, right?
It's not yet. Their data are not added in because it arrived just as this was going to press.
Footnote 5 on page 55 does reference. Oh, it's requested, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we requested. Meanwhile, as a placeholder, I took an estimate of, because you can get a number for all the RDs, and I said 75% of them are in the Delta. Well, that adds up to this amount of money. But we'll get better information there, and over time this will improve, and I think will be beneficial. Then, starting on page 56 and going on through 57 and 58 is a discussion of financing plan, and it first says a lot of money is being talked about. When you talk about particularly the activities, it references an estimate that was developed for Television, which looked at new conveyance, ecosystem levee improvements, 3 major categories, and came with a range. The numbers that were being talked about then were $12 billion to $24 billion, with a high estimate of $80 billion, which was driven mostly by the variation in levy estimates. Since then, BDCP has just recently reduced some updated cost estimates, capital costs of alternative conveyance. They now are the $10 to $12 billion range, about 20% higher than they were when Television did its work in 2008. And then there are BDCP has also included an estimate of ecosystem-related projects in the 16 billion range, and has an estimate of expenditures for a management entity, 231 million over 50 years. So those are just referenced, but in any case, it's a lot of money. And some of those monies, none of those speak to the operations of this council, or the Conservancy or enhanced activities of the Delta Protection Commission as an example. So then it references, since the statute requires looking at the recommendations of the Delta Vision Strategic Plan and the Delta Vision Committee Implementation Report, it repeats those recommendations where both documents agree on the importance of financing the activities from multiple sources, a strategy, and then their action. And the committee report did not go to the action level in any of its recommendations, but the strategic plan does. And then it talks about three sort of ways of thinking about the situation. One is existing financing sources. No surprise, essentially bond-driven, a little bit of general fund money, and actually there was in the past quite a bit of general fund money. If you look at that table, it was there 5.1, but that's decreased, and so existing financing sources don't look very promising. Enhancing financing reliance solely on general fund and other broad-based funding sources, given the current financial situation fiscal situation of the state and the economy looks not very promising. And so the last scenario is to talk about enhanced financing with significant proportions of total funds from sources that can be linked to benefits or stressors on the water and ecosystem of the Delta. And it basically says that in the long run this needs to be done, and doesn't go any further than identifying basically three categories of potential ways of getting money. Some money could appropriately, and probably will appropriately, come from general funds for public benefit purposes. The expectation suggested here is that a lot of it's going to have to come from dedicated sources. That's consistent with the recommendation of the Delta Vision Committee report and the Delta Vision Strategic Plan, and in my judgment, political reality, and it's a tough nut to crack. But important. There is some discussion then and finish this section on the incorporation of science.
Page 58.
Yeah, the discussion
59.
of the best available science as a standard for decision making was moved up. What this section does is recognize that the science program provides a very important informational foundation for the discussions of your work and anyone else's discussion, and basically acknowledges that is a separate issue than the application of a standard of best available science in decision making.
Okay. Now, on the rest of the stuff, we've seen it before, but I assume, members, unless you really want to do it, the acronyms and abbreviations, I think we ought to just pass on with the understanding that this will be, I suspect, elaborated and modified over time. Council's policies and procedures, we took the action yesterday. We'll take a vote on those issues at the next meeting. That's attachment number 2, I guess. We've talked already about the precise informational forms under Appendix B. Let's see, what am I missing? Yeah. Appendix B, we went through that earlier. We talked about the form we'll use, made the changes indicated by Ms. Buchholz. Appendix C is a suggested form for how to record council action. We need something like it. This is just a form, so we have a pattern of recording action. Right. And Gwen, you think
and
this
the changes are only format.
Yeah, and you think this is also probably something we have to use in the Delta Plan EIR process too?
It certainly can be used for part of the administrative record.
Okay, which is good. And then the council work plan was deleted, and we'll discuss that in the later conversation on the Delta Plan. Legal authorities is just that, legal authorities. comments have been received that we should only mention some rather than others, but these seem to be in a fully exhaustive list of legal authorities.
And we did not change the legal, this is only
Got
a
it.
typo.
We should
format.
not blame our consultants for passing the laws, but Appendix E is the strategies and actions from the Delta Vision Strategic Plan that we're required by statute to consider, not to adopt, but to consider. There are a couple comments suggesting we shouldn't even include this because folks disagree with it.
Or we did get comments that wanted to change the strategies.
Oh, yeah,
This is
yeah,
a
to rewrite
citation.
the strategies, right.
And so that will be, I'm sure the concepts will be considered as we go forward in Delta Plan.
Okay, all right. Now, that's the go-around. Any questions at all? Okay, I think we ought to break for 30 minutes for lunch. We'll start again at 12:40. We're going directly to public comments. We'd ask the people who want to testify to fill out the blue paper and hand it to Pat, please, and I know we've got a bunch already. Thank you. Okay. Members' meeting's called back to order. It is 12:40 as agreed. Here's the deal. At 10 minutes till 10, we're going to start the final voting process on the interim plan. We're going to get all the testimony prior to that time and proceed apace. Proceed apace. Okay. On public testimony on the last item, I'm just going to call them in the order they were submitted and run into people. Belinda Terry, Tom Zuckerman, Ann Spalding, Steve Getz, Mr. Well, if she comes in, she's first. Pete Koutras, Bob Whitley, Mr. Oh, there, Ms. Koutras. Sorry, I didn't see you sitting there. My apologies. Thank you. You got to press that little button somewhere on the right at the fat. Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah. There's a
Thank you.
light now behind your mic.
Thank you for saying I'm invisible. I appreciate that. Actually, it goes right along with my testimony. There are a number of specific sections I wish to comment on and draw council's attention to.
Now,
the first is on page 6.
are you going to use the red line or the clean?
I'm in the red line.
Red line. Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Fiorini, I'll follow his direction because he gets me lunchtime, so we'll do the red line.
Okay,
So.
page 6.
Yes.
Page 6.
Page 6, line 21. Just for clarification, Yolo County did not want the insertion of including residential development proposal. What they had actually recommended was that the whole section track, as it's the lead into this bullet point, is making reference to housing development.
Mm-hmm.
And
Ms. Johnson,
so,
this is a section you would come on.
yeah, and so what Yolo County's comment was from the original was that they wanted to have the sentence read, and I'm going to quote from it. Apologize while I pull it up from my BlackBerry. They wanted the sentence to read that future residential development in the Delta must continue to recognize inherent risk. So it was not a generic overall economic development reference. And so I just, for clarification, the council, it's at your pleasure what you do, but I wanted to clarify what Yolo's comment was.
Mr. Johnson?
The concern, the underlying rationale was that they wanted to develop a distinction in this between residential and non-residential development, that ag and other economic development has less impact. That was their rationale behind it.
In the primary zone?
That was their rationale behind their comment.
Well, it seems to me that it still would indicate that residential development is appropriate in the primary zone.
Well,
If you just leave it out, it doesn't say anything about it, and the Resource Management Plan of the Delta Protection Commission sets up all the conditions and
Correct,
rules,
and it
including
does.
for residential development, should it
does.
be proposed.
I wanted to just clarify
Okay.
that YOLO did not suggest the language that appeared in the draft. That was all.
Okay.
And I think that
Okay.
council's fine with...
Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, just a past point, but the preceding sentence says, since the passage of the Delta Protection Act, no new tract scale housing development has occurred within the primary zone, comma, much of which is deeply subsided and in a high flood risk. And then I think what the point was future residential development in the Delta. It didn't say primary zone. I know what your take is, maybe retrospect to the previous sentence, but it doesn't seem out of sequence there, because it just says they must continue to recognize. I think the recognition was that you haven't had that level of development, and if there any development is going to occur in the future, that it would have to continue to recognize those risks. I don't know, Pat, if that, it seems to flow well.
You know, this is the word crafting. Everybody wants to do it. How about this alternative? All economic development in the Delta must continue to recognize the inherent risk of. Now, I bet you Yolo County wouldn't agree to that.
That's correct.
And they wouldn't, because they wish to create a definition that says certain kind of economic development, whether in the primary zone or the secondary zone, should not be obligated to take account of flood risk. By the way, most of the statutory deltas in a flood-threatened area, is it not?
It is.
I mean,
Oh, we did? Okay.
gee
This is-
willikers.
This is not our major point. I just was trying to clarify that YOLO did not create this language. May I move on, Mr. Chair?
Okay, Don.
Yeah, again, maybe people read more into this than I'm reading into it with the word residential development, because I think it reflects kind of the approach that's been taken and the approach in the future. I guess I'm not reading all that into it, so, all right.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Koutras.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the council, the next section that I want to speak to is page 33.
3-3. By the way, audience members, as you come in, Mr. Koutras is setting a terrific goal. He paid attention to Mr. Fiorini. He's using the red line version. He's telling us the page numbers. We can follow the comments. It's immensely helpful. Thank you. Yes, sir.
It's lines 30 through 39.
Okay.
My request, actually, pardon me, starting at line 26. My request is that this section be struck from your actions today in order to track and harmonize with the appeal procedures and others that you're going to be looking at in September. This does not track and is not congruent with the appeal procedure draft that we discussed. And if you look at page A9 in your appendix, it doesn't track here. There's language that is of concern to our coalition if an agency correctly determines. That's the first, and that's been inserted here. And then it has a council recommendation here, resulting from the consultation. And that is not conceptually what we discussed in the appeal procedures, and does not track with that. So it is very problematic from our viewpoint, if this is adopted in its form today. We would request that lines 26 to 39 be struck from your action today, pending your September discussion of the appeal procedures.
Okay, Ms. Burkholz, and then Mr. Stevens.
I would like to have Mr.
Okay,
Stevens
Chris.
discuss this first.
Okay, Pete, why don't we start with lines 30 to 30?
Can I make a suggestion? There are probably other sections of this bill that will have to be edited or changed when we decide what we're going to do on the administrative procedures.
Right.
I frankly focused on the executive summary, but I didn't focus on this language. My suggestion is you mark this section as subject to modification
That
pending
works.
council action.
That works.
rather than try to rewrite it today.
Oh, I agree. I'm asking you to just drop it today and
Well,
push it to September.
Because part of this is not at conflict in the dispute. Do you object, do you say if an agency correctly determines a proposed action satisfies an exclusion, it may not choose not to consult with the council? No, the county's like that.
No, we do like the permissive, taking advantage of the consultation. The quibble here is, did we do it correctly? And then, at the end, a decision may be appealed. So you're creating an appeal of, did we make a correct call at the beginning, which is not consistent with the conversation yesterday with regard to if we didn't do it, if we said it wasn't a covered action, there was discussion of court enforcement and other issues. So I do have concerns from 26 through 39 that we would like to have harmonized with the administrative procedures.
I think that's a valid point, but I think yours is an
Harmonization is,
elegant
I agree with
solution
that.
at this point, is to flag it, and once we adopt our rules, we'll go back and look at this section.
I have a question on the lines, because
Buchholz?
line 26 through 31 are from the statute.
Yes.
So,
Well, Mr. Kutrus argued that the word correctly is not, and I don't think, as a matter of fact, it is true that there are exclusions. That is true. The question here is on a procedure, and this started off when we said, well, what if an agency's not sure if it's covered or not? It comes, talks to the council, decides it ultimately is. Then the question came in, what happens if the local agency wrongfully determines that a potential action is not covered? And I assume you wouldn't like to substitute the word wrongfully and otherwise change the sentence.
No, I think in the interest of time today, we just ask that this discussion on harmonizing it with the administrative procedures and how those were laid out.
Yeah,
is
I think this is clear. I'd suggest we flag it for modification, how to word it, modification after council action on the rules, or per council action on the rules, or something like that. Mr. Stevens, is it possible to do that? Yes. Okay. Because I do, the other parts of the interim plan, I want to move on, get them out of the way to show we can actually do something.
Okay. Mr. Chair, there's that process, assuming kind of, you hold on this, I mean, you can take other significant segments of the plan, but if we get a section, we can hold on, is that what
Yeah, we can bracket it,
Okay.
and I commit,
I know.
direction.
Yeah.
No, I trust what the Chair and the council are saying.
And there, Mr. Stevens, there may be other sentences
Absolutely.
in this that would be legally appropriately subject to
So
that
you're-
bracketing or conditioning, and, we can work on that afterwards.
So your action in September, assuming you decide to adopt rules, would also be to go back and look at
Rewrite,
places
edit,
where it has to
modify,
conform to what
adjust.
you've adopted.
Yeah, however we do it. Okay, good, okay.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, my next request is on page 34, lines 9 and 10. In this instance, we would request that it not be should, but be will, because we...
the famed discussion, okay.
So I do
Let's
believe
see
in
what
this
it-
instance, it should be will.
Okay, Ms. Buchholz, Mr. Kurland, who's fighting which side on this issue? Should or will in these two lines?
Well,
I think the council should be determinative here. You may be...
I suggest we say will. Any objection?
No, agree.
Any objection? No objection. Will it is.
Line 10, did we mean the Delta plan and not the interim plan?
The paragraph, the title doesn't say. The first paragraph refers to relationships as the Delta plan is written, but also mentions the interim plan, suggesting to me that the entire section covers both. The bottom two sentences don't say interim plan only. Isn't that prior reference now in the red line? We've added Delta plan. Should be, isn't
What does
I-
it, what does it mean to have public input mandatorily in the implementation of a plan?
Well, we're obligated to implement the plan. As a public agency, I think
Well,
we're
but
still...
there's a lot of early actions and other things that are going to be exercised by a lot of other, if you're talking about our processes, yeah, but how do we control all of the things that happen that we have authorized, or is that not considered?
I had assumed that it was talking about our processes.
Okay.
Our
Mr.
implementation.
Cook-
As had we. We
All right,
assume that
Mr.
this is about the council's
Here's a
process.
suggestion. Let's flag this as something where we want to clarify it, but not create problems per Mr. Johnston's suggestion. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Stevens, you said yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, subject to word crafting, you guys get together and work that out. Yes, sir.
My next specific comments are on page 36, table 4.1.
336, 4.1.
On that table, under the third item, interim plan.
Yep.
If this was a spreadsheet, it'd be a circular reference. I mean, in the interim plan, there's the interim plan as an early action. But that aside, the issue here I want to raise, and it's going to be consistent with my overall closing general comments, is I would like to see just for I think, not appearance, but for intent and the future, that as you've got engaging the federal agencies, you've got a number of early actions that are not tied to a specific statute. I would request that you put one in here, engaging state and local agencies, because I think that's
It is in there.
an important statement. It's not in this early action table. So I would just...
Well, look under 85082, engage federal agencies.
85082.
It's the second item on the chart,
Right.
federal agencies.
Right.
There's also an obligation for state agencies, and there are consideration requirements for locals, including resource management plan, and that's under the last item on the chart.
And I'm going to comment on that as well, sir.
Yeah.
Well, this is the exact language of the statute. So the statute, if you want to add, which the plan speaks to in several places, the interaction and engagement with state and local agencies, it should not be in this list, which is ordered by code section.
Yeah,
and
we don't
it's
mind
limited,
considering.
but it should be, and you've already identified a couple of places where it is. If there's additional interest in adding that in, I'd recommend to be put in the very last category on page 38.
Yeah, and maybe that's a better place to raise the issue.
Which speaks to two specific examples of such
Let's,
interaction.
all right.
That would be fine, thank you.
Okay, let's go to the last section. I know you wanted to talk about that, Mr. Koutras. This is the clarify relation of DPC land use and resource management.
Yes, sir.
Blah, blah, blah.
On that item, we don't think any clarification is necessary. We think the DPC has vetted that, enacted it, approved it, that it exists and it stands alone during your interim plan. Now, subject to what you pull into the Delta plan, we know there's going to be discussion on that. We've already heard some. But we believe that the resource management plan exists, it's there, it has to be followed. And we don't think it needs to be, quote-unquote, clarified during the period of the interim plan.
Mr. Chair, I think the intent of this was not to constrict the resource management plan, but was to actually figure out how we integrate the resource management plan into the activities that are ongoing until
And
adult
in a larger
is
sense,
complete.
I'm interested in establishing something faintly comparable to the solid staff working group we've got with state agencies, the emerging staff working group with federal agencies for the Delta counties, which we talked about earlier. And, you know, either we wait for a month between meetings to talk about it, or we get some guidance. Maybe it might be appropriate to add that. I don't know. the problem we've got is we're dealing with urgency and early actions.
Yes.
And, you know, the legislature did mention coordinate with some council with state agencies, and it did mention federal agencies. They told us to look at local agencies' reports, but they didn't give us the coordination mandate directly. And the problem is, if we open up this first block of consideration to you, then everybody who isn't specifically or indirectly mentioned in the statute is going to say, well, you got to put me up there first too, because you're only going to be serious about that. And we won't. I mean, and I assure you that the notion of some kind of overall coordination, collaboration, whatever, is pretty important to all of us.
And we're working to that goal as well, Mr. Chair. I think I'm trying to, and I'm reacting to, that there's some clarification needed. If it were to say, coordinate council responsibilities during the interim plan with the DPC land use and resource management plan, that is
I don't care.
pretty straight up to me.
That's okay. Any objection to that?
Because
no objection to that.
all right.
Coordinate
I think that's the
relationship.
All right.
Jesus Christ.
No, not coordinate the relationship. Coordinate your activities with that plan. Because I think that...
No, wait, what does that mean?
Well, because the DPC is, in my eyes, now, maybe not in the Stewardship Council's eyes, but the I'm looking at a triumvirate of state agents, state commissions governing the Delta. There's the Conservancy, there's the Stewardship Council, and there's the Delta Protection Commission. Right. And they're all three there. They all three have statutory responsibilities. Mm-hmm. They all three have actions they need to take. And from the Delta County standpoint, the DPC Land Use and Resource Management Plan had significant involvement of the Delta counties in its development and has been enacted. And so I don't want to use legal terms or lawyer words, but I think it has equal footing, if you will, with actions that you're going to be taking during the interim plan.
Equal footing, I'm sorry, explain
Well,
that.
I think you've got to give, I'll use this word, I think you've got to give deference to its existence.
Oh, wait a minute, show me the language in the bill that says that.
I'm just saying.
The language says we shall consider the primary zone study, we
When
shall
you're
consider
developing the Delta
economic,
plan.
and we shall review it. It doesn't say we must incorporate.
No, I understand. And the distinction I'm making here, sir, is not that you can consider whether you include it in the Delta plan. I'm talking about, during the pendency of the interim plan, that document, that action of the Delta Protection Commission exists and stands.
Yeah.
While you deliberate whether or not what and how much of it gets pulled into the Delta plan.
Yeah.
So this doesn't say that. This talks about you're going to look at it and make some decisions about it until you adopt the plan. That's what I'm reacting to.
So are we talking about identifying potential options for, incorporation of pieces of the plan? I mean, I understand Pete's point that the language here talks about clarifying some kind of relationship with a plan that right now is an existing state regulation for the DPC. So it's a bit fuzzy on what we're trying to identify here. What is the action? Or I thought that we had committed...
The statute reads, there is a need for the 5 Delta counties to establish and implement a resource management plan for the Delta and for the Delta Stewardship Council to consider that plan and recommendations of the Commission in the adoption of the Delta plan. So we have to consider it.
Yes.
The objectionable word is you don't want to clarify the relationship.
No. That's mischaracterizing it, Mr. Chair.
Well, you wanted to coordinate the relationship but not clarify it.
No. I'm saying during the pendency of the interim plan,
yeah,
the DPC's Land Use and Resource Management Plan needs no clarification with you in any of your actions. You need to coordinate to it during the period of the interim plan. That's what I'm raising.
Okay. Oh, this is good. All right. If the position of the 5 counties is the resource development plan is not essentially within the jurisdiction of the council until the Delta plan is adopted, if that's what you're saying,
That's what I'm raising.
if that's what you're saying,
DPC needs...
nothing in our material contradicts that, but I strongly resist the notion somehow we should accede to that conclusion. I mean,
The argument we will have in the future, and we will have it with you in discussions with you,
Right.
in the development of the Delta plan, is we believe you should pull in, cover to cover, the resource management plan.
in toto without change.
Correct.
Got it.
And so that'll be our discussion in the future.
Right.
What I'm raising today is, and I'll just ask it simply, what is the council's intention on how to use the resource management plan during the interim plan period? That's the issue here, right now. We know we have a future debate coming as we develop the Delta plan. So that's what I'm raising, and whether to wordsmith it here, that's the intent, and that's what our request would be, that you look at that issue. I'm not sure that it requires clarification during the interim plan period.
If I could ask a question, first, if the language here was essentially to find a way to have a conversation about these relationships, and that started here, and I'm not certain wordsmithing it will resolve it conceptually, but the other part to think about this is the covered actions and the listed exclusions and savings clauses for covered action. Because imagine a project gets started at this time or after the Delta plan is adopted. After the Delta plan is adopted, it has to be consistent with the Delta plan. You'll have a choice about whether you incorporate the DPC resource and land use management plan in total or not. But until that is done, there is the issue, this is the covered actions issue, and whether the exclusion of the savings clause fits. And I'm not the attorney, but it seems to me that's the operative issue here, not the plan relationship, which this language, I think, gives you lots of opportunity to figure out how you're going to do it. And to make a decision determinatively at this point doesn't seem to be ripe for decision.
I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying, but I don't think the decision is ripe right now. I think what we had agreed to in past meetings was that we would take a look at an existing plan consistent with what the statute said, although that's a bit opaque. It refers to the 5 Delta counties instead of the DPC resource management plan. But assuming that's the same thing, we were going to take a look at it and see if there were portions of it that we would consider for a preparation of the Delta plan. And my understanding is the language that would be our interim action would be something consistent with what we had talked about, whether or not those are the things that we want to pull into the Delta plan. And so I would agree that the language perhaps is not clear.
One assumes that since we've been talking about this since our first meeting on April 1st, that reviewing the resources management plan is something the Stewardship Council has promised to do, the counties have asked us to do it, and you don't object to us doing it, right?
As part of the development of the Delta plan, that's correct.
But you don't want us talking about it if anything crops up in the interim plan?
Until we have that conversation and you take actions to what components of the resource management plan come into the Delta plan, I think I'll state it this way, I think you've taken no action during the period of the interim plan.
And we certainly take no action in this plan we're about to vote on, correct?
I am concerned, and the reason I raised this issue on page 38 and table 4.1 or 4-1 is that concern that it implies some, quote, early action and some decision of the Stewardship Council on the resource management plan in advance of our projected debate over the inclusion in the Delta plan.
Supervisor Natoli, your preferences on this?
Well, I think that...
I find it a little hard to understand.
Well, I think part of, if I was to drill down to it is, what applies during the time the interim plan is adopted by this council until the Delta plan, and how that document is recognized and, I guess, whatever relationship it has to what this council's business is, and certainly the commission's actions, how that is, honored, I guess, in the process, that while we're going through as the council level and putting together a plan. And if I could offer a suggestion, it may be that with this, and I think that certainly Council Stevens has outlined, maybe we ought to have a conversation between now and when we come back in September to get some, it's not just clarifying or coordinating. There's going to be coordination. I trust that on behalf of the commission. I think Pete on behalf of the counties, that we're going to work through that. I think maybe some additional information, though, as to what the status, and again, there may be still contrary positions on this, what the status of that resource management plan is going to have, for better or for worse, over the course of the next, 18 months, Mr. Chair, while we're working on a Delta plan, because I don't think it's clear in the certainly in the act as to, what this council's, recognition of that would be. And so I guess I would just offer that maybe over the course of the next few weeks, not unlike what we did with the administrative appeals, see if we can't find some resolve to that issue. That may require this council obviously taking some action or not. So that would be my thought on it. But I think it's what the status of that resource management plan is prior to the adoption of Delta plan, and whatever parts or not are incorporated into the Delta plan. And I don't know, Chris is...
No, I don't know if Chris and I were going to say anything. I mean, I finally am understanding it, but it seems to me that that's what the intent of this is, to say we have to figure that out as one of our early actions.
Well, it says October, November, so if that's...
Yeah, and consistent with the discussion, I think, it's important to go back to what this interim plan is and what the legislature told us to adopt, and it's an interim plan including recommendations for early actions, and I emphasize recommendations. There is no, this interim plan isn't a regulation. It's not of binding nature. We're not doing CEQA on it. It really is recommendations for things that we think should occur while the Delta plan is going on. But it seems to me, again, going back to what we talked about, that we had agreed to take a look at the resources management plan. We didn't buy, this was your suggestion, I believe. And as an early action, I don't think that that's anything that's inconsistent with what we would want to do anyway to develop a Delta plan. So I don't think by including it as an early action to take a look at it, we're not rendering our opinion as to its legal effect right now. Obviously, it was passed. It went through a regulatory process. It's a binding regulation of DPC. And so I don't think we're opining on that. And I think we're perhaps getting a bit tied up over language that could be clarified. So I think the decision is not only not right, but I don't think that's the right decision.
Mr. Chair, would you like us to go off and work on it over the next month or so? We had an October early action. If that's problematic as Pete from the standpoint of early actions, if there's a more appropriate place to put this relative to, working this out or leaving it out altogether until we came back.
Look, here's, this is bizarre. If the counties wish us to remove from early action and consideration the Delta Protection Commission Land Use and Resource Management Plan, which you have requested that we review and adopt in full, all you do is say, yes, we'll take it off the list. We're still going to have to review it, but you guys have to decide what it is you want to do.
Mr. Chair, and I'll obviously defer to Councilmember Natoli, but the request that I'm making this afternoon is, I'm, number one, seeking what is the intent of this language. I've heard the intent now. Secondarily, what I'm reacting to is, does this mean that we will have, and this is what I'm trying to figure out, are we going to have then the policy discussion and debate and council decision on how much of the resource management plan comes into the Delta plan by November? Is that what we mean by an early action?
I mean, how can we?
No, that's what
at a minimum.
I'm trying to understand this list. That's what I'm asking.
Well, We promised to have the conversation and review the plan. We haven't yet set the hearing to review the plan that was adopted by the Delta Protection Commission in February. Supervisor Natoli provided copies to other members this morning for review. I've read the report some weeks ago. The staff has been looking at the report. We're obviously going to set up a hearing. I am agnostic on the question. If the Delta counties want to delay it for another 3 months or 6 months, I'd listen to that. We can't delay it forever because these questions are important. We've got the primary zone study you're required by law to do, which we know will be, 5 or 6 months late. That's coming in. We have the economic sustainability study you're required to do by law, which is supposed to come in. If we do not start a review of the plans, and what you want is us to say, well, we promise to accept everything's in there regardless of what we think about it. If that's what you want us to say, to allow the discussion to go ahead, I, for one, will not say that. I've read it once, but I'm going to go back and read it several more times. I don't think that's what you're saying.
Maybe help us get off a dead center here. If we put as early action to a council review of the DPC Land Use and Resource Management Plan for consideration of inclusion in the Delta Plan, and make that as early action. And I think that covers it. Does that make sense?
That captures what I'm trying to articulate, yes.
Okay. And that's what we're going to do anyway. We're going to do, this council's going to review and for consideration. I mean, that's the law calls for. Does that make sense?
Okay with me?
And that's early action.
Okay.
Okay.
Why don't we just say commence review of Delta DPC Land Use and Resource Management Plan. Any objection? Any objection, Mr. Koutras?
No, sir.
Okay, that changed. Got that?
Those are my specific comments.
Okay.
I have just a plea for the future as we develop the Delta Plan. We have appreciated throughout this process of the interim plan the outreach efforts. We've appreciated staff being willing to meet with us, particularly Terry McCauley. We appreciate staff. We've had some initial discussions with staff about developing an ongoing early process of discussion so that we can, on a more regular basis as opposed to a reactive commentary basis. So we're working on putting that together. We have been troubled by and we struggle with the sequencing of how the interim plan is developed. We found ourselves in public forums where we had submitted comments to a prior draft and council's already discussing the next draft without having discussion of the comments. And today's an example. We have a comment closeout period on this final draft of August 23rd. And we know logistically it's a struggle for your staff, but comments were closed out on the matrix by August 5. So it's the sequencing that's troubling. The Delta Plan, we think we need to have, and we'll articulate this a little better in our communication with your staff, a more not out of sync discussion process so that we can, the Delta Plan is going to be the law, and we do need a little more time and process how we develop that. And so we're really hoping that we can work with you on that. I would just note for the record that the Delta counties did submit a letter late, either yesterday or day before, with regard to this issue, as well as the I'm aware that the Conservancy has also submitted a letter regarding
just got that
process.
before lunch.
Today or yesterday or today. So same kind of issue, pleading for a little more deliberative time.
I want to go back to a suggestion I made earlier. I think we ought to put together a staff working group on a regular basis with our staff and consultants on agendas subject to your agreement, comparable to the consulting requirement that we're legally required to set up with the feds in the state. I don't know the details and all that. I suggest strongly that you dragoon Mr. Koutras into being forced to coordinate those county efforts, because, the problem is going to be, if we don't have a focal point of coordination, we're going to be dealing with separate departments in each county government with slightly different emphasis and opinions and no consolidated view. And we got through a lot of this because Mr. Koutras consolidated, coordinated, and organize that, and that's very valuable. So, Joe, I don't.
And Mr. Chair, the counties, the 5 Delta counties are committed to do that. We understand there are obviously each of the counties has specific issues that they cannot, for a variety of reasons, let go of. And
Oh, sure.
But we do work very hard as a coalition, and the counties individually do work hard to bring that together. Your staff, both Mr. Stevens and Terry, have been, we've done things like in-person along with conference calling and facilitate those who can make meetings, and we do commit to work with you to do that.
My suggestion is going to be that you set that up with a regularity that may even exceed the state consultation in this early stage, because establishing some kind of official format is very important.
Because we are developing the law for the future, and
Yeah,
that's
right.
very vitally important to us. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Terry. Ms. Terry, there you are. You were outside the room when your name was called the first time, so we went through the list. By the way, I have consolidated your three blue sheets, so you will be entitled to range.
All right.
So, within the time frame, we must be
Am I going to
expeditious.
be under a 3-minute limit or something, or?
No.
Okay.
The time frame is, I hope to get to a vote starting council conversation by 10 till 2. It's looking increasingly unlikely as people wordsmith, but you never know.
Well, I
We're
do know
gonna
there's
try.
a few of us that showed up today purposely to really talk about the items that you have today in the work groups and
Okay.
Public input. I'm going to steal from a movie that I like, Cool Hand Luke, and one of my concerns is that we have a failure to communicate here. And unfortunately,
Was that before or after you got thrown in jail?
I believe he was in prison at that time. And I just don't know if it was before or after the egg eating contest, but, you know, I've participated, I believe, in almost all of the council meetings, and I did participate in all of the work groups. But so far, I've really found it really frustrating and unsatisfying. I do really want to commend Mike Hardy, though, because I think he really did give you a good synopsis of what was communicated to them at those meetings. You know, but a lot of us have spent a lot of time coming to these meetings, making verbal comments, submitting written comments, particularly Contra Costa counties. I really like theirs. They kind of, if you read those, that I would say ditto to honestly everything they said. And then it was kind of disappointing, Mr. Chair, to hear you say you didn't still really understand what we were asking for. So I'm going to try a little bit here to identify what it is. For us, it is about transparency and process, which I know is important to all of you. And that really is about how you deliberate some of these issues. I will say the discussion earlier when you were going over the plan, I think we saw a little bit of that, and that's really what we're looking for in that. We completely understand that you will not be able to look at all that 170 pages of recommendations and accept them all. You really are going to have to do a balancing act of looking at the co-equal goals, the 8 policy things that were dictated to you by the legislature, and figuring out, do those things fit in? And we get that, but we'd like to hear the thought process, because it came up earlier. There was one where there was a conflict between 2 things that were asked, and Joe kind of said, well, we ended up going with this one because that's really what we're looking for, not that we expect everything to be taken into consideration. But we all participate in a lot of Delta meetings where, again, we spend a lot of time and effort, but we don't see how it's then deliberated and or incorporated or not. And we just want to understand how and why that's done. When I went outside to say hi to the Colonel Leedy that was here earlier with my West Sac folks, and Scott Shapiro, our attorney, gave me a great quote. He said, I think it was George Bernard Shaw at the turn of the 20th century, said, the greatest problem with communication is the illusion that it occurred. And I think that's what the Delta residents are kind of tired of, showing up at meetings and saying a lot but not figuring out where it's getting incorporated. One of the things that I was really disappointed in for the work groups was that not one of the council members came to any of the work groups. I think it's really important for many of you to really hear from some of the stakeholders in that kind of format, because it's much different than this one. There's a much more interactive, and I think all of you would benefit from that. My suggestion would really be, because it sounds like we will continue with work groups except for the communications, is maybe to appoint each council member to chair those work groups. One is that provides the council someone to look to say, hey, what's going on with the levy group or whatever. And it also provides us, the constituencies, a contact to really, on that topic, maybe contact, so that I'm not just always contacting one or all of you. I kind of can have one person to go to. The communications group in particular, it was interesting. We had a low turnout compared to the previous two. And so there was missing faces. So I called some of them because I knew public outreach and input was really important to them. And I asked, why weren't you there? And it was the failure to communicate. Ironically, the communication invitation, when you read the 11 questions, it was all about external communication, how you get information out to us. Do we want to see it on a blog? Do we want newsletter? Not one of the 11 questions were, how can the public get input to you and help you develop the plan that works for all of us? Not one of them. And so they said, we didn't go, because frankly, we don't care how we get the information. We care about how we get our information into them. So that, and it's funny, because when you read the meeting notes, despite the 11 questions, people like me show up and, instead turn the meeting into, here's what we really want to talk about, which was, that's what we cared about, is how do these issues get into your discussion and hopefully the Delta plan. So it's unfortunate they didn't turn out, but just so you know, that was part of the reason. The meeting notes were pretty good, but things do get lost in translation. So again, if a council member were chairing, I think you would find some of that out. For instance, in one of the work groups, a person in the meeting notes, it says that you should use dreams as a document. In fact, the exact opposite thing was said by that person, Nikki Seward, who I understand gave you some maps today and has spoken to you before on this. She was saying, please don't use that because it has so many errors that she, other residents, and some of our Delta engineers have pointed out to DWR repeatedly, but they have yet to fix them. The discussion kind of said, if they get fixed, well, then maybe we can use it, but until then, it really is a flawed document. And, well, I'm not going to go into Nikki's stuff. I'm going to skip over that. She's been here, but there are people with businesses that this is really important to them, that you start off with the right information when you're making decisions. Also kind of lost in translation was, and hopefully I think in the communication plan that we'll see next week, maybe it'll come out, but there was a much broader range of kind of stakeholders that were identified, that really didn't come out in the notes. And hopefully they really will appear as we move forward with that plan. One thing I wanted to bring up on the meeting notes that you have for your meetings. The meeting notes from the work groups were actually pretty good, as I said. Probably the one thing that we all brought up was we would prefer if you reflected who said some of those comments, because again, that represents certain stakeholders, and that may be important for you to know. It's important for us anyway. But interestingly, when I read your meeting notes for your council meetings, I spend 2 days to come here, and all it says is Melinda Terry from California Central Valley Flood Control Association made comments. You didn't even attempt to try to say what I'm conveying each time I come up. And that's really frustrating, to invest this much time, whether, and including the reading of the documents, and then not have it conveyed. There are some people who aren't coming, and they may rely only on that. And they're going to be judging that.
At the beginning of yesterday, I think
I was at BDCP, so I wasn't here.
Yeah, we talked about that issue and have agreed to try to expand the descriptions of the comments in the minutes, but I predict that other than a verbatim transcript, which we're not in a position to do, ultimately the best resource for any testimony is going to be the video recording, which is available on the website 1 or 2 days after the meetings or the sessions, or I guess the audio on the work group. Is it audio or video on the work group? Video on the work group.
I don't expect it to be a transcript, but it would be nice for people complain a lot about BDCP and the public process, but I will say they're 6 months behind in providing us their meeting notes. Okay, we're still looking at February and we're starting in September. So kudos to you, because you get yours out early. So I want to get that out right, because you do a good job of that. So, and they don't. But when you read their meeting notes, they do a good job. It's not a transcript at all. I think that's unrealistic, but you absolutely can capture the essence of what people are trying to convey, and that really is important to all of us, because we do think it's important to do the face-to-face, but then it needs to be reflected if we're going to spend the time. let's see, I think that's all I had to say on item number 16. Oh, no, I'll capture that in a later one. On the interim plan, you're going to be approving it today, I guess, and it will be the guidance document for the next year and a half. So I would request that after you adopt it, that you kind of go out into the public now, into the Delta in particular, and explain to people what the guidance is going to be for the next year and a half. As Mr. Hardy mentioned earlier, despite what you might think, there's really not a great deal of knowledge out there of what's in the legislation or what is in your interim plan and how they may need to change their activities or operations or what have you. They really don't know, but if you could go out and explain it, a couple of different places, that would probably be helpful to you for compliance and people really starting to understand where you are now and maybe where you're going to be headed with the Delta plan. The other thing is if you go out and do that, one, you'll get more landowners. Honestly, for the work groups, it's really mostly the paid people like myself who are coming. You kind of need to go out into the Delta. I hate to tell you that, but to get the landowners, if you're really interested in hearing from them, you will need to go out directly. But when you go out there and if you start talking about continuing with advisory groups, you probably will get some volunteers that have a great deal of technical and local knowledge that would be very helpful, and they want to help you with the plan, but they really could assist you in informing that. I do agree with the previous speaker that for the next 18 months, as an interim plan, and because it's just guidance, that we kind of respect the 3-year public process, stakeholder process that did occur at DPC to develop the resource management plan. The public, again, knows, at least because it was 3 years and a lot of them participated, they at least will understand that for the next 18 months. So to kind of set it aside, or for some reason, after all the work that they put into that, for the 18 months, that does make sense. Then finally, I guess on the Delta plan, my comments would be, now remember, I'm sometimes just a messenger, so I talk to a lot of people, and so I'm conveying maybe my own experience a little bit, but some of theirs as well. But the Delta residents are tired of plans that are being done to them and instead of for them and with them. So I would encourage you to look beyond your consultants, state and federal agencies, and seek out the knowledge and expertise of those that work, live, and play in the Delta. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Zuckerman.
Tom Zuckerman, Central Delta Water Agency. I'll be very brief. On the item 15, I wanted to issue you a compliment on the fact that I thought the way the discussion was carried forth at the workshop was brought here accurately with documentation by the consultants, and the type of discussion that you had was reflective of one of the major comments at the workshop, which is this idea of having two-way conversation. The workshop started off with a presentation by one of the people that said, we're going to go talk to people. And it ended up with, we're going to talk with people, and we're going to do some listening. And I think you're doing a good job of that, and I think your staff is doing a good job of that. You deserve a compliment. I hardly ever give anybody compliments.
I've made a note of the day and the time.
The other thing is on item 16. It's a bit of a confusion in my mind. I've tried to read through the process to try to figure out what it is you really are doing with the Delta Levy Subventions Program. And when I read the portion on covered actions, it seems to me like it's exempt because it's a program that's being carried out by a state agency and so forth and so on. When I read further in the document, it starts talking about early actions. It looks like you're contemplating that all of the day-to-day decisions about Delta levy maintenance are going to come here and somehow or other get mixed up in this process. And all I'm really looking for is a clear statement, hopefully one that will say this program, which has been going on for 25 years with good participation by both environmental and levy districts and the Department of Water Resources and so forth, is doing a good job, and we don't need to mess with it.
and it's going to go on with the vagaries of its funding and with the vagaries of time windows that we have to work in and everything else, without impairment for the time being, at least from this busy body that may or may not get around to exercising any authority. And that is a question that calls for a response. I don't know whether we're going to get one today or
As you said, the Delta Levies program, there are two parts of the Delta Levies program. The maintenance part of the levies program is exempt not only now when we have an interim plan, but after the plan is adopted, because it's about maintenance, and that is specifically exempted, as I understand it, under covered actions. And we'll defer to attorneys, but I'll tell you my personal view. And certainly I think it would be our position that the program should move forward now, that we may still have things coming to the council, as we did with East Bay Mud and 3 or 4 islands here a few months ago.
I can understand that was by executive or legislative.
By legislation, and that may happen again. I can't preclude that, but I'm not anticipating any of those things over the next 18 months. I do think levies are a critical part of the Delta Plan, and we need to look at those issues seriously as we move ahead.
Well, thank you. This has been a tremendously valuable program. In spite of all of the bad press that the Delta levies get, I'd ask you to take notice of the fact that we have not had a Delta levy catastrophe in the Delta for the last dozen years, at least caused by high water or earthquakes, which of course we've never had. The one exception being a summertime flood of Jones Tract. Nobody knows exactly how that happened, but it certainly wasn't from high water or earthquakes. And we think we're doing a good job, and if left to our own devices and with the help of the state funding shares and stuff, we would like to continue to be able to do that. Thank you very much.
Tom, just know we have 2 statutory directions that are pretty clear. We may incorporate into the Delta plan, not, it doesn't say anything about the interim plan, Delta plan, the emergency preparedness and response strategies from the Cal Emergency Services. And secondly, we shall recommend in the Delta plan, the council in consultation with Central Valley Flood Board, shall recommend in the Delta plan priorities for state investment in levee operation, maintenance, and improvement. Those 2 are obligations. They're going to be elements somehow of the Delta plan, but as you saw when we did the EBMUD discussion, the information isn't always clear and available on that. So we'll at least have those.
I understand. My purpose was to try to make sure that in the interim plan that all of the Delta levy maintenance contracts had to come here somehow or other for.
No, with the exception of that footnote that said those represented by clients of Tom Zuckerman.
Fortunately, I don't have any clients anymore. So that,
or on property owned by.
You can put that in. That's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Spalding, City of Antioch.
Thank you, and sorry, I understand you called me earlier. We were out to lunch. My comments are for the city.
You were never out to lunch.
Well, not out to lunch, but out to lunch. My comments are much like Melinda's, and I also want to thank Keith Coolidge, and we've probably had this discussion a few times offline. And the interest here is to make the whole process successful. And so I wanted to give you some feedback and some ideas. And first, I wanted to thank Felicia Marcus for her comments ongoing about engagement. I think it's very heartening. Thank you. As Melinda said, and I didn't know that you're going to include the public comments on the record. I think that's very important for you guys to have a record of what's said and for us to look at those notes against our own notes. And then we know we're on record with you. I think that builds trust. So thank you.
Okay, but I cannot guarantee you that it will be a detailed, verbatim explication of everything you said. It's going to be an amplification of what we're doing, but...
summary is fine.
Yeah. And we have the video records that are a permanent record.
Yeah, but, who's going to go watch the video? So, just a comment. So we appreciate that very much. Also wanted to commend the work that's gone in, Gwen, to that matrix. That's a huge amount of work, and it's obvious that you're trying very hard to start to incorporate comments, and we appreciate that. Also, I think Mike Hardy did a fantastic job of capturing comments, and he used a word that I'd like to introduce back into this, which is engagement versus communication. And I think that you might consider, and Keith, I'm kind of directing this at you, you might consider doing an engagement plan. And that way, you know, so that you are engaging the public strategically on issues. And just one thought, and I've run this by a number of you, and I know everybody's moving very fast on the interim plan, but you might consider having work groups that are focused on specific issues like levies. You already had an expert panel. And you might make those open to stakeholders. Not unlike Delta Vision, but a little more open than Delta Vision. Not to slow down the process, but to inform the process moving forward as you move through these discussions and these issues. Why not start them now? So I think that would help a great deal, not only to inform your process and the decisions you're making on early actions, but also to get engagement from your stakeholders out there. They would feel as though they're part of the process. And then finally, I want to commend Joe for his comment about the Delta Stewardship Council as being a facilitator. Because as an agency that knows the Delta is going to change, and an agency as Antioch will be looking towards regional solutions, we're probably going to need your help in pulling the right people together to make things happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spaulding. Thank you. Mr. Gibbs, Contra Costa County. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. The county submitted some comments dated August 24th, and I didn't see them on the website, so I have extras.
The website information, which went out 10 days in advance with the agenda packet, was closed as to that time. We earlier today and a couple of times yesterday, we've noted supplemental letters that have been received, and with Ms. Buchholz started the presentation, she summarized some of those comments. That letter, the latest letter, was included in the summary comments and also distributed to us electronically prior to the meeting.
Okay, so they can keep those copies and do with them, recycle them. But I'm with the Conservation and Development Department of Contra Costa County, and I'd like to make a couple...
You submitted at least 2 letters, I thought. We examined.
Well, we submitted a letter by the August 5th due date, and we submitted a number of comments on the working groups, comments on both of your drafts of the interim plan. And I would like to compliment you first. We're very pleased with Appendix A, the review process that the council will be using for considering appeals. We met, along with other counties representing the Delta area, with your staff to review that appendices. We understood why some of our comments could not be addressed. We were able to clarify some comments that we made to make sure that the final product was something that we understood. And so we appreciate the suggestion that the chair made to invite us to meet with your staff to have that discussion. We thought that was very helpful. We also think that the de novo decision process added to the appeal of whether the BDCP meets the provisions of the Delta Reform Act was a welcome addition. We appreciate that. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of examples where we think that the process used to put the interim plan together was really very transparent and open. We welcome the addition of the comment matrix. We think that is very helpful. However, one thing that bothers us is on the front page, there's a statement that says that these matrices do not include discussions of how the comments were specifically used. And to us, that means that points to a somewhat significant transparency and openness issue by not having that kind of discussion included. And that sort of puzzles us because in other parts of the interim plan, particularly the part dealing with best available science, there is a good discussion of the value of transparency and openness in that process. And if I may, just make a comparison between the comments you received on the interim plan and the process you're recommending for the use of best available science. That comment matrix, to me, represents the science that you considered in the decisions that are embodied in your interim plan. But it's up to you to guess the comments. Well, you consider some of these comments good science, some of the comments bad science, but it's up to you to guess what column your comment fell into, and to guess why we classified your science as good science or bad science. We don't have that kind of knowledge to understand how the comment was considered in putting together the interim plan. And I'd also like to point out just a source book that was used for the interim plan's discussion of best available science, because it has some good guidance on the value of transparency and openness. It was a document that's referenced in your report. It's a National Research Council report from 2004. And it has this passage on transparency and openness. I'll be real brief. Congress has enacted laws intended to give the public full and open access to the development of federal policies, including advisory meetings, background documents, and other sources of information. Accordingly, the public should have information about each phase of the process, from data collection to data analysis to decision making. And it outlines 4 additional guiding points. The first, which I think is the most important, decision makers should provide a clear rationale for the choice of the information that they use or exclude when making management decisions. Number 2, the processes for collecting data and selecting research for use in support of management decision-making should be open, broad-based, and carefully documented. 3, all scientific findings and analysis underlying management decisions should be readily accessible to the public. And finally, the limitations of research used to support a decision-making should be identified and explained fully. In my mind, that's pretty good guidance for a public planning process. And if you follow that guidance, I think you'll come up with a plan that I think has a lot of credibility behind it. And I hope that we can, I've heard some positive discussion today. This is the first Delta Stewardship Council meeting I've attended. But the deliberation that occurred, I think, has been good deliberation. And I hope you view these comments as constructive. We're willing to work with you to try to improve our communication. And I encourage you, we had many other comments. I encourage you to read the letter, and thank you for the opportunity to make these comments.
Sir, thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve.
Appreciate that. Mr. Whitley, the Contra Costa Council. Mr. Whitley spoke to us yesterday, you'll remember.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Bob Whitley, representing Contra Costa Council, and our president, leader, great advisor, Linda Best, is here also in the audience, and the author of a letter that commented on the near-term actions last summer. My comments are going to be focused on the near-term actions, and especially table 4.1.
Okay.
Which is you're about to take
on the red line, starting on page 36.
Right. In volunteering my time today, I learned quite a bit of what table 4.1 was supposed to say, which means that I'm suggesting to you that some editing of a preamble to 4.1, so that next month when I read it again, I will have forgotten what I learned this morning. I'll reflect.
What is it that you suggest?
Well, first of all, I now realize the intent of 4.1, a portion of 4.1, was just to capture the statutory requirements, and that's well and done, good. No further comment needed on that.
Okay.
I think where it's confusing then is where you started to add some other subjective ideas.
Flood and emergency preparation.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then, of course, as the testimony has been presented to you, there's well over 100 other good ideas of what should be early actions, and you're going to apparently take action on a process of how to deliberate on those good ideas, which means that those are maybe discretionary, not statutory, now and in the future. And maybe my suggestion is you separate Table 4.1 into 4.1A, which is the statutory, 4.1B, which is the discretionary and future actions, and that you, and here's my suggestion is that 4.1B is dynamic, can come back, you make it so that you can come back and put that as part of your plan, so that it's not locked in with your action today, because...
The staff recommendation is to set up a process. They outlined, as you said, those sections of the statute which either directly called on us or some other agency to do something, and under the early action language, we're kind of developing whatever our report's going to be to the legislature on where those things stand. But with regard to the, God knows how many, 75, 85 ideas, including a large number from Contra Costa County that are not captured in the statutory language, we intend, either by the full council or by a committee, should the council agree to set up a committee, to review. That does not mean any of them go into the interim plan, because many of them probably are more appropriate for the development of the Delta plan itself.
I understand, but what you do as you deliberate on all those good ideas, your own and all these, and including two that I'm going to add shortly, as you deliberate those and you come to a conclusion that those should be part of the interim plan that precedes your Delta plan, then that should be documented as part of your interim plan. And you may not be, and you can't act on it today. I'm just saying, set up the mechanism where you can add it.
That is what the staff recommendation includes. Okay. And also we have the ability to amend the plan at any time until the Delta plan, the interim plan, until the Delta plan is adopted. And as you do understand, the interim plan is not a regulation.
Well, I understand that.
Okay. Delta plan is.
I understand.
Interim plan is.
Now, the two that I'm going to add, and I'm going to refer back to the strategies of the Delta Vision process. So in a very timely way, this Sunday is the 5th anniversary of the Katrina disaster. It was failures of levees that caused damage and loss of life. It wasn't the wind, it wasn't the rain, it was the collapse of levees. And so my comments are that on our interim plan, that you should commence now and not wait to the completion of a Delta plan. What you've already identified are emergency actions, but also the strategies associated with enhancing the existing levee system. Don't wait. Start as part of the interim plan. You've already identified in Table 4.1 some points regarding emergency actions. My reading of it is that it's not as comprehensive as what you developed in the Delta Vision strategic plan. The efforts that you went to...
The strategic plan was the end of a 20-month activity. This is the beginning of a comparable length of time. You've got to look at the Delta plan that we will complete at the end for the comprehensive stuff, because it's the enforceable regulation to the extent we draft it that way.
I understand that differential. However, take the best from what you've already developed and carry it forward. Goal number 6, strategy 6.1, identifies a lot of actions that could be incorporated into an interim action plan that doesn't need any further activity. It's already before you. It's already part of your reference material. It talks about the importance of coordination with lots of different entities. It's already there. You don't have to, and it's just a matter of deliberation as to whether you incorporate it or not. Likewise, the efforts regarding strategic investments and levies, you've already identified lots of those. Let's not sit back with this on a process base and avoid moving forward on strategic investment decisions regarding some of the levies that could be placed, and put the pressures and be a terrier, go after those who have the responsibilities, and let's get that into the interim plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, question. Does Contra Costa County have a priority?
This is the Contra Costa Council.
Right, but
Yeah.
within Contra Costa County, are you aware of a priority list for levee maintenance?
Not necessarily maintenance, but certainly the answer is yes. Linda Best, a year, well, actually about 3 or 4 years ago when we started getting involved in this, and the desire for improvements to levees, a priority list was put together in consultation with other agencies, including the county. So that was several years ago, and that can be picked up back up.
Has that been submitted to the council? Do you know?
I don't know whether it has been submitted directly to the council. I know it was submitted to the Delta Vision process, so
If it's still available, could you submit it to us?
glad to.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Whitley. Okay, thank you.
Oh, and by the way, certainly Mr. Getz's comments from the Contra Costa County, we saw his letters, and we felt it was a very well-written letter, and we commend it to you for your
Thank you.
consideration.
And the last speaker on the Contra Costa section, Maureen Martin from the Contra Costa Water District. Ms. Martin.
Thank you, Chairman Eisenberg, council members. My name is Maureen. I work for the Contra Costa Water District, and I have 3 main points to make. And the first one is to commend your staff. We really thought the recent version of the interim plan was really significantly better than the last one. We thank you for actually incorporating a lot of our comments, and I know we submit a lot regularly to you guys. And so we thank you for that. And I want to thank you for addressing our letter about the third-party recommendations for early actions. And so, yeah, we can work with staff.
You were here earlier during some of the
I was.
discussion of the process we're debating and considering.
Right, and I don't know if there was a resolution about it, but I'm sure we can work with your staff to...
It's really the staff recommendation contained within the interim plan that would serve to set up either a committee or a full council examination.
Right, so if we say we had a top levy priority project we were gung-ho about, we could make that recommendation to you for your consideration.
Yeah, although,
You can say
I say
for-
yeah, only because the staff said this is mainly my fault because I was enthusiastic about trying to let everybody make recommendations, although the statute was directed at early actions as specified, didn't limit it and all that. We're not going to be a laundry list for every idea from everyone, because the early actions ought to have some sense of absolute priority,
yes,
absolute positive benefits in short run, and some chance of reality. I mean, the question, a lot of these projects, ideas are going to be great. Are there engineering drawings available? Is there really a plan?
Right.
Is there an environmental study? If so, is it started, completed, anywhere? Is there money? If there's not money, is there,
There's never
all those questions that you ask at the district when the board thinks up an idea and you guys on staff have to.
And I just wanted to put it out there that we will not be submitting an application for all of those fund projects for your consideration. We'll only be submitting 3 or so.
But anyway, yes, and so if you would stick with us on that process, we collected more than we thought we would on early kind of emergency stuff, and we're going to have to deal with that.
Okay, great. And I would just also like to voice our support for basically having more transparency in terms of your disposition on certain comments. So like I said, we were really pleased and we really appreciate so many of our comments being incorporated, but, it takes a little while to incorporate it. And so the comment matrix, I know that you mentioned that as you develop the Delta plan, which is going to be CEQA, and you have a formal process of tracking those comments and responding. Just getting the ball rolling, and that would be really appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moran, Delta Wetlands.
Thank you, Chair Eisenberg, members, Answer Moran from Delta Wetlands. I have a comment about staffing. I think the narrative in the interim plan does a good job of recognizing that life is what happens while you're busy making plans. And there's frequent reference
I wish we had said it that simply and elegantly.
And there's frequent reference to the fact that there are projects such as ours that are reaching key milestones during the interim period, that attention has to be paid to that, that there is an obligation for, and frankly, a benefit for consultation. And in the Appendix B, that process in the form basically lays out ways in which you can get into the process, not only as a interim action, which we've spent most of our time talking about, but also for consultation. That is somewhat mitigated by comments on page A19 that say that that kind of consultation is subject to the availability of staff, which on the one hand, of course, that's true. On the other hand, our own experience is that that can be an issue. We had requested consultation during the period that our draft EIR had an open comment period, and we caught you at the beginning of your process, and there was not staff available to do that, which I fully understand. But that is an opportunity that was missed. And it's the nature of large projects and complicated projects that every step you go down the path, options close. And what is easy to do during a comment period becomes very difficult to do if it involves recirculation and all of that kind of stuff. So I think there's a benefit in getting staff available to provide meaningful consultation, at least where, maybe not on everything that's going on in the Delta, but certainly for major things that are going on in the Delta.
But A19 is other reviews and evaluations, and as you well know, since you've been following this and similar processes for years and years and years, there's a modest level of controversy about how to fund regulatory actions in and around the Delta, and the implementation of the Delta plan is not yet funded by the legislature.
I do understand that, and that frankly is a problem that is common to every county planning agency.
And every issue.
And pretty much every issue.
Yeah.
And I think there are solutions to that, frankly. But if you don't have the staff to do it, then the consultation becomes meaningless, and there is not the ability to deliver on the
now you understand the
intent.
consultation under page A19, which is part of the administrative action section,
right,
that we continued to our next meeting. I think you were here for that discussion yesterday. That section is purely a voluntary, and it is not a guaranteed process. You understand that? It is to urge collaboration, but we're not, you're inclined to say, well, yeah, but if we want to do it and therefore you have to respond or figure a way to guarantee you will respond.
I'm suggesting that...
I understand why you'd say that.
Well, no, I'm suggesting that there is significant benefit in performing the kind of consultation that your own documents suggest you want to do.
I agree.
I mean, part of it is that if you have issues with what it is we have in mind, it's easy to take care of them early. Second is that we end up being kind of a real-life laboratory for the plan that you're developing some months down the road. And my guess is that one of the products of a continuing and robust consultation would inform the way you might want to put together the eventual plan. Well, I think there's benefit there. There is clearly intent on your part as you've drafted the documents to do that kind of consultation. I'm not suggesting language changes. I am suggesting, however, that in order to deliver on the promise of this document, that some mechanism needs to be found to provide appropriate staff resource.
Ms. Marcus? That'd be great. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Moran, thank you very much, sir. Mr. Zlotnick? I saw, there you are.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
members. Greg Zlotnick with State and Federal Contractors. A couple things. First of all, I wanted to also add my comments to those that have been made, thanking staff that they're going to do a sort of new response to comments column going forward, because that's always been of interest. And then quickly, the comment earlier about keeping a tote of comments, how many positive, negative, whatever. Of course, one of the issues is many of us here represent a lot more people than the individual. So it's hard to measure that. So just keep that in mind. While certainly agree that this final draft is a continued improvement, which is taken place since the first draft, I have to say I'm a little bit confused as to what is before the council right now. In essence, we heard discussion this morning amongst the council going from draft 2 to draft 3. There were, I don't know, a half a dozen changes or something that the council put in. That's great. But what about all the comments that were put in by Monday of this week? There was no discussion of any of that. We don't know if there have been any changes in relation to those comments or not. I could read through my letter, but that I'd rather know what was accepted or not to know whether it's worth getting to. And so it's a little unclear what is actually before you right now, and whether or not...
What is before us is the third and final draft interim plan as it appears in both the red line and the clean copy in the back. In addition, since you've been sitting here for all days, but all of yesterday and today, we have deferred the category on administrative rules that are reflected in the interim plan but required a separate action. That'll be decided in September. We have the general nomenclature that flagged one section of narrative language.
What you talked about this morning.
Yeah, what we talked about this morning.
And that's fine.
And whatever action we take on the interim plan will contain the amendments the council talked about, unless there's a change. The amendment the council talked about, and in addition, the captioned language change that would be subject to September
action. That was all that was discussed here.
Yeah.
So that begs the question of all the comments that were received by Monday of this week that were intended to comment on the strike version, what was or wasn't accepted.
Mr. Zlotnick, tell me what's your most important priority to start off with question, and we'll go through them.
Okay.
Take the biggest one.
I want to add, Mr. Chairman, that we could have Gwen sit down with people who want detailed answers. Most of the comments, I think, from most of the people were technical in nature and could be resolved fairly simply with, she could say, we accepted this one, we didn't accept this one, we tweaked this, and I think she'd be willing to do that with people. I'm not sure how valuable that would be for all of you to go through all of those technical changes.
Okay, well, I'll try to stay substantive, but there are a number that have, this sort of gets to some of the comments. For example, Mr. Fiorini's comment about the federal action plan has been mentioned a number of times, but still wasn't in language until he mentioned it again today. And so it's hard to know kind of where we are on some of these issues. So I will try to go through quickly. And some of these reference, frankly, the executive summary. They're in the document as well, but I'll just say the issues. One is the definition that twice during the document, the document says that your relationship to the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, you've defined that. It's unclear what that means, whether it's not just the letter that you sent or there's more to that.
But the relationship is established by statute.
Well, no, it says the council has defined its relationship, is the language, I believe, in the document. And you did send your letter. Well, it's in the executive summary, page 237.
We decided not to talk about the executive summary.
No, it's in the back also.
I guess we will.
The council has, where are we here? What page? The council has the authority to make recommendations true, including defining its role in relationship to the Bay Delta Conservation Plan.
And that, as you know, since you were party to it, Mr. Grindstaff communicated with BDCP early on some procedures. We're going to do responsible agency scoping comments consistently through this process.
Right. So it's the letter, and that was the question. Yep. Was that what you were talking about? Just trying to be clear.
Did you think it was secret smoke signals somewhere?
Hey, stuff's going on. You never know. Just want to ask.
Okay. All right.
There's reference to urgency criteria described in legislative history. Should be clear. And on page 5 of the executive summary, lines 20 and 21.
Yes.
Just sort of unclear what those are in the document. If someone doesn't go back and read the legislation.
There's a footnote in the document that referenced it was either the Assembly Floor Committee analysis or the Assembly Water Committee analysis of I think it was the first version of Senate Bill 7X1, the enabling statute, and the language from that related to the notion that early actions were something about urgency, could be, address an immediate need and might allow of an immediate response. Forgive me, I don't have that footnote citation, but that is in the
full text.
plan.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, it's not there so that was why it got flagged.
I do remember that.
Okay. Brought this up before, and maybe this is a Delta plan issue, but in the toolbox, you talk about Delta flows, and it's just sort of unclear how you see that fitting into your process. And that's just...
You know, it's, the legislation said that the Water Board would develop its flow report to inform the deliberations of BDCP and this council.
Right.
This interim plan does not say what inform means.
Right.
But yesterday was the first start of that discussion. We are obligated to do a Delta plan where flows are, essential to address. I mean, that's statutory.
Okay, so this is
also
to be developed?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Just want to raise the issue. Then I'll just reiterate, not a lot, we offered suggested change to the language over that paragraph, we like so much. Excerpt
Decreased
Delta
reliance
vision.
on the Delta?
Right, right. Don't think that was necessary. We offered language that, we think would change. I can read it for you or not. Basically, we're on page 2, I believe. Page 2, and this is the strikeout version. The sentence that begins on line 22 and ends on line 23 about overpromised. Alternative language we would propose for that sentence is that additionally, nature often provides less water than is necessary to meet all demands at all times, and the lack of reliable real-time information and enforcement capability compromises efficient water rights administration.
And so now, do the contractors believe that the rivers and streams of California are oversubscribed?
We say that nature does not provide enough water to meet all demands at all times.
I commend your crafting of language. This seems to me to be a way to obscure what is a practical problem. And the way it's written here does not prejudge the legal status. And that's the issue, Gary. Right. Jesus, I don't know why
that's fine. That's fine. The promise is, who knows?
Yeah, and it is a way to raise an issue without trying to make a determination, not even pretending to make a legal determination of the implications of what oversubscription means. But it's a practical complication.
I agree, and as you and I have talked about this, Mr. Chairman, and I'll make one comment on the other language, but our real concern is not so much that we're denying the issue that you identify. We live it. We know that.
Yep.
The problem is that for those that aren't steeped in this stuff and who just sort of get a tagline without the context, it becomes sort of an idea out there that is much stronger than the reality in terms of even the impact. It just sort of seems to skew the debate. That gets to where we're talking about, and I'll just leave it at that. And similarly, in terms of the quote that was sort of just dropped, this is the first time we've seen it. There have been 3 drafts, and it comes in at the very end. Our suggestion is that same page 2, line 24, you just put a period after the word challenging at the end of that line, append that sentence to the end of the paragraph right above it, and then strike the rest of that.
But this is because the Water Board didn't say this.
This again gets to the fact that a lot of times people will comment that the first lines 26 and 27 is all there is to the reality, and they don't get into all the other stuff that sort of even caveats what it says. So that's the concern. It's
but the Water Board said
issue.
it. They said it in a written submission 2 years ago.
I know they said it.
It's been out there. I know you don't like it, and I understand there are all kinds of qualifications. It's very much like the flow criteria.
Sure.
And your argument to the Water Board, I suppose, was, well, you should say things, but you shouldn't put flow the 75% in because some people might misunderstand it.
No, the problem is the Water Board thing was very clear on what it was and wasn't doing. This is just sort of there.
Did the Water Board submit the report? Well, you saw it at the time. You objected to it at the time.
didn't
Well,
really object to it.
you were still down for the water district at that time.
No,
we
weren't very surprised by what came out of the water board. If all you're looking at is, as I think the gentleman said, one part of one of the co-equal goals,
If
well,
you're,
that's what
if you're not prepared to say the water system is oversubscribed, but you want to attribute it to nature doesn't provide enough water sometime to satisfy all the demands, even excessive demands that have seeming, or excessive promises that have been made. Mr. Zuckerman's little talk of yesterday is kind of the flip side of the coin. You know, I understand the request. I just don't think it's
again, it's just a difference of opinion on clarity and how it gets interpreted.
Greg, I know.
That's what it comes down to.
I understand.
Let's see. We sort of object on page 5, lines 22 and 23.
22 and 23, page 5.
Page 5. The comments, and we've heard this many times, about historically high levels of water exports. In this particular sentence, it says historically high levels of water exports in the last 2 decades. I mean, that's kind of a long time frame to be talking, you know, that historically high, and in fact, it implies that there's some, that these exports were counter to public policy, when in fact they were consistent with public policy and there was no violation of any regulation, et cetera. They were sub to constraints. And so our suggestion is just basically change that sentence so that it would read, the monopolization of the food chain by non-native species, water exports, changes in the direction and season out. So it leaves water exports in there as an issue that's contributed to the situation, but it sort of takes out this historically high over 2 decades, which seems a little, again, for us, it's a contextual issue. And
But you know, the point is, the sentence starts, the causes of this crash are disputed, but likely include in some combination.
Right, and we leave water exports in there, definitely.
Well, look, here's the thing. It's this whole discussion of stressors. What are stressors? Well, stressors are kind of all of us collectively. And
we're saying it's a stressor. It's just, we think
agree
it's sort
that
of
we could change this
editorializing.
sentence.
Pardon?
We can change this sentence without too much trouble by taking out the words historically high levels. Just going non-native species, comma, then water exports. This is a background statement, and we're going to be getting into details in our white papers for the
all right,
Delta Plan.
Any objection? Okay.
Okay. Just a couple of more. Page 7, lines 15 and 16.
Page 7.
In the first bullet.
15 and 16.
Essentially, it talks about policies and decisions, and it says, especially when fish are present near the intakes. We suggest striking that language because basically there's other triggers that are there, turbidity, hydrology, and other things. It just didn't seem to make sense to just call out one without...
Ms. Buchholz suggests that might be an amendment. Ms. Buchholz, what gets struck, what would...
After the word intakes.
I would stop the comment at put a period after the word intake and take the rest of the paragraph out.
Okay. Any objection? Okay.
On page 10...
Page
line
10.
24, and it was an addition, so we're just kind of curious, talking about the funding and the legislation. It says, disagree on the meaning of the enacted legislation and funding recommendations. As noted later in the document, the legislation didn't make any funding recommendations. It says that you're supposed to consider Delta Vision, and is that what's being referenced here? And again, Delta Vision is something you're to consider, but as you noted in your own comment, not necessarily adopt. So it was just a little clear, trying to figure out what that meant, funding recommendations.
I see.
Which one? That's on page 10.
I'll speak up. I think funding recommendations is not referring to the legislation, but just people are worried about who's going to pay for what.
Just general?
It's just general.
Okay,
yeah,
and maybe, I don't
people,
know, funding recommendations to be developed or something, I mean, because it implies that there are some recommendations sitting out there that we're talking about.
No, I think it was intended to be more general than that.
Okay, well, that was the question. On page 11, line 17 to 19.
11 and line 17.
This is similar to the previous question about the fish and what have you, is we suggest a period after Endangered Species Act. and strike the last sentence. It says many of the reasons, suggested reasons prudent are related to modified flows, water quality of listed species, and basically, again, there's all sorts of other things going on in the system that the RPAs are looking at as well, and in terms of just looking at flow, that is part of the debate, as you know, Mr. Chairman, that's going on.
Doesn't that sentence describe what they have been recommending since 1993?
In terms of the biological opinions, there are other actions that are going on, and
that's an observation of what they're recommending. I mean, you're
calling out one part. That's the issue, and there's more to the RPA.
Examples of past, current, and proposed actions include colon.
I assume that you're not surprised that from our perspective, calling out these in a narrow manner, we don't appreciate. We think there's a broader picture. So that's all I'm conveying to you, and you can reject it, which looks like you will, but that's my job. And then finally, and we'll deal with this you're putting over the administrative stuff, so we'll have another letter on the standard review issues.
Okay.
But thank you very much. I appreciate your indulgence, but
thank you, sir. Mr. Guy. Mr. Guy. Well, he was here. Mr. Behringer. Mr. Behringer. There you are. Placer County Water Agency and the Recreational Boaters of California.
Yes, indeed. We all have to have recreation at some point, and that's mine. I'm a great fan of the Delta and boating.
Yes, sir.
Three quick comments. First, I appreciate the process you have here, the openness, and the time you're serving as well as many of us serving as well. It's a great indication, I think, of the effort by many people over a couple of decades. CalFed process, Bay Delta Conservancy has been around quite a while. The new conservancy, the Bay Delta Commission's been around. Of course, the vision process, the DCP, the levee work, even that work group's been around a long time that Tom alluded to. I think a lot of people have put a lot of work into this. I'd be hopeful that a lot of this could come to a centrist point at some point. We can identify some ways for going forward on the dual goals, begin to identify ways in which benefits are to be derived for whomever's to be the recipient, and I think the key part ultimately of your plan will be to try to help determine costs, identify those clearly, and the revenues, and then who pays. And for my water agency, and probably for others, that's a key aspect, trying to meet the nexus between is there a benefit, and if so, what's our fair share? Those would be the key points I'd mentioned to you verbally in person, and would hope is what is the intention of this for all parties. I think that's the key element. A couple of quick items. I think the staff's done a really great job on the report you have here with all of the input they have been getting. Just a couple of comments relevant to cost financing. That's roughly, I think, your pages 53-ish, as I remember. I've tried to put notes on this going back and forth. And in particular, is going to say page 50. Yeah. My real comment is really on 56 lines, I believe it's 5 through 16. I think John spoke to this. It's really tough to get a handle, particularly if you're looking back at 2008 cost of the vision, much less in these economic times. I can tell you construction costs now are different than they were 2 years ago. You actually can get more done with many projects sometimes achieved than what you looked at before. Going forward, it's going to be hard to know exactly what the cost might be. My only thought was, from a water management perspective, is maybe you just make a generalized statement as this begins to identify that there are a lot of cost projects to be coming from the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. Maybe let it sit at that rather than to try to keep alive 2008 figures and then try to roll them up to current time, and then 2 years from now you're still looking at numbers. I think there'll be anticipations of sticker shock by some, others wondering, it doesn't cost so much anymore.
Here are things. If you go back to the start of this section, which is on page 53, interim plan, this is line 4. The interim plan can make progress on 2 important beginning points in a financial plan. 1, beginning to develop accurate and complete information on current finances. And that's this effort in table 5.2, which consolidates our federally required mandate from CalFed Bay Delta to do what's come to be called a cross-cut budget or some damn thing. You were involved in this. Is that the word? Yeah. And annually, the Cal-Fed Bay Delta and now the Stewardship Council produces a cross-cut budget attempting to identify federal state governmental spending in the Delta. This is an attempt, and it's really just a draft attempt, to get beyond just that. And you'll notice the red line stuff where we're going to talk about Corps of Engineer information not yet available, and also local district information, if Mr. Zuckerman gives us the financial figures on levee repair, just to try to put in a consolidated way at one place at one time in a given year, who's spending what governments are spending what in and around the Delta for activities. That's the first focus. And then the second is initiating the discussion of long-term financing. And so there's nothing really beyond that except the history of what we know. We have to look at the Delta Vision language and suggestions, and we know that we've already promised we're going to do a financing plan as part of the Delta plan. It'd be impossible really to honor our commitments without talking about the financing implications. But that's, for this purpose and this start right now, that's all it is.
Yeah, I would agree on the overview as you just gave it. It's just on page 56, roughly lines 9 through 16, to try to speak to some of the costs in 2008 figures. So just a minor point.
It's 2008. BDCP's put out preliminary, not final figures, as I believe, on costing. And there's a modest amount of controversy about the cost. Like there's a giant amount of controversy about the cost and more cost estimates to come. This is as best we know today. It could change tomorrow, and we'll have a new narrative.
And it probably will. My thought was just have more of a generic identification of a few, and then indicate in a separate appendix or technical report or whatever document later, this will be set forth in more detail with very timely costs. I was just trying to find a way to not have people get caught up in either sticker shock issues or wonder why here in 2000 whatever, you've got these numbers and they've gone in some other direction. So
my experience is that numbers have always and only gone up.
They go up
in public works projects. That's just me. Yeah. Okay.
Just thirdly, on behalf of recreational boaters, especially thank you for acknowledging our letter of July 8th, and also on pages 6 and 50, also noticing the importance of recreation.
That's the index report, the matrix that was,
Yes. And RBOC, Recreational Boaters, is prepared to have representatives participate and attend as we did with the vision and all the other processes. We can't help but notice, though, that there's also reference in part of this document early on about the Two Gates project and a couple of other proposed barriers.
Which recreational boaters are very skeptical about.
Yes, we like to help everyone not knowingly block the navigable waters of the United States. There's some laws that go against that. However, boat locks have long been found the easy way to fix that. So as that matter moves through and to you, as it comes from the legislature and others, and AJR 38 and others, we've been everywhere.
Passed, right?
Pardon?
The AJR just passed.
Just passed the other day. I think the governor's taken some action, and we're continuing.
Not on an AJR. Is he doing something independent?
Well, sometime, anyhow, that's where we understand it went. Whether he just lets it go by or takes action is something else that may end up here. We would like to have you to see the importance of the folks who are going to benefit by putting in barriers. Let them be the ones to pay for boat locks.
This is where it leads into a struggle with the Contra Costa and some of the other representatives battling with the recreational boaters.
Well, I don't know if they're battling, but I think another community needed to keep in mind is Discovery Bay, not just because of the recreational boating. There's a whole community, lots of people in that part of the South Bay. They have very sincere and real concerns, of which some of their concerns aren't even addressed, whether there is or isn't a boat lock, but by those barriers. So I think has been spoken of before. There is a sense of serious place in the Delta, and people live, work, and enjoy to recreate there. Many of the rest of us, either above the Delta, enjoy the water diversions. Many more, tens of millions more, enjoy that water is diverted on the coast in Southern California. Those people who benefit don't necessarily even understand or know the realities of what's occurring to meet their needs, changes have occurred in the Delta, and I think this group can be very sensitive to it, and I would just bring that to you as a message from a visitor to the Delta. I don't live there, and I don't directly work there, but I think you've gotten that taste of the Delta, if you will, from that several times before. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rentz, Aqua. Here you are.
Mark Rentz, Aqua. I'll try and be quick because I know the time is approaching where the council wants to take an action. I'm going to make a couple general comments, and then I'll do what you've requested, Mr. Chair, and try and go page by page. And there's very few comments. First and foremost, I think it needs to be said, congratulations to staff and their consultant. This was not an easy undertaking from day one, and we have seen significant progress in their efforts, and much of our, where we could argue on semantics or what language we'd prefer, some of the more critical concepts for Aqua that was reflected in both our comments letters have been captured here, so I thank the staff for that work. That being said, my other general comment, and then I'll move into specifics. As you move from the plan development stage to the implementation stage, which is what we're all looking forward to, one of the things I'd suggest to you consider doing is, as appropriate and as time allows on your agendas, bring some people in here to talk to you about their actual operations and how the actual implementation may affect their operations. From our standpoint, it's not a simple matter of, oh, today we decide we're going to put in some new infrastructure and let's go out and start constructing tomorrow. It's a long process. I think we all know it, but I think it'd be good for everybody to understand that. So as you're making decisions, there's projects in play that could be affected by that. There's projects that are in plan, and we're not talking small, projects. We're talking multi-million-dollar projects. So I think it'd be good to have an appreciation for an understanding of that, and I just wanted to bring that to you for an example. Now I'll go into some specifics I have for you.
Yes, sir.
Some of them have already been raised by people, so I'm going to try and go through them pretty fast.
Okay.
On page 10, line number 24, Mr. Zlotnick raised it, and I had the same question. When it says funding recommendations, and Joe, I appreciate your comment that you're trying to be broad on that.
Yeah, Mr. Grindstaff, my suggestion is you consider a grammatical change somewhere. I don't know what it would be.
I'm going to throw out a word.
Pardon?
I'm going to throw out a word, if I could. I would change it, say that you say enacted legislation and funding mechanisms. I think that's really where the debate's at, is what's going to be the funding mechanisms that we're going to deal with.
I think there's some reason to think, do some tinkering. Do some tinkering on that stuff, if you will.
And I'll move on. So
Yeah.
now that I'm going to move to page 12, and it wraps over to
Page 12.
13. The last bullet on 12, Mr. Fiorini made a reference to that earlier.
Right.
And I think it also carries over to the bullets that are laid out very nicely, starting with second bullet, and then I guess there's sub-bullets underneath that, starting on line 4 for the rest of that page, and carry
That's
down
on
to
page
line
13 you're
37.
talking about now. Right?
Yes,
Yeah.
12 and 13. And then it's going to carry forward to I want to go to Mr. Whitley's suggestion too in just a second, because I think it would fold in nicely. As we move forward with implementation and identification of early actions, there are a lot of actions in both the federal plan, as we discussed earlier, and that your staff has laid out here that have, as they acknowledge in the last sentence on line 13 of page 13, these and other studies have considered a wide range of plans. So the point I'm alluding to is there's been a lot of work done on some of these things that are in various stages of completion. Some of them may be just waiting for funding. Some of them may be even beyond that. I would suggest as we look at those discretionary items, one of the things we do early on is say, let's kind of get a sense of some of these things and where they're at, their status. I think there's a good list here that your staff has. There's some good ones in the federal interagency action plan, and I don't have the plan. I didn't look at it recently, but if I remember right, even some of those actions have identified funding for those actions.
Some have, yes.
Yeah, and so that's going to be one of our biggest challenges is funding. So I think we could work together on looking
Mr.
at.
Fiorini promised yesterday that if there isn't adequate funding anywhere, the Aqua discretionary fund might be available for some.
I'll leave that to the
projects.
executive
Isn't
director.
that what you
That's
said?
in his purview, not mine. That's for sure. And that leads me to I will take up on and encourage you to reconsider, Mr. Chairman and council members, the suggestion that Mr. Whitley made about breaking that table into two components, because it was confusing for me, too. I think it's a very simple remedy.
Page 36, table 4.1.
I'm sorry, let me see. 4.1?
Yeah.
Starts on
Page
36. And I think you could break it out very easy, say, these are non-discretionary statutory...
I don't think it makes any difference either way. All of a sudden, now we've got a 4.1 and a 4.2. The break will be at emergency preparedness. It'll probably have some caption, not directly mentioned by statute, but otherwise, but some, I mean, some.
And I don't even think it needs to be
got
two
it.
table
Got it.
numbers. Okay, thank you very much on that one. You're keeping me moving, and I appreciate it. My next comment is on go to table 3.2 on page 28.
28.
First of all, I agree with what you said earlier, Ms. Marcus, that this is a good layout of the various strata of review. I do, and I'm not a scientist, so I could be wrong here, but I do believe there's ways we could more accurately portray that third column, which is the review level. My understanding of independent peer review publications is it's a formal external process, and the key is it's formal. There's criteria spelled out by various scientific organizations as to what constitutes a peer review. So I would encourage you to strike the words minimal to extensive. I mean, what's that mean? What does it contribute to there? But say that it is a formal external process.
Can I make a suggestion? Since it took blood and sweat to get our science team to agree to produce something like this, I would hesitate to make editorial changes, particularly based on a journal article or a chapter in a book I have not read, without their input. And I think Ms. Hastings...
I would like then a
No,
chance...
she's right there. Here, I'm going to make a suggestion. Rather than trying to change it, finish up the rest of your remarks, and then I suggest the two of you chat. I don't know enough about it.
I will hold in abeyance further remarks on that for time and talk with your...
Thank you very much. I want you to do that now, if you would, please.
Oh, as soon as I finish my comments?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, when you do. I thought you had. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
That was a nice try, Mr. Chair. And you promoting...
Didn't work, but it was a nice try.
I want to compliment the staff on page 32. They've made some changes in language that, starting on line 18, that is consistent with where we would think that intent of that sentence needs to be, with the period in the striking, period after agencies.
Can I suggest you simply pass over the victories?
No, but because I have a change.
Because some of us may look, oh, you got to change.
Back a little bit on. I've got a string attached there. I do think you should strike the word primary in front of responsibility. That assumes that somebody else has some level of responsibility, and I don't think there is anybody else that has responsibility. That agency makes a determination whether it's a covered action or not. I mean, is there a secondary agency? There may be somebody you want to consult with, but that doesn't necessarily mean they have responsibility on that decision.
The interim plan recognizes that the primary responsibility. That's the way it now reads.
Right, and I would say that should say the interim plan recognizes that the responsibility for determining.
I would suggest, if you want to change that, we also add the qualifier unless the court determines they've abused their discretion.
Aren't we going to come back to this next month?
If the court determines they abused their discretion, it's going to go back to the deciding body to rectify that situation, not to anybody else.
Either we're going to have a lawyer's discussion in detail on all of this, or I'm going to shoot somebody.
No, I mean, we had decided to postpone this till we finish the administrative procedures. We haven't finished this discussion.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not even sure what I think yet, so...
I did not realize that.
We're going to come back to this paragraph after we do the administrative...
Okay, and then...
Or subject to revision after we do that.
Good, then I'll hold in abeyance that one, too.
Thank you.
My final point is on the financial plan, page 52 through 53.
Yes, sir.
You alluded to what I thought was the most important operative portion of that sentence, sentences on line
4 to 5, next page.
On 53.
Yeah.
And my concern with your second point is initiating discussions, and then if one goes and looks at the discussion beginning on middle of page 56, one could read into it that this is a full set of possible options when we haven't even had initial discussion that we're going to consider. And I think there may need to be some clarification.
Give us a break on this one. You know this is not legal, this is not legally enforceable, this is narrative language. We've already said the Delta Plan's going to have a financing component in it, long-range financing component. You know these alternatives have to be looked at because the legislation says we've got to look at it.
Could you look at other options?
And, you know, I think other language is of more importance than this, but you take your, you know, if you want to make your case.
I bring it forward because it would imply that these are the only three actions will be considered during the discussions, and maybe there's just clarification language that could say something like, these three actions.
In addition to what is required by statute, which means considering the Delta Vision implementation report
during the development
plan, which reads as follows, there is everything else around.
Okay, well, I think that may be some way we could clarify that there's a vast array of options that we may want to look at when we're looking at the financial.
Aqua suggests there are a vast array of options. Vast array of options.
That's probably a redundancy, so I'll just change it to an array of options.
Aqua supports a vast array of options on financing.
Well,
primarily.
I'm glad we can conclude at this late hour with a sense of humor. I appreciate it. And again, I appreciate your, that you give consideration to those comments. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wren. Thank you very much. Mr. Becerra, Barkowitz Chronic Law Firm. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Eisenberg. And I did want to pass along that David Guy was here, fully intended to comment, and had to get someplace else. So he wanted me to pass that along.
So are you going to comment for him on?
Essentially, I mean, I'm not completely aligned. Our firm represents a number of water agencies, both in the Sacramento Valley and in the Sacramento metropolitan region. So we're essentially aligned with a lot.
So Mr. Guy had to leave, but he probably agrees with most of what you have to say, if not all of what you have to say, depending on.
Well, you'll have to check with him when he comes back. So.
Thank you.
First of all, I really wanted to say how much I appreciated the conversation earlier about transparency of the process, because as rapidly as this interim plan discussion has moved, it has been very difficult at times to figure out how input has been made, how it has affected the documents, and then having just 3 or 4 or 7 days to comment on drafts makes it extremely difficult to make sure you've got all your points. So I very much appreciate the recognition that the process needs to make it clear how people's ideas are being incorporated. I have 3 primary comments. One is I'd like to second Mr. Zlotnick's suggestion to remove the discussion of the 8 times over appropriation from page 2. And the reason I say that is the Water Board was very careful in its 2008 memo to describe the technical issues associated with that. For instance, as I recall, they were very careful to say that because we require separate permits for consumptive and non-consumptive uses on the same project, you will necessarily have a very large amount of double counting on any significant size water project. And the problem when you take a document that is that careful and then you say 8 times over appropriation is it's the 8 times number that takes on the life of its own. Nobody remembers the technical qualification that because of the way the laws are set up, you get double counting. I mean, I can certainly understand the point that you want to make, that there is tension between available water supplies and all the demands on them. But that 8 times number takes on a life of its own, which I suggest will make it difficult for you in the future to back away from it. You will have people here saying, you declared that the water system is 8 times over appropriated. There are other reasons to take that out as well, and I think, for example, the statement is that the State Board reports that the face value of existing water right permits in the Delta watershed is more than 8 times the average annual unimpaired flows in the watershed. That may very well be true. It doesn't tell you much, though, because you are comparing the face value of a water right permit, which reflects a project that is constructed to store all of the possible water that comes down in a wet year, to the average flows. It's really mixing apples and oranges because it's not matching the way a project functions to the source of data you're using as a base. You can't take the face value of a permit and compare it to average flows because that's not how the permit is constructed. And we wouldn't want people to construct permits. We wouldn't want people to construct projects that reflect only average flows because they couldn't store anything. and you couldn't store water from the winter and put it to use in the summer, and you couldn't store water from a wet year and put it in a dry year. So I certainly understand the point that you want to make, that there's some tension in the system, but I really suggest that you remove that quote, because that 8 times over appropriation
Mr.
will and
Chairman.
has taken on a life of its own.
Mr. Chairman, on
Mr.
on
Johnston.
that point, do you think that the available resource is oversubscribed?
I think...
Or you belong to the Mother Nature camp?
I think that
Stingy Mother Nature.
It's a question of timing. I mean, certainly the flows that come down in a year like 1997 are probably not oversubscribed. The flows that come down in a year like 1977 may very well be oversubscribed. There's a wide array of variability in the system, and so it may be at times and not others.
I thought about your point, and the idea of shoehorning in a quote from a different plan that quoted a board in order to say that there's more demand than there is supply, I think is, worth examining whether we ought to have the quote, right? The difficulty is that the position you and other critics of it have is to suggest that there really isn't a problem with all the water rights and water permits and all the ability of people to claim that they have water entitled to them. So if we say nothing about it, it does leave us with the view that you end up being associated with, which is there's really enough water to go around.
And I'm not suggesting that that's necessarily the case. And that
Right.
was
But your language is it's just a matter of management of the resource. Is that what it is?
well, one of the things. First, I certainly understand again.
There are no losers here, right? There's
No,
enough for everybody.
That's not it at all. I mean, one of the points I was going to make was since 1850, California has had legal tools to deal with this. We have the water right priority system, and the priority of appropriative water rights in particular, appropriative water rights being the ones that allow you to store water, which are the big ones. We have that system. If there's not enough water, you cut back based on priorities. We invented it here. The miners invented it up in the foothills, and the Supreme Court incorporated it into California water law, and we've got the system in place to deal with shortages. And my much more simple point, though, was just this number of 8 times over appropriation has a life of its own that I don't think is particularly valuable to either those of us who represent water users or to you who will have the job of trying to balance these things when you have such a statement about this extent of the problem. There may be a problem, but I don't think that that number helps you solve it.
Do you agree that the water supply through the water permit system and water rights system in California is interruptible?
You
Yeah,
mean
we
some
heard
people get
testimony.
cut off?
We heard testimony yesterday that it's interruptible. That is, you have a water right for 10,000 acre feet. It's subject to interruption if the supply is not there.
That's what the priority system has done.
And
So,
everybody
I agree.
lives with that
Yes.
and is fully acceptive of that.
If
And no one complains when they are assigned their allocation.
No. Certainly people will complain.
If people are free to complain because they don't get their entitlement, their right, I mean, the word, put aside the legal meaning of the word, it has a popular meaning that implies freedom of speech, freedom of religion, guns, you name it.
Not taking of property without just compensation.
Yeah, whatever. And if it's a two-sided debate, that is, the people who have the rights are entitled to understand that it might be interruptible, but complain when the interruptions occur, demanding that government act to remedy the consequences of this issue, but do not like to have the calculations made that show the amount of promises compared to the supply. I mean, there's something incongruous about saying, Jesus, it's okay for us to complain when the law is applied to us, but it's wrong for somebody else to calculate the promises against the supply.
As an attorney advising water districts, if a water district came to me and said, I'd like to file a new water right application, and I think it's a guarantee that I'm going to get that water, I would say, you need to go to an engineer and figure out how much water is available in that system to you at that priority. Because we have had a system for over 150 years to deal with water shortages. If there's not enough water, the juniors don't get water. And that's the way it's been. That's the system that's set up. And so, like I said, I certainly understand the point that you want to make, which is there is tension in the system between the amount of water and the demands on it. It's that this quote on page 2, I don't think helps you resolve that, because that 8 times number takes on a life of its own.
What helps you resolve it?
I would suggest that you delete...
No, not on the language. I mean, what change in mindset helps you resolve the dilemma of having, at least on paper,
I think it's
right for more water than exists?
I think it's a full understanding of the hydrology. If you have a water right permit that has a priority date on it, you should understand the amount of water available to you at that priority. I mean, that's the fundamental nature of our water right system.
I agree. I do agree. Yeah.
And so again, I'd suggest in this particular document, going back to the direction to suggest edits, I'd suggest you delete on page 2 lines 24 through 35, because I don't believe it helps you resolve your problems. I think it makes it more difficult for everyone.
Okay.
My second comment relates to best available science, which begins on page 28.
28.
NACWA and the Regional Water Authority, which is a JPA of agencies in this area, suggested deleting this, and I understand you may or may not do that, but it seems to me this again may cause you some problems, because it isn't particularly sensitive to the practices in the various fields of science that you're going to be hearing from, and in particular, hydrological modeling, I think, does not fit very well into the rubric you've created potentially in this discussion. The CalSim model may have been peer-reviewed, but the model runs that you use to determine how particular proposals may affect the system are generally not peer-reviewed. And so when you take a look at, they are yet, nonetheless, the state of the art. That's what people rely on. That's what DWR relies on when they do reliability studies. And so when you take a look at table 3.3-2, and you have a prioritized list of sources of science, I mean, as I look at it, hydrological modeling, I can't quite figure out where it fits in that priority list.
Do you believe that hydrologic modeling is or is not a science?
I believe it's engineering. I believe it to the extent we have information that allows you...
Well, let's ask our 2 engineers who are sitting there trying to look like they could say something. Hydrology, engineering or science?
I think the models that they do are a simulation of. They're identified of how they could be used in a comparative fashion. The DWR models, they are peer-reviewed and have gone through...
The hydrology models.
The hydrologic models, yes, and are peer-reviewed. You look at hydraulic models, frequently those also are verified, and some of them are calibrated.
Are there hydrologic models that don't get peer-reviewed?
There are hydrologic models that may have lesser extent of peer review, but generally when we've used them, by definition, we get a lot of people out there.
Some report or hydrologic model that currently is being used or might be considered, wouldn't be considered matched against this matrix?
To me, the important distinction is between the model itself, the piece of software that you assemble, which I understand is usually peer-reviewed, versus the model runs when you pour in certain assumptions into that software and it spits out results that you are going to have this impact or that impact. It's the model runs that concern me, that this language may be used to say, you shouldn't really think about those model runs because they haven't been peer reviewed, they haven't been through this, they haven't been through that.
These are model runs in advance of peer review that you're worried about.
No, they rarely go through peer review, but they are nonetheless the best available information on these
What are we
things.
talking about? Mr. Grinesmith?
Well, what I want to say is, I agree with you that the models themselves are typically peer-reviewed, and each time you run the model, you don't get it peer-reviewed. And I
Right.
think on this chart, then typically, it would fall someplace between general scientific reports and publications, when those results are published internally, because they are obviously reviewed internally and compared within an agency. So I think they do fall on the chart. At worst, they would be part of a science expert opinion. So I think it's true that they aren't at the very top of the list, but I don't think the process in the council...
And if I may add, it's for Delta Plan, because we do believe there'll be, which we'll get to hopefully in a few minutes, the environmental documentation process, and in that process, the models and the model runs would be available for review as part of the
Can I make a suggestion? This is just technical enough that I don't want to try to tinker with it immediately, but have you, or would you do a written description of the complexities and the concerns you have?
Sure, we could certainly prepare some amendments or proposed insertions or deletions or whatever to this text, but it seems to me, I don't know what your process is going forward for potential changes to this. You've talked about this being a living document to some degree, and my concern is just to the extent that the council puts its stamp on this kind of language, we then potentially run into problems where if, for instance, upstream water agencies want to submit a model run based on certain flow criteria, such as potentially the State Water Board's Delta flow criteria, we don't want to run into a problem where we are criticized for, well, you're not providing the best science. We're doing this as good a science as you can.
The statute requires us to use either the best available science or the best available scientific information. That's what the statute says. This is an attempt to refine that, and by deleting anything, we're open to the charge, well, you don't even define what best available science is, which means you're just trying to hide arbitrary decisions by assuming everything's best available science.
And it's that refinement that concerns me. The statute, I'm comfortable enough that best available science, if we give you a new model run based on a peer review model, to me that's best available science. My concern is that the refinement that you're making here sort of puts it in a lower category. And to me, that is going to be...
Put it in writing to us in detail. Give us an illustration of model runs you feel should be viewed as the highest possible scientific information. And in this schematic, somehow would A, either not ever be considered, or B, might be considered as less relevant if we had independently peer-reviewed hydrologic models. I'm assuming this is about hydrologic models. I mean, there are other scientific questions.
Oh, sure. I mean, fisheries information that's been through peer reviews, you know, and in published journals and that sort of thing. I mean, this construct makes sense to some degree. That makes more sense in relation to that kind of information. This modeling, which I think is going to be pretty crucial to you, because that's the only way you're going to be able to link whether or not the two equal goals work together. You don't want to run into a problem where you get objections that you are not allowed to really consider that information because it hasn't been through peer reviews, or it hasn't been through this, or hasn't been through that, but nonetheless is a run of the state-of-the-art model. So, I mean, it's certainly possible to provide you some possible edits to this, but I mean, it seems to me...
Mr. Curlin.
I think I understand the technical question behind it, but I think in a policy context and as a non-lawyer, even a legal context, it's moot, because unless someone advanced a peer-reviewed counter-analysis,
right,
it would be the best available.
Right.
So all this chart does, which I also like, is basically organize the categories of evidence consistent with every discussion I've ever heard of best available science. There's a peer review standard. We don't hit that. That's not available all the time. The point is, it's the best available for this decision, in this context, in this time frame.
And I think that's a very useful clarification, and I think we can probably propose some language that gets at that point.
Mr. Natoli?
Okay, well, I think he just summed it up. I was going to say, though, then, so you would talk this issue about hydrologic modeling and peer review and see how it would fit in this chart, or how it would flow in this particular section, in light of what Mr. Curlin said?
Right, because I think that comment overcomes the concern that, well, you haven't had this peer reviewed, so we're not going to consider it at all.
What I would suggest is that we could add a sentence either to, a couple sentences either to the preface, the first paragraph before the table, or one after, probably would be the best place, but then after the table, and just say that this, even if you move down the table, and that this is really to compare concurrent options for science.
Wait. As I did the last time around, you got to talk to the science team about this issue.
Exactly.
It took a lot of work to get us to this point, and I don't want to lose at least the first working document I've seen that's almost understandable on best available science in any context.
So if we could get a clarification on the paragraphs before the table.
Yeah, well, we don't have that language now. We're not going to write it today, but there will be follow-up issues. And Mr. Grindstaff, if the council agrees, I'd agree this might be one to flag for potential consideration.
My only comment is I understand that part. I do remember this from when I was a lawyer, is to look for worst-case scenarios. You're supposed to do that. But I don't see the real...
He's smiling, is that yes?
Mr. Eisenberg is my common alma mater. They certainly taught us to issue spot the worst-case scenarios.
I was going to say he was your worst-case scenario. I'm glad you didn't say that.
I am the worst.
So I was having trouble figuring out when this would actually ever happen. That's why I was looking at you that way, which is because it's a hierarchy. I couldn't think of an example of where you're concerned. You don't even have to do that. I think the suggestion, the only point I want to make is I don't want to mess with this either, because this is the way it's done. I was just happy anecdotal made it in there, which is sort of the opposite of your concern.
Yes.
But I just think I would frame it as comfort language rather than tinkering with the science, because this is right on the scientific
I
process.
can tell you the genesis for this concern.
That might
The state board's inclusion of Appendix B in its draft flow criteria that just approved was criticized from some quarters as having not been peer reviewed. That this was hydrologic modeling, demonstrating what impacts the flow criteria might have, and they got a fair number of comments saying, you can't include Appendix B because it hasn't been through appropriate processes to consider.
And you guys agreed with that criticism?
No, we did not. We believed that Appendix B was useful to demonstrate what
So
sorts of...
you wanted a peer review standard in the water board rules?
No.
He said he didn't.
It was that we have seen that there is criticism of using modeling to demonstrate the impacts of ecosystem measures because it hasn't been sufficiently reviewed. And so I think that that is an important thing for this council to consider as a problem to avoid in the future.
Well, but to avoid it, you want to delete any mention of peer review?
No. I think Mr. Curlin's comments essentially hit the issue that if there's some published journal of hydrologic modeling, then your model run has gone through that process, well, then maybe that's...
Mr. Curlin, Mr. Grindstaff, you're in charge of coordinating this discussion and the previous discussion where I sent Ms. Hastings and I guess it was Mr. Whitley. Was it Mr. Whitley outside to talk about other related questions? And I want this done very carefully because this is really a very valuable addition. In spite of concerns, it's a very valuable start, and we need this guidance because the statute says, guys, you got to use the best available science. I'm sorry, folks. Okay.
My final comment.
By the way, some of you may wonder what it is being passed around up here. I have accused many people, Mr. Fiorini, Mr. Natoli, of producing strange-looking red balls of substances that are probably this. They're from the communication staff. Oh, terrific! Great.
Now you trust it?
I mean the guys with the beards and the trucks with all the bumper strips.
It's
out?
the poison pill.
Oh, you just ate it.
All right. last point.
Yes. Again, going back to the comment letter from NACWA and from RWA,
Which comment letter, the date?
August 23rd,
Okay.
I believe.
That's the latest one, okay.
They suggested removing the discussion of the finance plan. And I agree with that, and the reason is that this doesn't seem like a topic you need to have in the interim plan. You may have it in the final plan, you don't need to have it in the interim plan. There's one point in particular I'd like to make about it, and that is there's a discussion in here, both in table 5-2 and then on page 58 at lines 9 and 10, about the availability of funding from water users and local sources, that literally hundreds of millions of dollars a year from those sources went into CalFed. And then if you look at table 5-2, you'll see that, well, it's zero now. And to me, the implication I got out of that is, well, there's hundreds of millions of dollars a year available for user fees. And the problem with that is, if you take a look at the Department of Finance document that's cited in...
That's the audit document, right?
The audit document, and you take a look at table 5 of that document on page 7, that local user money was grant matching funds. 88% of that was grant matching funds. That is a very different use of local money than user fees. Grant monies are going to go to match CalFed monies to do local projects. And the problem you've got is that's obviously a very different matter for a local agency as to where those funds are going. So to the extent the finance plan discussion suggests that there's all of these hundreds of millions of dollars available for user fees, I don't think that's really an accurate statement as demonstrated by the Department of Finance document. And this is why I would suggest you take it out, is you're creating yourselves problems, I think, in relation to potentially interested parties that you don't have to create in this interim plan. We certainly understand there's going to be a broad discussion of financing. Everybody knows that, but I don't think that this council needs to vote to take positions on this at this particular time.
Which is the language that says we support endless user fees on water districts? Just point the sentence to me.
Well, what it is it says on 58, lines 9 and 10, first it says, as seen in table 5-2, expenditures funded by water users and local sources provided hundreds of millions annually for CalFed projects.
Yeah.
And then you go down and lines 17 through 18, several fee proposals have been advanced. Some workable package of such fees must be developed to support implementation of SB 7-1. I don't think you need to get that deep into this subject in the interim plan.
We don't need money to implement the Delta Protection Act of 2009, including facilities, including the related water bond doesn't need to pass, nothing needs to pass? No. How can money not be a discussion? Just tell me.
It certainly can be a discussion, and as a long-term matter, it will undoubtedly be one. I don't think the council needs to be staking out that sort of position in the interim.
What position? Tell me the position where it says water districts shall be required to pay high amounts of fees for all the purposes of the act.
It does state fees must be developed to support implementation of SB 7.
Yes. I can't believe that dangerous language.
Fees are very different to me, though, than, for instance, export contractors agreeing to fund the construction of
if the argument is upstream users, your clients, should pay nothing to deal with Delta problems and implementations, and only exporters should pay, I got that. That's an argument that I don't personally adhere to, but I understand why you'd say it. And I suspect you'd probably prefer we say that.
That would be lovely.
Yeah, right. And I probably would expect to hear something from exporters that would say, wait a minute, there are let's see, there are things called stressors that are not solely attributable to our export of water. What about them? And you'd say, well, for God's sake, start first at what we know, which is the exporters ought to pay a lot of money. Since we haven't made any recommendations on this and are referencing other studies, and it is the council has already said we will do a financing plan as part of the Delta plan. I cannot imagine what you object to here, except the fact that not that what's here, it's, well, but yeah, but if you put something here that says you're going to do a financing plan, you might actually do a financing plan, and if you do, we won't like what you're going to do.
No, it's not that so much. It's the statement right there, fees must be developed. And then the reference...
Several fee proposals have been advanced, several in legislation, several recommended by study groups and recommendation. The Department of Water Resources recommended, and the governor proposed in 2005, a statewide water fee standard for all water users. Didn't go anywhere, but they have been advanced. Some workable package of such fees must be developed, because the general fund isn't going to be available. And guess what? Bond funds aren't going to be massive for a while either.
And we don't know what the Supreme Court will rule on the legality of fees. So it
Of fees.
Of fees.
Because users, beneficiaries have a legal right not to be charged for the benefits.
Well,
water districts might be surprised with that principle.
You have to understand from the upstream perspective, it's difficult to see the benefits of this. I mean, we are not going to be getting a 50-year permit under the ESA for our water diversion.
I understand.
And so to the extent you have beneficiaries, that's a very different question than fees generally. Fees like people are paying to fund division of water rights. So
I understand what
Yes.
you're saying, but let me give you an example. The NIMS has come out with a letter stating that they're concerned about predation, bass,
Yes.
and salmon. Well, let's say that somewhere along the line there is a fee associated with bass fishing that's applied to helping the salmon fisheries in the Sacramento River. Would that be a benefit to some of your clients?
there's a fee.
Associated with bass fishing.
Yes.
To help suppress predation on outmigrating salmon. Would that help the conditions in the Sacramento River?
I don't know.
I share that as an example of
Yes.
a fee that could potentially benefit upstream users. So before you summarily dismiss fees as all bad, you might want to wait and let the process work its way through, and then we'll evaluate the recommendations as they come. There isn't anything specific here. I don't think anybody should be worried yet, but when specifics do come, if you're a bass fisherman and you don't want to pay an extra fee for bass fishing, then I'm sure we'll hear from that person at the appropriate time.
And again, I understand we're going to have this discussion in the future. It seemed to me that this being an interim plan without regulatory effect, it isn't something you needed. So, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, Bert Wilson. Mr. Wilson? There you are, sir.
Thank you. My comments are general on the interim plan. Before I begin, I'd like to say in my 40-plus years as a radical activist in an adversarial position, I've never met a committee chairman as good as you.
Mr. Wilson is a writer of some note on water and environmental issues and has been for 45 years, right?
I've appeared before police chiefs. I sued the LAPD for illegal surveillance and won, and the governor and everything else, but you really move a committee along, and I respect you.
God, it feels like it's moving at a snail's pace right now.
No, but you're very good. And
Thank you,
like
sir.
I say, I have.
Thank you.
My general comments is when you first started the Delta Vision Committee, you developed the co-equal goals. Now, being an ex-PR man myself, that was brilliant as far as I was concerned. But I don't think they're co-equal at all. I think they're mutually exclusive. And they have to be mutually exclusive. Section 12201 of the updated Water Code says in part that the Delta will serve as a freshwater supply for export to areas of water deficiency. Now, translated, that means a water grab, moving more Northern California Delta water south. And that's exactly what ruins the Delta, and that's what makes the co-equal goals mutually exclusive rather than co-equal. anytime you send water south, you're jeopardizing the delta. I would like to, I know this is going to sound outlandish, but I would like to see you just dump the whole interim plan and come back with one that preserves and protects the delta. I think, and because most people see this as a water grab. And, my good friend Tim Brick, who's the chairman of the board of the Metropolitan Water District, he's the one that recruited me for the campaign against the peripheral canal, you see. And now the co-equal goals here are kind of a smoke screen to cover up the fact that this isn't another peripheral canal. It isn't another water grab from the south. And I think that's doing a good job. But deep down at the roots, it's still a form of a water grab. Now, yesterday, I've been at home watching, yesterday and this morning, and the State Water Board testimony was really interesting to me, saying that the flow is insufficient to protect the delta habitat. There is scientific information that necessitates increased flows to protect public trust resources. One doesn't substitute for the other. And then to me, his testimony was hijacked until you got him to admit that there was room for moderation of that view. But I would like to see him hold to that view, that no more water should be taken from the delta. As a matter of Patrick Johnston here, who I had the pleasure of working with in the 70s on telephone issues and utility issues, you became my water hero, Patrick, when you said maybe less water should be exported. I mean, that should be emblazoned in letters. Now, if you think you're saying, why do I think that this is a water grab and sending all this water south? The YouTube, go onto YouTube and input Governor Schwarzenegger signs 09 water legislation. There you will find 4 10-minute videos featuring everybody from the mayor of Los Angeles to the Latino Water Coalition to water districts in Southern California, even down to the head of the Carpenters Union, jumping up and down, praising the governor and Darrell Steinberg and Karen Bass for saving Southern California. We're finally going to get the water. All that water is going to come down here. I mean, you ought to see that. I mean, if that ever surfaces here in Sacramento, you're dead. I mean, and you and I and Supervisor Natoli, we went on a tour together. And I have on tape, I'm a solo video journalist, I have on tape your presenters laughing about how the people in Southern California love the good-tasting Sacramento water and the good water quality that's going to be shipped south to them, you see. I mean, you see, if you send more water south, and they need more. Now, I put this hypothetical situation to Supervisor Natoli, and I don't know of anything in the plan that covers this. But let's say, the water's going to go south. There's no question about that. The guy from the carpenter industry says, now we're going to be able to build homes in Riverside and San Bernardino, and we're going to develop the high desert around Victorville and Palmdale. And you see, this is all for economic development. And they can't do it unless they get the water, because you can't build unless you say you've got a water supply. And they don't have it right now. So economic development is stalled in Southern California until they get the water. All right, now, they're all jumping up and down because they know they're going to get the water now, and they're looking for you people to do it. Now, when that happens, you see, you start sending water down there, and all of a sudden the houses are built in Riverside and San Bernardino, people build their swimming pools and golf courses and everything, and the water's going down there because what you've done is scientifically put spigots all over the delta. Well, we'll turn this one on here, and we'll turn this one, and this one there, and this way we're going to save the delta. See, but then what happens when there's a drought? Who do you save? Do you save the Delta or Southern California? Now, Supervisor Natoli made the correct political answer. He said, I'd save the Delta. Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. And I think that's a good thing. So I would like to see, people talk about transparency. I would like to see us get past the co-equal goals and talk about, you see, for 3 years, I've been trying to get 3 years out of the Department of Resources what the flow rate is supposed to be past Antioch and Chips Island to prevent saltwater intrusion from the bay. Already on the books are water barriers to be put across Chips Island, which would necessitate raising the levees 5 feet on the other side of the water barriers, because that's what the buildup would be in Suisun Bay, to prevent water intrusion when you didn't have enough Sacramento River water going south. Now we're going to have 5 intakes on the Sacramento River pumping 500 million gallons of water into a 325-foot tunnel that goes to the Clifton Court forebay for one reason: to send more Delta water south, to send more Sacramento River water south. And this, to me, is unacceptable. You either have to save the Delta or send water south. And everybody up here wants to see the Delta saved. I know I do, and most of the people I talk to, too. So I would like to see you make that the point of your interim plan and just exclude sending any more Delta water south. And I thank you.
Mr. Wilson, thank you very much. Ms. Metters. Ms. Metters. There you are.
Good afternoon. After everybody else in their educated comments, I feel a little bit, not too sure. Mine are layperson and they're Delta residents, and it goes back to the interim plan and the Delta plan and the Delta Protection Commission's land management and resource management use report. On the Delta, we talk a lot about this stuff and how it is coming together, and quite frankly, we don't understand how you can come up with any kind of plan that doesn't base itself primarily on the Delta Protection Commission resource management. They've been around now for about 20 years. They're in the trenches. They have been doing consistency plans with development requests within the primary and secondary zone. They exercise appellate. I understand they can overturn decisions that are made that are inconsistent. So it seems to me that the Stewardship Council and the Conservancy are latecomers to the game, and to not pay respect to what the Commission is doing and has been doing, and to build any plan whatsoever, picking and choosing out of the resource management plan is irresponsible. So another comment that we talk about in Walnut Grove is we have 3 retired game wardens, and they have a lot of interesting scientific information. And one of them that we were talking the other night is when we do cold water dumps into the system that have a variation of 10 degrees or more, what happens is when you have a 13-degree drop in water temperature, you kill the salmon. And that's not even brought up in any of this as far as the best available science goes. So to not use people that have been in the trenches and protecting our resources for the last 40, 50, 100 years, again, comes back to being irresponsible, especially to people who are not fully aware of all of the information and knowledge that goes into this. And you're new to this, and I was thinking yesterday, good luck climbing yourself out of the bottom of the mountain, the learning curve, but that's what it is. And not any one solution or any one recommendation is in and of itself. It's a very, very vast web and myriad of issues that go into not just the Delta, but in our water supply issues all, regarding the whole state. And that when these things come down, they do affect everybody from the north of the border down to the south of the border. We happen to be in the middle. But there's a lot of considerations. Then keep in mind that if we do not have a healthy Delta, eventually we will not have healthy human beings, regardless of where you live in the state. So if the Delta is collapsing, it's a matter of time before humans we will see the negative consequences of an unhealthy estuary and water supply. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Ms. Metters. Mr. Pogledik, if I pronounced that correct. Did I pronounce his name almost correctly? He's from Yolo. He was from Yolo County. Had to leave.
Yes, he's Yolo County Deputy County Counsel.
Oh, okay.
He was going to testify with regard to pages 32 and 33, and just confirming that he will make himself available along with others.
And associate
to
himself
work-
with your remarks on
That's
that.
correct, and to work with Mr. Stevens and staff on that, those sections.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else in the audience like to talk to us on this issue? Okay. All right, let's get to where we are. Let me just, Joe and Chris and folks, let's make sure we understand what we've got in front of us. The decision on delaying the vote on the administrative rules, that collective thing, is to September. And for the purpose of acting on the interim plan, the understanding is the September vote will determine both the narrative that will relate to the administrative rules, whatever it is we adopt then, and will require some editing adjustment accordingly. Number two, with regard to that editing and adjustment, Mr. Stevens and others will go through this and box, highlight, some other characterization of language that will be held pending. That's not quite the right way to describe it, but pending our September action, okay? All right. Number two, the staff, when there's a motion made, I would appreciate it if the staff would also have the authorization to do grammatical, spelling, typo, math, all the fuss budget word crafting stuff that goes with it, with the instruction to return to us if there is any significant policy implication drawn from it, and also from your review, any review. Okay. Then there were a host of smaller issues that were identified, language changes and adjustments. I don't think we need to repeat it, but I just want to make note on the two best available science comments and conversations. The theory is that those issues will be discussed between science staff, DCC, the consultants, and the interested parties in an attempt to see what, if anything, needs to be adjusted on the language. Yes, ma'am.
You're very good at just noticing
well, just
nonverbal
on the
behavior.
language, and well, that's because I saw you lean forward.
No, and I would just say to limit that to comfort language rather than messing with the science.
Now, those, it seems to me, are the major ingredients, unless I missed something.
I agree, those are the major ingredients. There may be other small administrative, not technical changes.
I do have one suggestion, and we're going to have to figure out a pattern for this as we get into the Delta plan. Because there are a lot of little tinkering changes, it would be useful if we can get out no later than Monday morning just a summary note, not of the solutions, but of the particular points that have been highlighted.
Can I ask that that be Monday, 5 o'clock, close of business?
Okay.
I understand. Today is Friday.
No, but the point is, the farther away we are in time, the more likely one thing's going to be forgotten, and we need to have if we can get out of here in time, have a staff follow-up meeting to make sure that the list of items is recorded so we know what we're working on.
And we
That's
do
really
that.
important.
And I should remind, maybe you aren't aware, but most of my staff, most of our staff that are here on their furlough Friday. So they're not being paid, but they're here working.
They are remarkably pleasant about that. Testament to your tolerance, folks. Okay. All right. That is the understanding discussion. Is there a motion? Mr. Johnson.
On the entirety of I wanted to be clear whether we were going to delete including residential development proposals. My view, since the testimony was that this sentence is not what was recommended by the 5 counties, that just deleting it and not doing further editing or otherwise trying to redo the issue.
That was my understanding. We
Okay.
were just
All
going to
right.
delete that insertion.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, because what I had understood from the explanation is that they didn't suggest the 4 words that were added, that just in that sentence, line 19, or line 20, excuse me, that they were just substituting future residential development for economic development. That was a 1-word substitution that they were suggesting, so, but you still want that stricken, is that the?
Say it again.
Well, we
I'm sorry.
had, the first time around, we tentatively decided just to strike the red line,
Yeah.
including residential development proposals, comma. And that was subject to review, discussion, which we're doing right now. So at least the initial intention was to delete all that red line.
It was, and I'm not arguing with that. What I was getting to, though, I think the explanation provided by Mr. Kutras, the clarification was is that when the suggestion was sent in, they didn't intend to have those 4 words put in there. They intended to substitute, after the word future on line 20, residential development for economic development. Is that correct? And that's all. That was the only change they were suggesting. Now, if that still gets to being problematic, that's why I said earlier that that seems to read okay in the rest of that context of that paragraph.
Well, but it's the future residential development that I object to as a appropriate economic development.
Well, yeah, but they weren't even going to have economic. I think that was going to be stricken. Though.
Right, but why would you put residential development in the primary zone?
Well, you do have houses that are still built in the primary zone.
Well,
Patrick.
but this is residential development proposal. If we say that, it says that this council believes that residential development proposals should be in the primary zone. And if we say nothing about it, then presumably we're controlled by the resource management plan of the Delta Protection Commission, which has lots of standards and rules.
No.
I don't know why Yolo County wants to advocate for residential development proposals. It doesn't say building houses on lots that are or on parcels that have a perfect right to do so, which is not in dispute.
I didn't gather that they wanted to do that. My sense was they thought they were trying to make it consistent with what was previously in that paragraph. And I thought, my sense was that paragraph where it says economic development, not just residential development, causes us to say, and in the future, other people to potentially say, hey, all economic development
Right, but now they want to
needs to
remove
pay attention
economic
to that.
development. I don't mind them
And my
removing-
sense is the rest of the council was in a place of saying all economic development in the Delta, in the
Has to pay
primary
attention to
zone, has
flood
pay
risk.
Okay,
attention
so
to flood
let me see if I
protection.
understand this. So the Delta counties don't want future economic development because it's too broad, being restricted, right? So they substituted residential development, thinking that that's more limited. So in that sense, their motive is good. My problem is that it does then, by using primary zone and secondary zone, leave to the potential misunderstanding or conclusion that residential development ought to go in the primary zone. So is there a way of leaving them both out?
You say future development?
I mean,
Future economic development? Is that what you?
What?
Future development, we could say that.
Future development.
If you're thinking about a sentence which would read, future development in the Delta must continue to recognize the inherent risk in primary zone development proposals, comma, and even many secondary zone proposals, period. Right?
well,
Yes.
well, that's kind of...
Well, they got to do it legally anyway.
That's a tautology there, right?
Yes.
I mean, future development must recognize the inherent risks in...
In developing in flood-prone areas.
Saying it, you would think that that would be self-evident, but it obviously isn't. So I think it's important to say it. Just like the oversubscribed, I think it's essential to say.
Suggestion, if we have that sentence so that the word economic is deleted. So it just says future development. Initiatives has already been deleted in the red line. It would stay deleted. And the phrase, including residential development proposal, comma, will be deleted. The rest of the sentence remains. How does that appeal to people? Don? Don, you okay? Pat?
Okay.
Randy?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. You got that, Joe? Okay. I think that's good. All right. Other questions, Pat?
I'd move as amended.
Okay. Move as amended with the caveats mentioned at the beginning, the notation on the action that the administrative rules set for the September meeting, and the highlighting of text that would be affected, adjusted by whatever we do in September. The direction to staff to make grammatical editing, technical comments, and to let us know if there's a problem. Also, the request by Friday at 5 o'clock to post on the web a list of items and notations from this discussion with page references, please. There might be some that don't have page references, but I think most do.
Most of all the little things we
Yeah, the
did all
little
the way
things,
through.
right.
You meant Monday at 5 o'clock.
Monday,
You just said Friday at 5 o'clock.
did I say Friday?
You did, at 5 o'clock.
We won't be able to do that in the next hour and a half.
I would never risk running the wrath of two simultaneous engineers staring at me grim-faced.
On their furlough day.
Yes, on their furlough day. So Friday at 5, Monday at 5 p.m.
He can't help himself.
Sorry about that, folks. My apologies. Monday at 5 p.m. Okay, discussion.
Yeah.
Don.
Mr. Chair, if I could just want to be clear on, because we had quite a bit of discussion on the resource management plan and how we're going to handle that. Was it clear to staff how we're going to come back? I think we ended up at a point.
Which page are you just?
No, it's not it's the general discussion of the resource management
38.
plan, that item, which is on page 38.
38,
Yeah,
you're correct,
the
yeah.
last little bullet.
Yeah, I think we have
It's
some
the chart.
something like commence a review of the resource management plan. I forget the exact language, for consideration and development of Delta plan, but also...
Commence review,
Right.
Commence review of
Right.
The
Delta Planning Commission Land Use and Resource Management Plan.
Period.
Period.
Right.
I personally think what we're going to find is if we can set up a staff working group on a regular basis from the 5 counties, that's going to help us get past a lot of these future kind of smaller questions, and we'll learn a lot from
And
that
we're going to
process.
add a row about engaging the state agencies and a row to engage the local agencies.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Other questions, comments, observations? Okay.
One observation, I would just, Mr. Chair, again, just want to compliment you for moving the meeting along, but I want to say that both the testimony as well as the comments, and I think having a working session like this has been very, very important. Again, it can take a while, but maybe test patience, but it's important, very, very important. And I think the comments from first speaker to the very last one this afternoon have helped shine some light on any number of issues, and you get some of this discussion out there. We may or may not make those changes in our action here, but I think that's important, and that is engagement. That is real back and forth, two-way. And again, I compliment our chair, but certainly I think that's how this process needs to work. I compliment our staff certainly for all their work to bring the document forward. But
is that a second to the motion? Second to the motion?
second.
Okay, Mr. Fiorini. Okay. Note, after this motion, we're going to deal with the question of whether we set up a committee or the full council will do the early actions. It's a separate item. It'll take some discussion from us. Okay, understood? Okay, let's call the roll. Mr. Natoli.
Natoli, aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Marcus, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Thank you very much. 5-0. Thank you for your patience on that. Now, we have the whole early actions discussion, the revised chart, and a looming list of, I don't know, 85 items or something like that that are not on the first chart. I think a number of these proposals will disappear once the form goes out and the letter asking for information, or let's say disappear, that isn't the right word, that people will say, we're not ready to proceed yet. Right. We've got a federal commitment, but the budget triggered it next year or 2 years from now, things which means we can reduce that list, but it's going to take work to find that. To get back to the council by the September meeting with an evaluation on this, we either have to schedule another 2-day meeting of us or a committee. Shouldn't who?
The newest members, shouldn't the newest member be on the
You know,
committee?
I can understand that suggestion. Shouldn't the newest member catch up with the rest of you in the first month?
The best way is to jump right in.
Look, yeah, I mean, I'm doing this full-time, I'm in here all the time, this is going to be a Sacramento operation, and I am not distracted by the county budget, which will be modified apparently once a day for the rest of our lives, right?
At least. That's true.
So
yeah.
I'd be prepared to do it on a committee, but it's going to take a lot of work, and the thing that concerns me the most is the notion that everybody starts treating as a free-for-all to get their favorite idea on a list and expects us to go through hours of testimony on ideas which don't have funding, don't have engineering, don't have configuration, haven't started, and, the early action nomenclature in the language we've adopted in the interim plan suggests some sense of urgency is involved and some sense of the ability to move very rapidly on projects, which will be its own measure. So I think you ought to do a committee, personally.
Wait, Mr. Chair, and I don't dispute with the committee structure. I do think, though, that there might be a way to bifurcate to have the committee maybe, vet some of this, but I think, again, that...
No, it has to come back to the council.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, the interim rules call for preparation of material, submission of material, and if you do, the staff recommends a committee vetting and recommending under one of those categories that were in the interim plan, but the council has to make the final result. I mean, the hope is, and you guys are going to have to determine it, the hope is that if a committee does the vetting, that you will not have a duplicate hearing. If you do, you're going to have a long time to go through it on the same subject. But there may be some items where you wish to do a more developed hearing. We don't know. But that's my suggestion. So, committee or full council? Having ducked the anointment.
I am happy to pitch in as much as anyone. I also have to catch up at the same time and get out in the field. So it's just a question of, it's not my full-time job, but I'm happy. I've reviewed proposals a lot in my career, so I'm happy to help.
Yeah, my instinct is a week from now, roughly, say a week from Monday, we start our first hearing, and it, as a committee, if it works, and it's going to last all day. And it's going to be a painful process because the agencies, Mr. Grindstaff and his staff gave them a heads up of what they were proposing, but, they're going to say, what do you mean? We can't come in a week, that's unrealistic. Right. But we've got to keep that schedule to get this in public. Randy, what do you think?
Well, I think a committee is the right way to go, particularly as we talked earlier about engaging the federal agencies. I think two people can operate as a strike team a lot easier than the entire council in engagement at that level.
Other thing is, it's a public meeting, probably be at the Stewardship Council office. We can use one of the conference rooms, right? We'll post all the information on the committee rapidly.
And it may be that what we want to do is establish that the committee can be rotating members. So, for example, the chair and the vice chair can do it on a certain day, but if the vice chair, Randy, you can't do it someday, then Felicia, you can come in and do it with the chair, or so you set it up so that, and maybe that way we can get through it expeditiously, because I can see if in fact even half of these projects come forward with proponents and they're serious about this information, there will be a lot of work.
I'm trying to envision what this is. We will undoubtedly get a number of applications that don't meet the criteria.
Right.
Do we have to sit and have a hearing on the ones that don't meet the criteria on their face?
I would suggest if they on their face don't have the information or don't meet the criteria, that you delegate to staff the ability to make that finding and recommend that to the committee as a consent item or something.
Yeah. And also, you're going to have to be pretty tough about the presentations. For example, two gates is one of the statutory mentioned issues. 75 boaters from Discovery Bay will want to come up and complain about the interference with their boating activity, or 175 or something like that. And I think the odds are relatively high. People are going to say, wait, we're probably 18 months, 2 years away from making a formal decision on it. I mean, I think the agencies are going to say that. Or there's no funding available, or something like that.
As an example, Two Gates is planning a substantive science review where they're going to do some sampling, do some work this coming winter, so they're probably not ready to move forward with the project immediately. That's an example of one.
Despite being in the legislation.
Yeah, despite being in the legislation, as I understand it, the Department of Interior has laid out a process of doing some science studies that require another winter before they can.
And my instinct is, in that case, rather than go through another idle hearing, so that people, I mean, you just say to the parties, okay, tell us when those studies are done, and as we do our report to the legislature, that's one of the things we've got to do, is on this early action, we owe a report to the legislature and the governor. They told us to do some things. What are we doing? I think we just say, if that's the case, new scientific studies underway, completion time approximately, 18 months, something like that. Project not ready to move until that occurs per federal Department of Interior decision, or something. And then, rather than hold a hearing to reach that conclusion and make people come up, you just say, sorry, it's not, not ready for prime time right now because studies are going on.
Right, and it would make sense to me to be, this I was thinking wouldn't start with a hearing, to be able to make that determination early and decide which ones you would have a hearing so people don't waste their time driving up just in case
hopefully,
you're going to decide something.
Hopefully what would happen is the letter that's already gone out, has it gone out to state and federal agencies or just state?
It just went out to state.
Okay, well, you probably have to tag the feds in ASAP, and I bet you a bunch of them will all of a sudden...
It went out in accordance with the state agencies that were listed in the statute.
In the statute, right.
And so we're anticipating that they are consulting on joint projects in the consultation.
Well, hopefully what would happen is as follows. We take this revised chart that we've adopted, and that gets posted to the web, and we'll simply constantly update with information. So if we get a letter from a Department of Interior on this, or from NOAA on something, we'll post it to that information, flagging it on the website so people can know what's happening on that particular subject. And that, not much time to do this in, but I'd sure love to be able to get that first stage statutory mention completed so that we could report back by the September meeting. Which gives us 2 weeks to do it.
The statutory ones, that makes sense.
Yeah, just that.
85 of them, it's a little daunting.
No, that's right. This is a test run, I think, of the mechanics of the operation. We're dealing with largely state officials with the statutory duties, even though there's federal tie-in. Hopefully they'll respond rapidly to us. We get the pattern of information, all of which is public. Put it on the web also. Anything else? Okay. Mr. Fiorini, Mr. Vice Chair, you have been tagged as the starting member with the understanding that in the first week in September, it's the end of your peach harvest, and you might be called upon to actually perform duties on the ranch.
I'm here to serve. In spite of the end of peach harvest, the beginning of grape and almond harvest.
The advantage of having
That's
sons
right.
that are working on the farm. Okay.
And I would suggest you just check which one of our schedules works.
Well,
for that day.
what we'll do, everybody's committed, got other things, but as we'll start off this test run, I'm in town the next 2 weeks, so that is pretty good for me. We'll check Randy's schedule hopefully before he leaves on this issue, and then go from that point. Okay? All right. Without objection, we'll create a subcommittee, myself, Mr. Fiorini. Understanding is if either of us have schedule conflicts, the long arm of the law reaches out to colleagues to fit in, and the first stage report back with whatever recommendations we have or findings will be at the September council meeting. Okay. All right. Last item on the agenda, file number 16. This is actually important, members. This is the first procedural discussion of the, I'm sorry, 17, procedural discussion of the Delta plan, and it is very important that you have patience as we go through this process. Ms. Buchholz?
I'm going to start this one out. Joe, did you want to say a few things
I was going to
first?
say something, but I'm not. It's late.
Okay. We're now getting started on the Delta plan. The Delta plan in statute is required to be adopted by January 1, 2012. And to meet that schedule, a draft plan will need to be completed by June 2011. It's our understanding that environmental documentation will be required to inform the council on their decision for the Delta plan. Therefore, the environmental documents will be prepared concurrently with the Delta plan and forms the critical path. Gwen will talk about the initial considerations for the environmental documentation process, and then more detail will be provided next month on the preparation of the Delta plan and the environmental documents.
As we're working forward on the Delta plan, let me just preface this to say that in this process, we're hoping to have a lot more. It's going to be a little different. I think we've learned some things as we've moved through the interim plan, and it's basically a different process, a different document too. So as we move forward through the next few months, we anticipate bringing forward white papers and working papers to the council and to the public that will then become parts of the early chapters, and as well as parts of the chapters of the Delta Plan and environmental documentation. And we also anticipate bringing the first, the early chapters of those two documents to the council over the next few months. In that process, we look at this almost being a 2-month cycle for each one of those documents, because to be quite honest, as everyone has said, it's a little crazy to have something in 1 month, get the comments, and bring it back to the council and have it out in time for people to look at and the council to react to. So we're basically sort of establishing a 2-month cycle for most of the working papers and the subsequent chapters, and so we're working on that process. We anticipate that the schedule will be that we start bringing those working papers, white papers, to the council somewhat in September, but definitely starting in October, and they will be coming in volume. So, but they will be working papers. We'll get the comments. We'll move them forward to the chapters. We need to have a Delta plan outlined to you at the next meeting, an October meeting. That we also are going to go forward with the process that we anticipated early, that we might have a full Delta plan coming out in late 2010. We think it's better to come back with this process in which we do chapters at a time and work white papers and work it through, instead of just trying to hurry the process through and say, here's the Delta plan, because we really need it by next June. So I just want to make that change from things that we have said in the past. The Delta plan, is our understanding, is going to be associated with rulemaking. It will result in discretionary actions that could change the physical, biological, and community resources, and therefore we believe it needs to consider a CEQA process. In our attachment 1, we've taken from the 2009 California State Clearinghouse Handbook for CEQA analysis. There is a process here that the lead agencies go through, first to determine whether or not they have a project, and then subsequently to determine what type, if they do have a project, what type of environmental documentation needs to be forthcoming. Under CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, I refer to it as CEQA, a project this is the section 21065. Project means any activity which may cause either a direct physical change in the environment or a reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment, and which is one of the following: an activity directly undertaken by any public agency, in this case the Delta Stewardship Council. And just going through that one action, we believe that we do have a project. It's been discussed at with the Attorney General's office, and consideration, the discussion led that yes, this probably does need to be considered with CEQA.
I want to
Did I say that right?
They didn't say it probably was one that needed CEQA. They said it definitely requires CEQA. And they gave us a written private opinion, which we can't share publicly, but I called and said specifically, can I share this with the council publicly so that everybody knows this is direction that the Attorney General's office has given us? And they said yes.
Okay.
Joe, Gwen, could you clarify what the CEQA is going to cover? Because it's an odd construct with a Delta plan that has the potential for a module that's going through an HCCP and an NCCP process that's going to have its own environmental review that gets plugged in to that Delta plan. Can you discuss what is included and what's not included in our CEQA process?
It is, and I'm going to hopefully try to answer some of those questions with a subsequent attachment here. But with respect specifically to the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, we know that it needs to be included in the Delta Plan as following the adoption of the Habitat Conservation Plan and the Natural Communities Conservation Plan. And so we will be looking at that as just one part of it. But we also think there are other aspects of the 8 policy objectives in the statute that would also be looking at it. We recognize that because the overarching coverage of the 8 policy objectives, such as reduction of risks, is greater than what's being looked at in what's being considered under the Bay Delta Conservation Plan as defined by the steering committee, the BDCP steering committee, that would not be we wouldn't be tiering from that document, but it would be a companion document and companion potentially in this process. The other thing that's going to be difficult is under the current schedule from Bay Delta Conservation Plan, they are not scheduled to complete their final EIR, EIS until the first quarter of 2012, and the record of decision and notice of determination would be following that. So we're going to have to, we're still working that through, and we'll be bringing that back to the council next month of how to incorporate that in the future analysis for both the Delta Plan and for the companion environmental documentation. But it's because to include it, to actually know what the answer is would be speculative in nature too. So we're going to have to be very, to consider how we do a future potentially with and without, or future with, and make an assumption on information that's provided by steering committee by that time. It's difficult. I'm not saying it isn't.
Yeah, and it leads a lot of other questions, and I'll wait till next month to hear
And we
the
need to work that
presentation.
through and work that through with legal counsel to make it come forward with that. And I'm not prepared to do that today.
And then presumably they're different, it's a different type of plan. I mean, you have a facilities and action on the ground module, and then we have to decide what level's the plan at.
Right.
Not necessarily just a programmatic thing. There are real actions we're going to be doing. So it's a good final exam question.
Yes.
Or take home.
It is.
Yeah.
And we're going to try to get you to start thinking about some of that to provide us directions in comments in the future. Let me just quickly say a couple other things because I know we're running out of time, but we also know that in Section 85-300D2 in the statute and in the Act that we need to have the consideration of the Delta Plan for submission to the Department of Commerce under the Coastal Zone Management Act designation or its equivalent. We recognize that this is a process that allows us to work with the federal agencies for compliance with the Delta Plan. And right now, that process is just beginning. That process, the way our understanding of it is, meeting with the NOAA staff members last week, was that would require us to complete the Delta Plan and the environmental documentation, and then subsequent to that, submit it to Department of Commerce for consideration under Coastal Zone Management Act. Now, that's very important because that means the NEPA process would be offset from the CEQA process by a bit. But we need to understand...
Offset?
By schedule.
Offset. What do you mean by
later.
offset?
It would be
Later.
following.
Okay.
And sequence. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be considering that as we put together both the Delta Plan and the CEQA environmental documentation.
I am very much an amateur on this one, but there's somewhere that if there's a NEPA involvement, we have to have a federal lead agency.
Right.
When does that determination roughly get made?
If the Coastal Zone Management Act process continues, the federal lead agency would be the Department of Commerce.
Okay.
And that's when we're just starting those discussions with them.
Let's assume you hold a meeting with Commerce people rapidly. They say, yeah, we saw the statute, and you know, obviously we consider requests for CZMA on occasion, and we're not promising anything, but, you know, sure, ship us the papers, we'll look at them. Hopefully, we'd get a commitment that they'd look at them expeditiously, because it's an important social issue. Is there a comparable NEPA status to the responsible agency role that we are playing vis-a-vis BDCP, and does that make Commerce somebody who is encouraged, matter of fact, ought to kibitz during our process?
Through our process,
Yeah.
Commerce would certainly we would like to have them as potential future NEPA lead agency to be participatory in the development of the environmental document in the Delta Plan.
I want to add one comment here. To use CZMA, the Delta Plan will need to become part of the state's coastal plan. And it has two elements now, one that's BCDC driven and one that's driven by the Coastal Commission. So we also have to coordinate with them, just so you understand this, the complexities of making this happen, not just on a federal level, but also on a state level.
All right, my question is that the statute calls for the Federal Coastal Zone Management Act or an equivalent compliance mechanism. When is this council going to talk about that option?
That option is one that I think many of us have long advocated, but it is driven by Congress. It is something that we would have to get Congress to enact. And we have had discussions with our federal counterparts about how that might work, but we have to have a willing alternate. And so far, while they've been willing...
And a non-objecting alternative federal agency.
And so far, while they've been willing to talk, they've been unwilling to step up and say, yes, we want to have this alternative to CZMA put in our department, and we'd like to work with you on legislation so that that happens. So,
as our resident federal expert, Ms. Marcus.
Well, this one's a puzzler, though. I think it's a unique creature, because in the earlier engagement, it was the federal agencies taking the lead on all things Delta, with the state agencies being dragged, frankly, by politics or personal to have to play. Now you have leadership at the state level, you have federal agencies interested in. I'm just perplexed that there's not a federal consortia. I mean, why wouldn't Interior try and be a... I mean, there's a whole conversation here that I'm sorry, I'm just late to the party, but it seems there's a whole range of options to think about, but it is, CZMA is called out in the statute, so it's quite confusing. But it would be nice to have a coherent federal engagement in this, because presumably to solve the problems, to come up with a robust Delta plan, you actually want both federal and state.
Yeah, that was the motivation, we assume, behind the statute, is there a way to give some flesh to the notion of, will the feds cooperate on what we recommend?
Right, and I think earlier there was a lot of conversations, maybe what you're referring to, of, you know, how can you tie the federal agencies to make their actions consistent and voluntarily submit to this Delta Council, and I guess people gave up trying to figuring out in the statute.
And we have started discussions at various levels and staff on the different federal agencies. EPA is very aware of the work that was done on the interim federal agency process for December 2009 in their document. And we know that CEQs was involved with that also, so Council on Environmental Quality. So I think we're just beginning this process, and we need to move fast. This is not something that can languish long. We need to get this resolved in the next 1 to 2 months.
I would recommend that we ask staff for a briefing next month. We've we've received quite a bit of information on what the CMZA is and its strengths and its limitations, but we haven't received any information on possible alternative mechanisms. And I think that's what I'd like to...
right now.
You what?
There are none right now.
Well, but there are examples. The Everglades are an example. And that's what we're talking about if we're talking about legislation. So I would recommend that staff come back with at least a couple of other options to the CMZA so we can make a decision. And I support your recommendation, Gwen, that we need to make a decision on it so we know where we're headed.
That's right.
Yeah.
In the process that we're moving forward, just to finish up on attachment 1, we believe that this action will have the potential for having significant effects in the environment, and that there may be more than one set of alternatives that will be considered. And so we don't anticipate the need to prepare an initial study to make these decisions, that we should move directly into developing a notice of preparation for the CEQA document at this time, and be consideration of looking at the information that would be provided in there so it could easily move to a notice of intent for a federal National Environmental Policy Act environmental document too. So if you look at the schedule, if you looked at the flow chart, that moves us down into the lead agency process and into the decision to prepare an EIR. We also believe that this document, this could lead to an action, that project that would have statewide, regional, area-wide significance. And under CEQA, therefore, we require at least one scoping meeting. And we anticipate we'll probably have more than one scoping meeting.
You think?
Yeah, I think. Just want to be so clear that everybody that we have thought about it. In that process, we have, before we can have scoping meetings, though, we need to prepare a notice of preparation. We think, because the critical path on our development of the Delta Plan really then is based upon, I believe, the schedule to prepare the environmental document. In order for us to have a process so we have have a document to look at by the end of 2011, I believe that we need to have our draft documents of EIR, draft EIR and draft Delta Plan in the public's hands no later than June 2011. It'd be great to have it earlier, but I'm not sure how to make it work when I pencil it out. But we have to have it out by June 2011 so that we can have a 60-day review period and then close on the comments and get the modifications in. So going backwards from that really leads us to have to complete our scoping process by the end of January 2011. That means we need to get a notice of preparation published by no later than mid-December 2010. So, after we take a big breath, we've started to look at a preliminary outline of the notice of preparation, and that is attachment 2 to this agenda item. It's a one-page, it looks very simple, and it's anything but. And we have a couple things that we're going to be bringing back to the council next month that need to be considered, and then in October, I'll just lay out sort of the process here. In September, we're going to bring back for your consideration, and then initially the goals and objectives. That means we need to define the goals and objectives for this project. It'll certainly, as we've talked before, start with the 8 policy objectives, but it probably will go a little further in more detail. We will not just list those 8 policy objectives. So we want to bring Section 3 to you to initially look at next month. We also want to look at the environmental baseline conditions. The issue there is project location. It's bigger than the Delta probably. And so we want to consider how far, and there's some options for the council, and we'll provide options in this case to the council to look at and consider for that items of project location and the level of detail. The project time period is a very interesting one. Some projects will look at things that are every 20-year study period. The statute requires things to be looked at, the Delta plan to be considered for potential updates at least every 5 years. But do we stop it at 5 years, 20 years, 50 years, or maybe 2100, making it at the end of and really looking far out to see what could happen in the Delta? These are some far-reaching policy objectives. They're all not going to be implemented within a 5 or 10-year period, and even if they were, the ones that are implemented will have years to actually provide the changes that could be foreseen. So we may be looking at 2050 or 2100 as a time frame. That's a very interesting time frame because a lot of things happen both institutionally in that time frame as well as environmentally due to climate change, trends in population of species, trends in population of humans. So those are things that we need to bring back to you, and if you're interested in anything you would like to have as information to come back to that.
I do want to point out that BDCP itself is a 50-year time horizon document, so it's highly likely that we at least have to go as long as BDCP.
Gwen, this may be anticipating your other chart, but the thing I'm really interested in is I'm confident you're going to tell us all the deadlines we have to make, and we'll get all the bells and whistles on.
And we'll provide you a chart next month.
Yeah, but I'm most interested in how to functionally address the array of issues that are out there. And I tend to look at how do you set up a 2-day meeting once a month so that you can handle something. I mean, my instinct is whether the subject is water quality or water supply or ecosystem or anything, we're going to need to do a couple iterations of each of the major things. Right. I'll just call them things. And I like that. I think that's very important. I want to make sure, and I know that you have another chart about how to think through that, and we've got our statutory objectives we're looking at. In the abstract, what does a meeting look like when you're bringing the thing subject in to satisfy the environmental law, to develop a Delta plan? I mean, what do you do? Is it a starting point, as we've kind of gone through with a staff draft of something? Is it the preparation of suggested regulatory aspects of that? I mean, you've thought this is how you make your living, and I'm just struggling thinking about that right now.
What we're looking at on this one is to bring back, with respect to certain things like the goals and objectives or location or time period, I'd like to provide to you next month some alternatives with pros and cons on each one of those things to consider, and that we can get direction on that from both council and other commenters that provide that information. With respect to, maybe I can move this into that in attachment 3 to your agenda item. We were saying one of the things that has to be in the notice of preparation, and it's become more of a process based on some comments on other recent environmental documents, including the notice of preparation on Bay Delta Conservation Plan and on high-speed rail. There was a concern that the need for providing adequate information, and neither of those have gone to court, so we don't have any settlements or whatever the legal terms are, but there was raised in the comments and raised to the courts a concern that the notice of preparation and notice of intents need to have adequate detail for the commenters to provide information, so to know the understanding of the level of detail, the potential significant impacts, making sure all the resources would be adequately addressed in the environmental documentation. That just saying we're going to be 2 sentences and saying we're going to look at alternatives such as this is not adequate anymore. And so we need to start framing up, and this is an interesting thing because we need to do it anyway for the Delta plan, and we can do it in the framework of preparing it for the notice of preparation, which can also be changed as we get comments. So I would just want everything we do for the notice of preparation isn't written in stone. It's just one point along the way. So we looked at taking the 8 policy objectives and said, how do these all sort of fit? And if we look at this piece of paper, we have, the way it's organized is that we have 3 blocks here in the middle that the top one is the water resources sections of the policy, 8 policy objectives from section 85020A through H. The middle one is the ecosystem resource objectives. The bottom one is the policies that are so to protect and enhance Delta as an evolving place. They feed into each other. They also come out and look at reduced, one side is water quality. In some ways, those they're conflicting. So for instance, the water quality in the statutes for both human health as well as for ecosystem. Sometimes those may not be consistent with each other, and so they have to go between these mid-boxes. Reduced risk. Reduced risk also may or may not be consistent with these others, and changing things in the ecosystem will change the potential for risks, let's say in flood management. Changing things in the ecosystem would also potentially change the delta as the land use that might be considered for delta. So we've come up with this process that they are sort of working together, but they're also, we know that they would be looking at packaging. Another thought we have is to at least initially provide you working papers with some options that could fit in each one of these boxes, so that these will be looking like sliders, let's say. And right now we've set up sort of a bookend kind of concepts, but there would also probably be maybe at least one or so in the middle to come up with ideas that could be, how do you handle the different ways in the water resources? For example, in the bookend A might be on bookend A in the water resource box might be to emphasize emphasis on local sustainability and reduced reliance. Really, an emphasis on that does not mean that we're not continuing to use existing Delta export facilities or even future Delta export facilities, but also calling out what could be an increased amount of local projects. On the other hand, maybe we'd have a less emphasis on that. This is just my thoughts out here to throw out. You may hate them when we start over, but it's just a beginning of a process to look at. We look at putting together a working paper with those options, with what is the global opportunities in that process and how they could be looked at as options. The same with each one of these boxes. Then you'd have to package different ones from each box to make an alternative. An alternative would have something from every one of these boxes. And so that was our concept right now of looking at alternatives. The way we answer the mechanism process is that we want to develop these very quickly in September and October, these working paper and white papers, to bring them back to you. So, and then working in September to know those goals and objectives and get those defined will define specifically what the alternatives look at, because the alternatives are there to implement the goals and objectives. So we look at bringing the white papers, bringing them off, also to provide them to work groups specifically. We get comments on those white papers from the work groups. It wouldn't be more focused than sometimes our work groups have been in the past, where we just got comments on the process. These will be actually having comments from the public on those processes too, and the agencies.
Gwen, some of the statutory language helps us in preparing elements or parts of this, and in the other case, statutory language is not very clear.
Right.
So, for example, I look at the language under the Delta Plan. This is page 35. They talk about an ecosystem, and they also talk about a reliable water system. But the ecosystem has got viable populations, functional corridors, and then they've got added language of interconnected. I mean, I understand these are all phrases, catchphrases, but they are pretty general indications about where you look for things. The water facility stuff is not without specificity, but it's not as clearly identified in the statute, and some of the others are pretty general only. How do you approach, I mean, if you're constructing this, are there some areas where you think you have more statutory guideline and track record from other credible agency stuff than other areas?
Yes, we do in some areas, and some areas we don't. I think
I understand you'll change your opinion over time as to which is which, but ballpark now as what looks somewhat more complete, not ready to go. I understand nothing's ready to go yet.
I think one of the biggest challenges, I'm going to answer that question a little differently. The biggest challenge is the Delta Stewardship Council doesn't own or operate any facilities. So this is much different than saying, let's go build this X here, and it's going to have construction impacts, it's going to have operations impacts. This is really a policy document. So we've been looking much more like things such as the Metropolitan Transportation Commissions, but even they are working with their member agencies that go and own and operate facilities. It becomes much more of a policy guidance as Bay Conservation and Development Commission, Coastal Commission in some ways, but again, they have member agencies, like Coastal Commission has local coastal plans that have specifics in there too. So this is a policy process. How will you look at, for instance, when you said the ecosystem? If you look at alternatives that could have emphasis, that's where because you're going to subsequently at some point in time post the Delta Plan being adopted, say, is this new project that has a footprint, that has an operations criteria, is it consistent with what we're looking at in a policy management way for an ecosystem part of the proposed project eventually? Is it consistent in saying that it has a focus for certain portions of the water resources policy objectives in this process? So we're going to have to, it's a policy document, not as much more than a facilities document. So that makes it difficult to just go pick and choose from other projects.
But it's also a regulation at the same
It's a
time.
regulation. And we're going to have to start working on the regulatory language that also goes with this, that would be part of Delta Plan and eventually the rulemaking.
To what extent is planning activity like this, with a major scope and a long time frame, the place to also think of interconnected obligations, duties, responsibilities, and benefits? And let me just tell you what I'm thinking about. We've got these 8 objectives. They're all linked together. The legislature said put them in a Delta Plan. But, you know, so much of, they depend on each other. You like a facility, you don't like a facility, it's not going to get built unless there's something significant done for the ecosystem. That's not a legal description, but that's the reality. At the same time, the water supply reliability issues are important, but they are dependent upon both conservation and facilities to proceed. And for me, the most intriguing part, and the one that's the hardest right now to visualize, is how you connect that. I mean, little things. Not little things, big things. The legislature passed the urban water conservation bill this last time, you know, setting a goal. Put aside all the details about everybody defining themselves out of the bill and all of that. At some point in the very near future, there's likely to be a fairly clear characterization of urban water suppliers that says you are meeting the goal or you are not meeting the goal, or in one case, you're just simply not providing the information and you're not taking any steps we can figure out. So the question is, if any of those conditions, you meet it, you don't meet it, you're not providing the information on conservation, what, if anything, should that say to a group like us who's supposed to develop a legally enforceable linked set of recommendations? And I'm puzzling about it. I just don't know.
I think that one of the parts on the outline we have that we're starting to develop for these working papers is to identify the links both specifically from a regulatory nature too, as well as the other projects. So, for instance, if you start looking at one portion of the water resource sections would be in recycling, water recycling. We have emphasis in some areas to encourage that. We have some parts of the new water bills that came out last year that actually leads to that would continue to encourage it. We have projects such as ones that were completed under Title 16 of PO 102-575 by the federal government that actually worked with both the Southern California wastewater agencies and water agencies, and in the Bay Area water and wastewater agencies, to come up with a set of projects that could go forward over the next 20-25 years to increase water recycling. So there's an example of something we'd actually go to as a published document that we could utilize to be informative. I think that the other part is we have to look at things that might be in water recycling. For instance, we also know that we've had documents that show water recycling might be adversarial to some of the ecosystem issues on an inland water user. So areas, it's been brought up in other times that areas such as Sacramento, if they increase the water recycling to a point and not decrease the water diversions, that could actually reduce water in the rivers, in Sacramento River. So we need to be identifying those potential
all that leading to those infinitely complex things of let's release water for the dam for power in this month, drop it down to someplace else so you can hold it for fish somewhere, and then recycle it through a separate pipe up into the dam for the first, or whatever I mean, that's probably the future of most of the western United States in a tightening water supply.
Absolutely.
Very complex.
Right. And the related human resources and the communities and the related ecosystem resources. It's very difficult.
It's just complicated by the fact that water, what's healthy to people is different than what's healthy to critters, just even from a pure quality standpoint.
So we're still working this through. I welcome your comments, your thoughts. This isn't like building something.
Well, I think it's going to be useful when we look at your first draft list of white papers. I mean, I think many of them everybody's going to agree on. I can predict to a high level of certainty the minute you publish your list, some folks will come in and argue we shouldn't do this one, or we ought to title the white paper something different than what you suggest. And then there will be requests for 75 other white papers on a more focused and nuanced approach, largely representing whatever interest everybody wants. I like white papers. I think they're very important to provide background. You can't have 1,000 of them.
No.
What's your guess as to about how many you're going to produce?
I believe we have a listing of about, well, there's one for each one of these boxes right now is the beginning, and then there'll be some of those will be divided into two.
Subsets.
Right, but each box has one.
10, 15 to start with?
It's about 10, I believe, right now.
Don?
Yeah, a question, in kind of going back to the development of the plan and the section on page 34 and 35 of the legislation that talks about the commission's deliverables for council's consideration, and they relate to economic sustainability, but there are a number of other things embodied in that as to enhancing it's in your book inbox under the Protect and Enhance Delta. I guess the question, though, is with your white paper, you're going to need some deliverables from the commission. Now, we've initiated, and we'll get a report next month, the economic sustainability plan effort. But there are other things. I think it's going to be, again, because of this tight time frame, we aren't required by legislation to have it before July 1st of next year. You're going to have a plan out on the street under your current schedule here in June 2011. We are aware of the urgency of doing this again, but the quality of the product, just as the challenge you have of what you have to do to meet all these various moving parts. And so I think it would be very helpful to, as you're bringing your white papers forward, sooner rather than later, to know, at least from the standpoint of your scoping, of what some expectations will be for not necessarily outlining what it is that you're going to, call upon us to do, because obviously we're going to have to sort through that at the commission level, working with the community and so forth. But this is an important piece, and if you're going to have chapters, you may have to have a placeholder for a while, but you can't hold that chapter open. I kind of need to know what the drop dead date is for that chapter, right? At least getting some draft information, and we're going to do, I think, better, along with what Chair Eisberg said, coordinate at a staff level on some of this. But it's not just Delta counties, it's the commission. This is a very, very important piece, and I know it was embodied in the legislation because it has to be, commensurate with the two co-equal goals. On the other hand, we've got a lot of work product that, we're going to struggle to accomplish, but then you have to have a chance to analyze that. So some feedback as to how that's going to work.
That's a very valuable suggestion. The notion of, and we've used it in the interim plan, thinking about an index for the Delta plan, which includes subjects that are labeled placeholder or whatever language would be appropriate. That's a good way to remember things that won't be coming in early, and you can give some suggestions up early as to how we. I'll do one thing. I want to be in a position so that at least in our work product, when somebody like me yells about why don't they just decide, damn it all, and all of that, I know what I've failed to decide. I've got the list of paper that's there. I know, kind of like these charts you use on office manuals that the staff produces, which I'm now exposed to. So if we have to do a telephone manual policy change, if we have to do ADA compliance, I mean, you just put it on the list and it just drives you crazy till you get it done. I think that's terrific.
And Terry started something several months ago with pulling together, and we've been working through the state agencies, and we'll then expand it to the federal agencies. We started with the feds, but we started with the state agencies for the last 2 months, working with them to provide, we did a first straw person out there of all the projects we thought were ongoing and when we thought we could get information from them and tie it in. And it started on one piece of paper, and now it's on probably about 10 pieces of paper, and we've gotten a lot of input from the agencies and said, oh, didn't you know about this, didn't you know about that? Delta Protection Commission staff is participating in that process. We're going to then expand that out to the local agencies so that we also know when we have all of that information. And I think when we talk about local agencies, it has to be, I think, more than just the Delta, because this is going to expand out into the water user areas. Right. And so things like Metropolitan Water District's Integrated Resource Plan that just is out draft right now, that's also something that can be utilized, and I'm just using that as one example. Many of the other agencies have things that we also need to look at. There are a lot of ecosystem restoration programs ongoing. And so we're trying to put all of those things into one gigantic schedule just so we can also understand, and we want to get that out to the public and to the council to see what else we're missing on that too.
How do we prevent the technical complexities of planning, EIRs, NCCPs, HCPs overwhelm public understanding of the process? I mean, how do we keep our language from turning into an environmental report document done by a lawyer? Excuse me.
We could start by determining this is not a project.
Yeah, and we wouldn't have a legally enforceable anything. But what I'm interested in is the structure has to comply with the law. But I'm always looking for a way to use a structure that is almost understandable by a layperson who looks at it, rather than is fully understandable to the lawyers who live and planners who live their lives on all of this. And I don't know how to do that. Hopefully you will.
We will attempt to do that, especially in the environmental document, which is the document that should provide that interface. Chris?
Well, I was just going to also add, I think it's important, given the magnitude of the duties that you're facing as a body, and the fact that most of your members are part-time, and that currently we're only meeting once a month, that I think Gwen and Terry and others are going to have to figure out how we don't overwhelm you with parts of the CEQA process that you don't necessarily have to focus all your attention on. So boards handle CEQA documents differently. They delegate a lot of the draft functions to staff. Obviously, this is
drafting parts of.
Drafting parts. It depends on how involved you want to be. Obviously, this is a huge project with huge social implications. We're all in favor of transparency, but we don't want to
strike fear in the heart of anyone.
Well,
we get to write ourselves.
Well, yeah. Right. You thought wordsmithing was bad today. All I'm saying is that perhaps Gwen can provide some some guidance.
Well, what we ought to do very early in the process, maybe we ought to raise some of those procedural steps, because I'm open, probably inclined to think that the way to proceed is have staff begin to prepare documents. I want to make sure, though, that the component documents meet all our requirements on public review and so on, but also are as relatively understandable as we make it, because when I was on the city council, I used to read early EIRs and found that after the first 5 or 3, you ignored the boilerplate and moved on to the stuff that was controversial. That may not have been right, but that's what we all did. And I want to have a document, if it's a plan and legally enforceable document and has meaning and coordinates stuff, it's got to be understandable as well, not just legally sufficient. Yes, it has to be legally sufficient, but the understandable part is almost as important. Yeah. Joe?
I want to suggest that we want to consider a companion document to the legally enforceable EIR, EIS, because the EIR, EIS is going to be this thick, or however thick it's going to be. It's going to be really thick. And as we're developing the legal document, it seems like we ought to have a companion piece that actually lays out what the plan is. That changes at the same time as we're doing this legal thing, because I agree with you, we want it to be understandable, and if the legal document tracks this other document, that may be something that's understandable that everybody can relate to and use.
Yeah. And I think that you kind of bundle up in all this, in taking away from some of the comments we heard today and yesterday both, that there's a lot of work that's going to be shouldered by staff and by the consultants, and certainly it's going to be things that this council is going to have to deliberate and pass on. But I think that we're going to need to reserve significant time. And again, it's certainly going to impact our schedules and meeting, and it depends upon how much we want to delve into certain detail. But from the standpoint of the public input and the dialogue, it's going to be so very important. There's processes, there's deadlines that have to be met, there's ways for people to respond within specified periods of time. But I will tell you that, not unlike today, that I find it very, very useful when we've got to render a decision in any context, but certainly with the scope and the impact and the import of what we're going to be talking about here, is that, Mr. Chair, I think, as we're looking at certain scheduling hearings probably after the first of the year, but maybe even before, you suggested maybe on the early actions that, if the committee didn't do it, this council would have to come into session again. I think this is the type of thing where this council, at least in my view, as busy as we all are, where we will have to come into session and have, sufficient time to set aside to reflect, ponder, hear, and go back and forth on a lot of the information, because the magnitude and just the sheer volume is going to be, I don't want to say overwhelming, but it's going to be significant. And then with the public dialogue in all the various realms that we're going to get it, but certainly in the public hearing process, and then leading up to decision points. So again, I just offer that, and again, I know you're well aware of it, and all of us are, but that is going to dictate a significant amount of time, even with some sifting through it before it gets here.
And we will be providing it in what we hope to see as bite-sized chunks, so that bite-sized chunks. And so that
your bite-sized chunks are a mouthful.
Well, yes, I have historically done that, but we'll try to keep them a little smaller. But things that we know that we're going to we want to, for instance, I've learned. It's my belief that I think many of the things, such as the existing conditions, which are both in the Delta Plan, the background documents, I think we talked a lot this morning about how the interim plan had to rely upon a really fast pulling as much as we could. But now we're going to have a chance to put more information and more that's been brought to the council during the interim plan, and just put a little more work into these existing conditions. But I want to get them out for the public and to the agencies and the people to be able to make sure that we have a good baseline. Existing conditions is our CEQA baseline, and so we need to make sure that we have that appropriately there. Similarly, we want to bring forward the projections, which will become the futures, the projected futures, somewhat the no project, and in NEPA, it will be eventually the future no action. That is not going to be simple to do, but I want to take it and not just wait to the whole end and say, here's the draft documents, whether it's Delta Plan or draft EIR. I want to make sure that we work through it, because frequently what happens, and especially on this project, because this is, as we've just said, is not something that's cookie cutter. This is very different animal kind of thing. We want to make sure we work through each one of those sections appropriately with everybody and work through it. I will say, though, we're going to have to work very fast to get through the notice of preparation. Unfortunately, I don't want to see us get bogged down by, but hopefully not bogged down in litigation, and so we can get moving forward on that. So we will need to put some things out as a straw person for alternatives and preliminary proposed projects and goals and objectives. And so, and I'm sure we'll get comments, but that's the whole point of the process.
All right, any other questions? Anyone in the audience want to take a shot at us? Come on, guys. Like Casablanca, arrest the usual suspects. Round up the usual suspects.
Very late, so I don't really want to spend a lot of time, but there is, I hope your attorneys and everything are going through it. I'm sure Ms. Marcus can appreciate this from your days at US EPA dealing with NEPA. I spent many, many years dealing with NEPA. I just want to make sure I understand as I walk out of here. Is the CEQA project or action, is that the Delta plan? Okay, so I got two questions, don't need to be answered tonight, but I think they're questions you got to struggle with, and I think that's what your staff's saying here. So you adopt a plan under CEQA. If you change the plan, which we heard that this is a living document, it means it's going to be modified over time, do you have to go through the CEQA process every time you amend the plan and make it a determination? I think these are kind of questions you need to ask early rather than later, because they're the kind of questions that lead to CEQA/NEPA. Also, the second question, Joe, because I really know everybody wants to get out of here. How does a project that comes before you fit into the CEQA process? Does that project have to demonstrate that it is in conformance with the action plan, since that is now a CEQA document? I don't have the answer to that question, but because I've never dealt with two-tier CEQA analysis, and that's basically because you got a project that's coming forward that you all are going to supposedly review. You've got a CEQA plan, so I'm assuming that the project proponent has to make a determination, and part of their analysis is going to have to be that our project is consistent with the Delta plan and that CEQA analysis that went forward in the Delta plan. Again, I don't have answers to those questions tonight, but I think those are the kind of tricky questions you kind of have to delve through. So that'll encourage you all to have a beer after work, I'm sure, and discuss. So.
Yeah, with all the lawyers we know. Yeah. Exactly. Well, that's part of the question I was alluding to in the comment, because sometimes you're doing a programmatic EIR, which has a certain level of detail, right, sometimes project-specific, and this one's kind of a hybrid. So you raised the right question.
And the only other reason I bring that up, just the last thing, is there has been quite a bit of debate over the years as to, under NEPA, I don't know under CEQA, as to whether a plan really is an action that obligates you to do NEPA, that a project falling under that plan is the action item that obligates you to do NEPA, so I don't know that.
Yes, you have to do CEQA if you change the Delta plan, similar to the coastal plan, and if the coastal commission changes the coastal plan, they have to comply with CEQA. The answer to the second question is we do not approve projects. The only thing the council does is be an appellate body on a determination of consistency that a local agency does. So that's all that the council does, and that doesn't require a second level of CEQA.
Okay.
By us.
By us.
Yeah. Right.
Mr. Zlotnick.
Thanks. Just a couple of questions and a request. One, just wanted to clarify earlier on, Joe, you talked about the AG's opinion, and if I heard you correctly now, you said that it can be made public?
It was made public. 12-page, 10-page legal opinion.
No, it was not made public.
This is different.
It was
yes. We've looked at it. I've looked at it. The AGs have looked at it. There's a consensus that this is a project we have to do CEQA.
No, but I thought you made some comment about the opinion was going to be public.
No. It is. I'm telling you. Yeah.
Not the result of the opinion, the actual.
Oh,
right.
What the AG's office told us that, and actually they said that if they were here, they would be glad to stand up and explain that. But it's obviously late, so they aren't here to do that. So if you'd like,
so they gave you a written opinion.
They gave us a written opinion, and they gave us permission to
say what the result of that opinion was. well, that's nice.
Greg, are you questioning whether or not CEQA applies to this?
Well, a lot of people are wondering, and part of it gets to the conversation we've gone through, is, this is this goofy thing. And,
well, so wait. So is the main point, though, we'd
like to understand the rationale for the decision.
Well, we think it's an enforceable plan.
Okay.
That may have a substantial effect.
Okay, I do think one, and this gets to what was going to be my request, is that I think having something written down that explains that from your understanding of the AG's opinion or whatever, but just something on paper that explains why this is going to be happening this way, I think would be useful. It just sort of explains, it sort of puts the issue aside rather than just sort of having this, well, they said you got to do it.
And I think my point was, I think we have put the issue to rest, but, obviously if Joe or Phil or
where? On paper?
Well,
you mean we are...
What I'm saying is that we've looked at it, the AG's looked at it. I mean, if the board wants to pursue getting something in writing...
Are you saying, let me just ask a question. Yeah. Are you saying that we are obligated to give to you all the legal advice given to us confidentially by lawyers?
This is about transparency, Mr. Chairman.
Well, then the answer is yes. And I want the same privilege from the water contractors individually and from your organization. No. If you see our legal analysis on every issue, we get to see yours.
Not asking for the legal analysis, which they said they want. You said we've determined this is a plan or whatever. Just something, because again, I don't think there's as much certainty out in the community on that decision. I'm not a CEQA attorney. I just know folks that are going, well, how? And this gets to the issue that I think Gwen and all of you talked about. You have all these white papers on issues and things, which would be great. One thing that would be very interesting to try to get a grip on, if you could, is trying to explain to those of us out here who are thinking, well, what's the project? And what's the location of the project? Are we talking about a CalFed again, because you're going to get into water use efficiency in Southern California or the Bay Area or wherever? And how is this all going to, and how do you see the development of the CEQA document and what you're doing with the plan dealing with these various issues? How do you see it dealing with, for example, it was raised BDCP, which is going through its own EIR process. How does that, I think Joe's word yesterday was plop in. How do you deal with state board activities?
It's Nestle.
How do you deal with state board activities that are going to be going on as well, and sort of and the resource management plan, the Delta Protection Commission, sort of something that sort of gives a concept of, because unfortunately, as you're all aware in these processes, and I'm guilty of it just as others, is everyone kind of assumes the worst when they don't know really what the thinking is. And so it's sort of try to get an understanding of the thinking, because not only does that assuage what may be unfounded paranoia, but it also provides an opportunity for a lot of the expertise and experience that's out in the public to provide some input that, like, oh, what if you did this or whatever. So that's just a suggestion. And my second question was, did the resource management plan, did that go through CEQA? It did. So, right, okay, because it's a similar thing with consistency and stuff. Right, okay, so that could be something to look at as analogous to some degree, at least for that narrow portion.
Well, and it went through the APA. It's a regulation as well.
But you don't have to go through the APA.
No, we do for the Delta plan. It is an enforceable regulation, as is the resource management plan.
But it's just so, okay, going back to a little bit to yesterday's discussion, the appellate procedures.
The appellate procedures, we have an exemption to do regulations governing appeals.
That don't have to go through the APA.
That don't have to go. The Delta plan itself is an enforceable plan that does have to go through CEQA and does have to go through the APA.
Okay, and so those appellate procedures are part of the plan, but they're specifically exempt.
Appellate procedures are something that carry out a statutory mandate to develop appeals procedures.
Okay.
So
because then there is a question then potentially, since it's sort of focused on that, whether or not, because the Delta plan has to go through the regs, the APA. You said the Delta plan has to go through the APA.
It does, but But again, there's a statutory exemption for the appeals process.
Okay, and
specific to the appeals.
Speak into the microphone.
It's the specific to the appeals that's laid out in the legislation dealing with the local
Covered
government,
actions and
covered
DSC.
actions and land use.
Right.
There is also a section of your appellate process, as we've gone over and we will go over again next month, that deals with BECP. And is your argument also that that is exempt from the APA?
Correct. The appeals process.
Okay.
Correct.
Greg, you may recall that Gwen has been asked to bring back to the council next month a description of how all of this fits together. You're asking questions that have already been asked. We've been told, wait a month, we need to work on these answers.
Okay.
You're not the only one asking the question, and I would just simply, for those that would advocate moving forward without a CEQA process, part of the evaluation, maybe you can bring back to us what the risks are associated with proceeding with a Delta plan and not doing CEQA NEPA.
Right, and I think part of it, Mr. Fiorini, is not whether it's a yes/no on CEQA, but sort of what level. I mean, you mentioned programmatic, or because there's we don't want to reinvent the wheel on a lot of this stuff that's already been going on.
Right, and they said they'd come back with that.
Yeah.
Right. And we, I think that is a very good point. And it is going to be somewhat, we'll talk about that level of detail next month, but I could see that it's much more oriented, because it is a policy document that's oriented towards programmatic. I could also see, if it was the pleasure of the council, a future date after you had the CEQA document, especially for the rulemaking part of the project, then you can come up with what's called environmental equivalent documents, which is how the Delta Protection Commission works. And I've worked on several projects in several agencies that, and subsequent work that fits within, they adopt a document and says any of these types of actions, we then can go through an abbreviated process on the environmental equivalency, and that's how the Delta Protection Commission. So if you look at the documents associated with the Land Use and Resource Management Plan, it's probably 20 pages. But that's because they did, early on the previous documents for their regulations, they did the full CEQA, then they adopted their procedures for environmental equivalency. And that's not as common as you'd think it would be, but it's a useful part of the tool of CEQA.
Okay. Mr. Grindstaff. Anything else?
No, have a safe drive home.
Ladies, anything else? Mr. Curlin, anything else? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Been a long day, long 2 days, more to come. Thank you very much. See you next month, if not before.
Thank you. Copy.